Yo, yo. I don't know. They said my audio wasn't playing in the last video, so I ended it and tried to come right back. I'm gonna go erase that other video so that people won't get confused. See if they let people know that I'm streaming right now. I might have started it. It'd be too much. Too much. I serve too many people. All right, you can hear me now? Cool. Let me erase that other video. I forget it. I don't even see it. Well, shout out. Thanks for letting me know we on. All right, what's up with the people? Peace. Man, they threw me off for a minute. But I had a festive weekend. I was all in New York chilling. Got back. I had a little cool little weekend. Now that I think about it, you know what I'm saying? Shout to New Year real quick. I hit brother Reggie, tried to hook over Reggie, but the timing wasn't good. Got to check my daughter into college. They played Princeton for their first game, and rugby blew them out 53-7. So that looks promising. What else can I say? Oh, then we shot down to like Times Square. Just since my daughter out there, I was like, let's go to Times Square. Drove to Times Square. You know you can't never find no park in New York. Found the straight park just right there. The park was so good. I was like, all right, let me throw that dude route on. We will. Then we gonna talk about Egypt if we throw that on. We throw on something else, we might talk about some paper. But I went to Times Square. We had a ball in Times Square. You feel me? Feel good putting your kids in college. That's a crazy feeling. And then traveling and going and being like, okay, let me see what's up. That was cool. Then I got in that fat ass car accident the day before that. Golly. But now I'm back. Ready to work. Do this knowledge. Okay. Yeah, I gotta hook up with Reggie. We gotta do more casting. I want a new research question for this semester though, man. I gotta break my show up in segments though. Cause I can't just talk about Kemet and not talk about no economics and not talk about nothing current. So we need 3 segments of the show, bruh. We need like economics, history, and current black. I just called it current black. You can call it whatever you want. I'm gonna start with current black right now today. You're gonna find a better name for that segment of the show. But if I make logos and shit and all that type of stuff, I'll make one right now. See, then y'all gonna feel it. Make a little music jingle. Current black issues. Dun-dun-dun. Matter of fact, I could do that hella quick. Man, I'm a creative dude. I don't be wanting to stop my creative urge. I could make that right now. A jingle. Current black issues. I need to get the keyboard out. That's why we stay ready. The keyboard right here. It's supposed to go. I need them horns. Hi, I'm Jonathan Owen here with Current Black Issues. And today we're talking about deportations and how that affects the community. And was Tariq Nasheed onto something when he established this term, foundational Black American? We'll be right back in a moment. I could do y'all like that. That's a good question, so let's talk about it. Now, I mean, I ain't that liberal. I start my discourse about the deportations saying I traveled all over the world. My passport should be in my pocket. It probably ain't in my pocket though. Damn, where my passport at? It's in my other pants pocket. I got on shorts. I changed to some shorts. I'm on like my third passport and it's filled up. They all filled up. I'm on my third one. I'm probably like page 24 on this passport. I'm just saying that to say I'm experienced going in and out of countries, getting my visa every time, getting to the border after traveling thousands of miles and one of the homies not even getting to get in the country. All that, everything, being stripped down at the border, butt booty. I bet you probably ain't, well, I might be wrong, but I don't know how many people got stripped butt booty already in ICE and asked to cough. I ain't already seen that no ICE. Even more egregious, probably can't go, I won't even say it. I was in one country on a young man, idiotic, smoking with some of the natives. In a country to where if I would have got caught smoking, I would have got probably 9 lashes, 9 cane lashes on my back for smoking. And while we blowing, I'm only one in the car, not from the country. Idiot. All them from the country. Soon as, I didn't even tell y'all, the police knock on the window of the car we hotboxed. Bet you ain't nobody get like no 9 lashes. I ain't saying that. But my ultimate point is, I seen it all. Like, I know about that, yo. Like, come on now. So really, America, the only place where you feel like you could get over and run that juke for some 30, 40 years. You feel me? Oh, they knocked on the window. And I'm telling you, everybody went to their native language on me. I'm the only one in the car not knowing what the hell going on. They knocked on the window with the cane, boom, 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 with the billy club, boom, boom, boom. They get to their language, I'm like, what the hell? What y'all telling them? They talk, and the police walked off. And we sitting there in the car like some idiots. And dude was like, I'm like, what you tell them? They blamed it on me too, but they said something slick. They said I brought American cigars and we was just testing them out. And believe it or not, this country, the smell of weed is so foreign that they thought he was telling the truth. Luckily, we were smoking a form of blunts back then. But had I got caught, the consequences for me doing that far steeper than the consequences some people meeting out here just burning one. They definitely would have sent me back, but they would have sent me back with lashes on my back after some imprisonment. I'm not with none of the draconian, Nazi-looking masked men coming up snatching people who establish pseudo-American families, right? Because they really know they shit ain't legal, but they your neighbor and shit. I'm not really with that. They gotta do that a better way. But I'm definitely not trying to get in the streets and act like that's what the hell. No. Motherfuckers, yeah. You gotta go home, Motherfucker, if my visa ran out and I'm in Canada and I see Popo, I'm going the other way. Not even ICE. So everybody know what you're doing. Stop playing. What's this all extra shit like? You supposed to let a person break the law and it's all good. Because of what? It's a process that needs to be fixed. If it's patriation, naturalization, I don't know what it's called. That I'm with. That process needs to be fixed. You don't need to be going to go get nobody who, even if they snuck in and they're active and they're getting it popping, like cut it out. That's stupid. Now that's what I think is bad. Anybody who can show you that they've been giving contributions to this society should have a case against ICE. Can I at least say that? I mean, I told you I ain't on no liberal shit. I ain't mad. I don't think the way they doing it is right, but no. And then let's talk about black people. Man, check this out. I didn't see no use for Tariq Nasheed to come up with a term called foundational Black American. I didn't see no use for it. And it only dawned on me just like yesterday. Like, man, Tariq was honestly on to something. And I slandered him, not slander him, just the way we talk our shit. I was like, that shit is unnecessary because all it's doing is dividing up black people. No, it ain't. Not at this point. Not with what's going on in America. That'll be the simplest shit to hit somebody with who getting they black people confused and have them fucked up right on the spot. So, where I'm from, it's a lot of, let's just say FBA, Foundational Black Americans. You go out in a group of whatever, you get accosted, whatever, because of whatever. Let's say you in an area that they want to use some black immigrants to target just black people. Man, you're going to default to that Tariq Nasheed shit hella quick. And go through the whole, all right, I'm talking to Utah God now, since you say it's whack, because I'm in defense of it right now and giving you in the scenario where even you would default to it, right? So you seen Trump giving his attack at Haitians, right? Black people, basically. But how you know who what when you look at what? If you targeting some Haitians in a particular area, that just simply means black people in that area can be accosted. Right? Think about that. Just think about what I'm saying. If you, think about this. If you were in, where is that, Ohio, where you say they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, you know they just be saying shit to set shit up for later. So now when they're targeting Haitian immigrants and y'all all in the park, because they rounding up people in parks. They rounding up people in parks in Los Angeles, surrounding the park with ICE agents. How they know who in the park? And what's going to be the first thing coming out of your mouth? I damn sure know you're not going to say, Kimmy. That's what I know. Yeah, black is a color, and black is the color of the people who they trying to license being accosted. We ain't got nothing to do with that, right? But there are black immigrants, and they gonna get caught up in the shuffle. Now, if we, nope, saying our FBA ain't gonna do shit for you, but you're gonna tell them the tendency. You don't have to say that acronym, tall guy. Your whole complaint in court will be an FBA complaint. So you don't have to try to avoid it. If you got caught up in immigrations with the rest of your Haitian partners and they really wasn't supposed to be here, you're gonna be telling them you're not one of them, you're a foundational Black American, whatever acronym you choose. So stop fronting on what Tariq did. I ain't even been no fan of that shit. You gonna say you a Moor? Thank you. Stop with the bullshit. Come on, blood. What you gonna say? You gonna tell them you American. And then we know you black, and the fact that you don't need to get kicked out because you saying it's because you foundational. I ain't know. I told you I could defend that shit, even though I said I seen no use for it. But right now, that's what all of us gonna wind up saying. So I'm not one that front on the motherfucker. Nah, I mean, all right, I feel you. I feel you. But that might get you shit up out of here too. They gonna know. I mean, I don't know. I'm listening to James. I'm with you on that. And that's the only correction to the statement. James, what James said. And if Tall Guy would have wrote that before James, then I would have had to say, okay, Tall Guy. What James wrote is, so I can't say I'm an African American. I damn sure know you're gonna slap that American on the end. All of us. So that's something to talk about just for a moment. Is when you get accosted by the masked men who on their bullshit, is you gonna say you just an African? Told you motherfuckers just be playing with this shit. Everybody gonna be saying they not an immigrant, Christoph, so that ain't gonna work. You gonna get through in the van. Christoph, the first one, got through in the van. All right, I shouldn't probably be joking with this subject. If I say I'm a man, when I got up to the because you got to go through customs and you got to go through immigration. Customs was cool. I got into immigrations and the white dude was not playing with me. So you know I already look how I look. I don't look American. You can't even fake this right here. Even the way I just smirked my like I hit him with that straight off, like that ain't even found no place else. You know, you hit him with the, come on, son, what is you telling me? Dude was not cracking. So I thought I could play with the customs people. He was so fucking serious. And he was about to like put me in the box. Because I thought I could joke with him like, oh, you about to do this, dude. Guess what he told me? He didn't tell me to sing the national anthem. It was the other one, bruh. And I had to sing it. Y'all laughing? I was blowing. I was like, sing it? Oh, say, can you see? Everybody look to the right. I step back. Boy, the dawn's early light. What so? That man was like, all right. By the time I got to what's so Galilee we get or whatever, dude was like, be quiet. Man, I hit him on top note. That happened in my life. So they really don't be playing. I seen the homies get turned around right at the border all the time. I'll be laughing. Like, damn, you ain't got your shit together. Anyway, I was trying to make a point. I tried to inject some humor in it, but I was trying to make a point ultimately about Tariq Nasheed having a good case. But y'all nullified that like, yeah, what if I just say I'm African American? Then I had to be like, oh yeah, you're right. You could just say that. I'm not about to sit here and overdo it. You could just say that. But still, if you don't want to say that, FBA work. Because you're going to start giving us some lineage and some history and all that. Now, so you thought no black people was going to get deported? I first seen my first case of a white person getting deported in the news. I didn't know if it was propaganda or what. But I seen it, I was like, holy shit. I should have screenshotted it. Because you probably ain't going to see much of that. But all right, so it's something about the two, don't get it twisted. It's not just about deportations, it's also about normalization and getting you used to seeing things that you ain't used to see, like mass officers kidnap people, erosion of due process. Like, this is all the serious stuff that needs to be, it ain't just about. So that's why ultimately, if I had a vote in how they went and did this, I'd be like, no. I'd say no, because of the process that y'all trying to normalize in America is one we really not used to, and one I don't want to see be normal. Oh, that's just the fools kidnapping. That mean anybody can throw on some suits and some masks and pull up in an unmarked vehicle and just kidnap some fools. Wouldn't nothing be stopping them. Oh, they're impersonating police. But y'all making it so much easier for them to do it. Because we say, okay, this person deserves a due process. Whenever we see somebody pulled over on the road, we refer to the process that's supposed to happen. So I'm more cautious about allowing them to normalize certain actions and getting everybody used to seeing masked men throw people in vans and shit and just say, oh, that's ICE, and keep going about your business. Teaching your kids, oh, don't worry about it. That's just ICE. They're getting rid of the illegals. Now, how you feel about National Guard in the streets, man? I don't feel, no, I hate all that shit, but I hate the crime too. I'll be seeing stupid people who hate it, but they must live next door to it. I don't live right next door to it. I'm just still in the same city. Like, if crime is on your street, I mean, crime's on everybody's street. Every street in America, there's crime. If it's taking place on the computer or if it's taking place domestically inside of the household, but these laws is already set up to where there's a crime on every street. Like, somebody jaywalked or whatever, like, yo. So I'm not trying to be like it ain't on this street, but the way we try to set up our lives, if we got children to raise, we try to find areas or neighborhoods where, and we could talk about that and go into detail. We try to find areas or neighborhoods that's conducive to raising our children. Now, some people get that confused too, and they'll just say, you don't want to live in the black neighborhood. Or if they not a thinking or analytical person and they just get some money, they might think they don't want to live in the black neighborhood, thinking that they're escaping crime, or what they're going to be escaping is the crime that they're used to. But then you move to new communities, you introduce yourself to new types of crimes, and that's what people don't be understanding. And so, I don't know. Let me see what y'all talking about. Yeah, we're going to do an hour of current black issues. We do an hour of history and an hour of, I do 3 hours half the time, and an hour of making some paper, bro. We can't even be having shows without talking about all the three. But anyway, now, I don't care. I think hell in the new crime is migrant crime, dude. If my views align with your shit, with some Trump shit every now and then, I don't support that motherfucker. But something might align. Like, personally, as a man, I had time of wondering, how did crime change? See, crime normally keeps up with technology. In my 50 years of just being black, and when you live certain places, you gotta know everything. Like, for instance, if you don't know everything, you start being gang goofy, right? To where if somebody getting something and they're getting it away, everybody don't know that the sharp motherfuckers know everything in the hood. Like, oh, so either you know or you don't, and most people who sharp start figuring shit out and learning. You know what I'm saying? Did I hear about the new ATM crimes? No, but what I'm saying is so all throughout my life, I've seen crime and technology stay hand in hand with each other. When some new shit come out, some motherfuckers think of a new joke, it don't ever go astray. In my 50 years of living, they used to be hand in hand. And then the type of things, well, we understand rules got eroded in the hood, but you can even go down to, let me talk about some less egregious crime so people can digest what I'm talking about. Crime that some of us probably all partook in our youth, not all, but 50% of the chat partook in this crime. Graffiti, right? Hell yeah. 50% of us tagged at the school and shit. That's illegal, so it was a crime. It make the community look bad and worse. And so it's sometimes if you raw, it enhances the community, but most graffiti artists ain't raw. And then there's a graffiti culture. Now let's talk about the culture of graffiti. When it came out, where I'm from, you never tagged on a house. Well, what you never tagged on was personal property of any sort, right? These were some of the rules of that crime. You gonna tag, you gotta tag on a public building, a corporation building, not no mom and pop stores. This is just how it was. And not nobody fence. You gonna tag on a fence because it's white? You stupid as fuck. So that's why the youngsters look dumb right now. Because I'm like, what happened to all the rules? Now, I seen that erode naturally. But I also seen it erode into some of the same way. I'm not putting that on migrant crime. But some of the people who come in who don't even know the rules of the culture and they do it different, well, they do it. When they see some shit white, where they from, they just start tagging. So then you start seeing something different. I only used a harsher crime to illustrate. Let's talk about something that none of us has probably, hopefully nobody I associated with being involved with no shit like smash and grabs, right? Man, you can do it every time. Just go look at the footage of, you can find black people doing smash and grabs hella much. Motherfuckers been boosting forever, but motherfuckers used to sneaky boost. Mobbing up in poverty numbers and saying that we can just take it by force. Who remember when that came out? If you old enough to remember when that came out, just tell me. Don't tell me motherfuckers been doing that forever. Not in the numbers that it happens at now, bro. And I understand that it's some different motherfuckers doing that shit because I always slow motion them and be trying to look through their mask to see why is hella motherfucking light-skinned motherfuckers up under the mask. You can't get that many light-skinned black people to even kick it together without just somebody dark being in the mask. Them motherfuckers ain't even black. So if Oakland is the capital of the smash and grab, I can tell you firsthand, that shit wasn't even really out. When I was in the streets, that wasn't even out. You would never get no line like, hey, yo, it's a smash and grab going down at 6 o'clock. Niggas about to come up. Now I can tell you, looting was something where you would get the word. Oh, it's a riot. Everybody going to this street, right? But no, it was not like, and I'm talking about only when it was some type of civil unrest. But no, that's something new, and I know what it is. It's an influence of what they brought from other places. That shit go right with everything. All right, well, let's talk about some more friendly illegal business. I don't like my grammar there. Some friendlier illegal business that's less harsh on your sentiment right now. You trying to tell me in the last 5 years, you didn't see, we've been street vending forever. Man, in the last 5 years, street restaurants have popped up. Stop playing with me. There's some shit from someplace else. Street restaurants. Motherfucker put up 2 tents, hella lights, like they camping, a whole big ass grill. And I was looking like, man, if there's some niggas there, the bench shut them down talking about food permits. You see this shit? Not the trucks we been having, bruh. And the one lady who had to get under the tent with the fruit shit. I'm talking about these new motherfuckers come set up 3 long ass tents and put lights on them motherfuckers and put all kind of kitchen out there. And then you order something, you can't even order in English. How come I can't order in English? Am I being, see? Now y'all trying, no, I'm telling you facts. This is fact. I go do the shit on camera. I go put it on camera. So when did our food vendors start having street restaurants with 3 tents and then put a seating area and shit? And then more of them come, and then now it's a whole street of that shit. No permits. How I know they ain't got permits? Well, how the fuck is this shit changing? You giving out permits for 3 tents? So when do it stop? I could put 5 tents then. I could put 10. I got, bro, I don't want to say what I got. But I'll make fun of that shit with the amount of tents I used to have. I don't got them no more. Probably in storage somewhere. I had over 20 of them motherfucking tents. So just to make a point, I could just go set up 20 tents long and be like, yeah, well, I'm exaggerating. The most I seen was 3. But my ultimate point is this is a new culture coming in from where they do other places and they're expanding it and putting it on. Food started changing. Motherfucker, you trying to tell me you was eating birria tacos? Nah, they brought that new shit. I'm telling you. Motherfuckers brought that new shit. Now you want some birria tacos. Oh, you think, oh, no, I'm telling you facts. So I tried to figure it out. Well, it's shit. It ain't been a problem to me. I'll be in that culture, but when somebody pointed out to me, and I'll be like, what country could I go do that shit in? Me, my black ass. If I went to Europe and set up motherfucking 3 tents on the corner, blood, without no permits, nothing, stop playing, man. Something gotta be right. All right, so why is our beef with the immigrants not the people who stopped us? Nah, I don't got no beef with the immigrants, like I said. But I just pointed out. I just pointed out. I couldn't find no beef with the immigrants. I'm just telling you what I noticed. You feel me? And my sentiment would be supporting, ultimately, as a voting man, my sentiment is to fast forward the process towards naturalization. And if we got contribute, because those contribute. If I could order in English, I will be able to buy some food there. Right? So I'm, as a man, as a voting man, my vote would be towards finding a way to make it so that they can be Americans if they're over here trying to contribute. But if you ain't found that way and y'all saying it's time to enforce some shit, I'm not in the way. So I think Nori said it best. Nori said, you hate the law? Break it. I don't care. But when you get caught, remember, I don't care. So that's kind of, in a nutshell, you feel me? I feel you though. I don't think black people should be beefing with no immigrants because you wasn't about to get on the corner and do that anyway, right? That wouldn't get, I lived in a like 70% Latino culture. I cash immigrant checks from a farmer. That's how they get their paper. So they're getting the community on the store, and then the store will get a right to cash the checks with their bank. And once they got that, all they people they helping. Blood, this is how black people should learn from this shit. So they'll be coming in the check store. I'll go to this store that cash checks. I might want to get some fishing bait, but I gotta wait in the line. Everybody in the line cashing that check, dude handing it out. They don't do no check cashing process, blood. The transaction be as quick as a store purchase. It don't be taking hella long. And I sat there looking, then I start peeping game on game. You gotta know all the game. I'll tell you, you game goofy. And I peep game, oh, this they hustle. They charging the immigrants to cash their checks without no ID. And if the checks is coming from these farmers, I know all my farmers, the farmers don't change. Come on, blood, have some game. If the farmers ain't changing unless somebody buy a new farm, and that farmer every day, he got 20 workers, that's bread for me running the store. Because you can't cash your check nowhere because you immigrant. So that's part of the way. So now let's think about it. So I think I ain't talking about that for an hour. Fuck it, we gonna keep going. But I ain't gonna force myself. But I was about to segue to making some paper, but the real thing is, my brain said, oh, damn, I thought about this. And nobody ever told you this, but you're about to learn the way that my Negro intuition taught me. You ready? The Underground Railroad was not free. Dropped the bomb on you, huh? I repeat, the Underground Railroad was not free. Now, you can do your history shit if you want and qualify my words. I told you we doing Negro intuition right now. That's just a slang. I don't really use the word Negro. We just call it that slang. Now, in that, that's a term we coined when you ain't got no sources. And you black, you know what I'm saying? Now, the Underground Railroad wasn't free, bro. Who letting hella people in their house like that when old school ICE, police, they just had a pole in front of their ICE, a pole in front of their ICE. When the slave catchers, when the kidnappers, when the people hunters was coming for people who was on the Underground Railroad, do you think them Quakers was opening up their door for nothing? Nothing? Well, slaves don't really got nothing. So some of them was, I gotta give some props on principle alone, that was opening up their door. But let's just be honest. What was the percentage of the homes that really didn't even give a fuck? And was that human trafficking? That's a good one that Crenshaw Grinder just put up that. Was that human trafficking? See, the Underground Railroad would have been considered human trafficking, huh? Harboring fugitives, all of these statements that right now you can see how those statements work against humanity and against just proper morals, laws that work against just. So I need to know, am I wrong for saying that? The Underground Railroad, I'll do some research and clarify and fix it if it's dear to you. But I start just using my own. I don't think that you just was in the bushes, right? I don't think you was just in the bushes and like, they're going safe house. Come on, bro. How you know it wasn't full? What about our Timothy Parker said, I'm the worst wrong. I don't think it's a way to, I'm gonna ask Google. I mean, I'm not gonna ask Google because that's not gonna answer the question. But I don't think that the Quakers was, first of all, the people that you giving credit for not charging, it ain't like you giving some black people credit for not charging. So that ain't even the worst wrong. To assume that some free people in America would not have been given a safe haven for no reason is not just a foul ass or wild assumption. Like some people just got to stay within the boxes of whatever they was taught so bad that even if you put your toes in the waters of fresh thought, they get they get all tense and shit. You know what I'm saying? All right, come on the show and educate us or get your punk ass up out of here. The fuck is you? I don't give a fuck about your fake ass education. Get the fuck out of here. Hey, somebody get that sucker off my show. I don't like niggas like you. I don't like niggas like you. Get your bitch ass out of here. Now, how's that for uneducated? Get that sucker out of here. If there's any moderators out of here, he's not welcome, bro. Yeah, fuck you, nigga. How's that for uneducated? You feel me? You don't want to come on and teach shit, so shut the fuck up. Get your bitch ass out of here. And I'm going to keep on pondering what the fuck I'm pondering. Whether a fuck the white people in the damn Quaker houses, you defending them? You stupid fuck. Whether the white people in the Quaker houses let black people in for free. What part about that made you sensitive? Sucker ass nigga. Fuck show you think you watching. You feel me? Motherfucker hear you say some big words and shit and think they just, nigga, you a spectator, bro. Motherfuckers need to know how to stay in their place or go live. Shit. Anyway, I do some research and see what they was charging, and you're gonna find out they was charging porridge, and that's how they came up with oatmeal. Quaker oats. I'm just playing. Don't be mad at me, but I'm glad y'all got that sucker up out of here. Motherfucker. Like, shit. Even after slavery, it was hard for black people to migrate out of the South. Well, I know one thing. That new Underground Railroad, for right now, we charging. I am joking, man. But now, look, bruh. Come on, look at what's happening now. It's new safe houses. Y'all just ain't thinking about it. Now, so you let some immigrants come in your house right now, 2025, for free, because you got a good-ass heart? Any other sucker want to pop their shit, pop your shit right now. Because I still got some energy for last dude. Damn, I was just at the club. I was all in the streets. Niggas don't talk to me like that. Shit. Like, golly. Make me hit the joint and calm the fuck down. All right, we back though. We don't like ignorance. See, that's why I hit the joint. And y'all heard that quick revelation? I took one here and said, all right, we back though. We don't like, because you know that's what it really is. Let's get back to building. I want to do some metal natural shit, but I don't want to hop all over the place though. So I'm gonna say it right now. Now, yeah, if I had some, they gonna say I'm harboring the fugitive. Let me ask you that, good guy. Now, if somebody was like, man, Ice Chase, you closing your door. So think about all of this, y'all. Think about this. If some immigrants was running down the street and they hid in the bush, you closing your door. But the Quakers was opening up their door to black people in a different situation, a far different situation. Don't equate the two. That'll be the greatest mistake. But not giving this some thought. Shut up, punk. Shit, you can say and think whatever the fuck you want to think. You charging, thank you. No, so I'm charging, especially with the risk of them kicking my door. Now, I mean, I ain't gonna just say I'm charging. If it's a family, it depends on who it is too. You gonna pledge on your word? Tall guy, what you gonna do? All right. He said 45 minutes. This all over the place. It is apples and oranges, but nah, it's kind of the same. The different part is this. They getting sent home. We was getting sent to slavery. I disagree, Yuri. They getting sent to slavery. A lot of them is getting sent to slavery. They sending people to prison, to Uganda, bruh. But no, I don't disagree, Yuri. You right. Our people was escaping one of the harshest, inhumane conditions in the world. Yuri is 100% correct. They snuck in and getting kicked out. So that ain't the same thing, but the same conditions remain that they look for some place to hide. And that's all I'm pondering. And somebody said they charge you. I wouldn't, man, please. I ain't never been a criminal my whole life. Yeah, you right, tall guy. Y'all right. I'm never wrong with, see, motherfuckers like y'all right. That's how you know other dude was really a buster. I'll sit here and say you right to my chat all day. I'm wrong, you right. Don't just be coming in like you're uneducated, don't know what the fuck you, just shut your punk ass up. Nah, it's all, but yeah, you right. What tall guy said was true. They weren't forced here, come on. You right, okay, you right. Now can you accept being right, tall guy? You feel me? They wasn't forced here. Now, I'm gonna go back to my book though. We was doing good in this book. Elon Musk is an African American. Robert Brown, UK. Hey, we got both of them in the building. All right, he object to the, now you trying to keep that going? Elon Musk is an African American, so you saying you can't use African American to claim your status as a foundation of Black America if you was in the face of immigration officials? Most people, you gonna say you Black? Everybody gonna say they African American. But that's cool on that. Look what I popped back to. Look what I popped back to. Let's see what we got. Musk is a South African American. Elon Musk was an illegal immigrant. Wait. So what is his status actually? Like, do y'all know that are y'all just saying that? What is his status? Elon Musk. Well, the semantic thing is going to really work. I mean, it's going to be an issue, SMK, because you know what's going to happen? We talking about a scenario. All right, let me lay this out for y'all to let y'all know how we got there. So people we're not talking about every scenario of life. We talking about this. In Los Angeles, California, ICE agents have been going to parks, right? And surrounding the park, right? So let's just deal with what we're dealing with so everybody know what we're talking about. They've been going to parks, surrounding the park, rounding up people in the park. I guess they letting the white people go. I don't know how they do it. But the question was, if you was caught in one of those roundups, what nomenclature are you going to use to let them know who you are, that you're not an immigrant? So some people tried this one. I'm not an immigrant. And that's ruled out because everyone there is going to be saying that. It's like saying, I didn't do it when you in jail. Feel me? Everyone will, I'm pretty sure they're trained as ICE agents to not listen to I'm not an immigrant, because I'm gonna say that, and the immigrant gonna say that too. So then in California, immigrants get driver's license and IDs, right? Immigrants in California, you could get your L's. You could get a social. I don't know what's going on in this nation. So if they could get all that stuff, the question we was asking is, what you gonna say? And I'm gonna end it on this. What you gonna say to let them know that you're an American? I'm black. That ain't really, it's black people that's immigrants. So the best answer somebody said was African American, right? And that's just a conversation people don't like having. Man, I'm gonna start talking in so much slang. Man, check this out, homie. I ain't gonna be like, go over there. Nah, but I don't think many white people even had that conversation. Right? Like what they gonna say if they get, please. They like, what, motherfucker? Get out of my face. How about black people joining ICE? I'm gonna end this 10 minutes on this, then we're gonna go to the Medu Netter. The last question, I wasn't even smoking till dude made me cut him out. What about this last question? And I really want y'all true sentiments. Don't go soft on me. I never go soft on none of y'all. We maintain our respect for each other. Don't hop out your face. I'd never hop out my face at none of the homies. But keep it the facts with me. Like, don't be no punk to say your opinion. I don't like yes men and shit. They ain't valuable. A yes man is not valuable. They good for your ego and to make you think you something you not. Now, I know you might be scared to give your real opinion on this. Some people. What do you think about black people joining ICE? Black people joining ICE. That's a whole show right there. I want to hear what the people say. We could get some call in on that. I'm going to end this subject in 8 minutes, man. Can I hear what y'all think about black people joining ICE? See, that's a tough one for people that can't really chime in on that hella quick. We got one positive. Get that sign. My mic? What? They trying to hate on me if my mic went out. Wow. Nah, all right, I'm gonna keep talking and y'all can tell me if the mic went out. Get that signing bonus. Somebody said, don't see how it's any different than joining the military or the police. That's 2 positives. My mic went out. No problem. My home girl is an ICE agent. They the house ends. So that's a negative. We got 1 negative about black people joining ICE. The same as the blacks joining the military or the legal police. Hold on, Jadorian. Peace to you. Thanks for supporting the channel. I don't necessarily agree. Somebody else said your sentiment earlier. Tall guy said what you said, but you added even worse in this case. That's kind of the part I don't agree with. And I wouldn't ask you to type why it's worse, but I think the worst, well, ain't no worse, first of all. Joining the police, joining the military, or joining ICE, to me, maybe because ICE is treating people worse or something, yeah, right, because maybe I could agree with you on that, but if black people was joining the local police force and with an intent to help us be treated more fair, some or whatever for the reasons, I don't think. Dang it, my mic go off for every 5 minutes. That's crazy. Y'all might be right that it's all the same thing. So then what some people who are against that be saying is, what some people who are against that is the old thing is you can't change the system from within. The system only could change you. Now, is that a black power rhetoric trope or whatever that we need to let go of? You can't change the system from within. All this thing that's gonna happen is the system gonna change you, right? So if that's something that we see as a reality, I'm sorry, I don't know. I'm gonna try to reboot my computer eventually. I don't know what's going on with the microphone. It's crazy that I'm dealing with this because all I see is a constant level. So it's on some other end. I apologize for as much as I'm responsible for that. But other than that, we both have to bear with it if we can. I'm begging y'all to bear with it because if not, y'all gonna leave. So, that's what that is. All right, man. So I should go get that 50K. So I'm Popo. So am I Popo if I'm ICE? Are you Popo if you ICE? You ain't Popo if you military. Can I learn what's up with the new black culture? Is you you might be Popo if you ICE, huh? But you ain't Popo if you military. Like the stigma that goes along with being a police officer. Yes, if you are ICE, you're getting it worse right now in America. I talked enough about that. I got my last 4 minutes on it, and that's damn good. That's cool. It is what it is. We watching the old school Smash Rockwell show. I didn't even put no my connection. Nah, it ain't that. Yeah, thank you though. You worse than Popo if you ICE. Okay. He said you worse than Popo. If you a federal agent, you ain't really. Have you tripped off that? But you the feds, huh? I'm trying to talk about pejorative status of these jobs in the subculture of the black community. Because in the entire black community don't hold these things to be true. But the subculture of the black community would definitely hold all of these tropes to be true. Like if you military, you not Popo. I'm saying no one considers black people who military some type of oppressive force. So we got that straight. You military, you good. If you police officer and you black, you get the same stigmas because some black officers do the same thing that white officers do. So you get if you live on the street of all black people and you, the black police officer, 50% to 60% of those houses on the street watching out for you. They don't want you to see what they doing. That's just how shit be. But if you ICE, I'm just thinking about it. So you ICE and you come home to your house in the black community. Ain't nobody saying shit, bruh. I'm sorry. Niggas gonna, excuse my language. Cats gonna be asking you about, let me, tell me I'm wrong. You ICE and you live in Oakland and you black and you come home to an all black street and everybody know you ICE. They not treating you like Popo. Am I wrong? The military is the best of the three. We already said that. I'm talking about, you might be picking between three bad things, but some people make these choices as young men. And we're not talking about black culture. We're talking about the subcultures that exist within black culture, where you start to say these slanders towards even going to school sometimes. You know what I'm saying? And we talking about that part of the culture. I want people to be clear on that. It ain't our scholars and our dignitaries who hold that type of sentiment towards doing those jobs. It's the common person who be like, he ICE. Now, you never gonna get he ICE in the black community. I don't care. I think I still know people good enough. If you did take the ICE job, the black people on the block ain't gonna be icing you. It might be some other people trying to make them have a negative sentiment towards you. Now let me read what y'all saying. Military and the police both work in the interests of whiteness and capitalist interests. That's very true. It says, but many in the military have come home and taught organizations which are training, which is a way to give back. Okay, that's a fact. I don't know if it speaks towards the stigma that a black person would get if he came. Yeah, that's a Hispanic neighborhood though. We talking about African American neighborhood though. But see, if a Hispanic person joined ICE and he lived all on the Hispanic street, he's a snitch. But that's not really our major issue, immigration. So nobody in the hood will be like this. Oh, do y'all tell me I'm wrong? I don't know. I haven't even, my parents tried to keep me out the hood my whole life. I had to go around and go down the hill. You feel me? And so I'm not saying, I lived on 82nd in Oakland, right? So you know what that is. But I'm not saying I'm in the hood right now to where y'all could probably tell me better. Shit ain't changed, man. It's probably a fact that people don't really want to deal with, but it is a fact. All right, I'm going to wrap that up because I talked about that for about an hour. I'm going to go to some ancient black history, ancient Egyptian history. I was with one of my favorite Egyptologists yesterday. She came to an event we threw in San Francisco. All right, he said Crenshaw Grinder said he think in LA joining ICE will be considered the police. Shout out to Crenshaw Grinder. Thanks for saying that. It might be still. I told you I ain't in the hood, so I really don't know like that. I've been raising daughters for 20 years and I've been trying to move to the country for 26 years. And I've been trying to move to the country to make sure they could. To make sure they didn't run into dudes like who I was when I was young. Pulling up with nice cars and teaching them about stupid stuff. You feel me? So, here we go. All right, woman, oh, I said your name wrong. Winetta said there will be some shame. Nah, because he going to share that 50G bonus. And then you be talking to, look, how many brothers on the street do it take to get $1 million? Stop playing with me. You could get $1 million from ICE. I ain't quick on my math. 20 brothers on one street join ICE. They got $1 million on that street. Y'all don't be looking at shit, man. I'm not promoting that shit, but I know, man. Is that wrong? That's right. If 10 of them join ICE, they got 500,000 with the 50K bonus. So get 20, come on, 20 of us, let's join ICE, get that $1 million, and let's be nice. Let's be nice. I'm not grabbing nobody and throwing them. I'm be like, excuse me, sir, you're in the wrong country. Time to go. See? Y'all don't even want to get that $1 million. Capitalist? Bruh, that $1 million going to RBG Nation. Y'all, and we gonna have training and credentials. We ICE. Yeah, we ICE. Red, black, and green. Get your ass up out of here. Man, y'all gotta stop tripping. I know it don't sound cool, but man, I'll be thinking about everything. So 20 dudes from the hood 20 Crips went and joined ICE and got their $1 million. They put it back to cripping. 20 black people, man, we get 1,000 ICE agents, blood black, and put the 50 bonus towards something. It's over. How much money is that? fuck it, I'm going on social media. Y'all gonna be mad at me. Y'all gonna be mad at me. We all putting that bonus towards Black power. That's the whole shit. What about they building this all-white community, bruh? All right, we building the all-Black one, but we joining ICE to do it. Ah, man, y'all don't want to do shit. Motherfuckers don't want to do shit. Let me see. That's easy as that. It's easy as that. You ain't running up on no, hey, I was just in New York. Everybody Black ain't friendly. They ain't fucking with you. Some people trying to get rid of you and rip you off, dog. You on that cut, man. Color ain't what sews us together as Pan-Africans even. Think about that, really. Think about it all the way, really. It's this mind I got and the mind you got and this mind we got. We share the similar consciousness. We sharing more than just our Black skin. We got to start realizing that, dog. Like, that's what make it easy. So they make you easy to get ripped off. Dudes was trying to get me left and right. I'm with my wife, like, don't fall for this shit. Motherfuckers Black with some iPhone, fake ass iPhone shit, forcing them on everybody and shit. So, okay, first of all, if I stop, you want to do some business, you want to sell me some bootleg bullshit, right? I'm just talking about a personal experience, yo. I'm not talking about everybody in the world. Joining ICE would not defeat the purpose. I'm about to put this calculator up. 1,000 of us. Y'all hella mad. And them motherfuckers be hella racist towards you. You don't even want to kick a racist out. Oh, hold on, I did my math wrong. Look, now, if this motivation, because I am influential, and I don't want to influence somebody to something in a joking manner, I really think that some shit is here, dog. I don't care what you think about me right now. Look at that. Look, that's 50 million. You trying to tell me y'all don't want 50 million? Get 1,000 brothers to join ICE. You ain't going in the hood. You not know. You going in the hood, you ain't got to get nobody that you know. Y'all making me mad, dog. Because y'all don't like this shit. I know. I don't like it. I don't like it. Ultimately, I'm not in my life. I'm not going to do it, right? Unless 100 of y'all was, man, what? Is this math wrong? 1,000 Black people just said they need their bonus. They about to build a all Black community, so they joined ICE. This is leading news. So they joined ICE and they pulled their 50K bonus and they sitting on 50 million. So if we don't do it, we don't got that 50 million. Solomonic mad because we might have to get him up out of here. Solomonic. Now, if I joined ICE and I had to get you up out of here, but all of the money we was getting was going to us building this 50 million going straight, you think Trump giving? Yes. Yes. The money is set aside already for the ICE bonus. You think you not getting your bonus because you Black? Oh, man, you thinking the wrong way, Gary. I'm telling you right now, if you don't get your bonus because you Black, that's race. Now, that's where you got your lawsuit with the nation. But I shouldn't think about this for too long. You know what I'm saying? Because it's too powerful. That's really some shit, bro. It ain't even got to be y'all 1,000. What do you mean when they come in, you doing everything legal? Y'all keep talking about illegal shit, Christoph. When who come in? You take $50 million and build a development, bro. You could say 25. You could say $25 million houses. You're going to build it for 50 million. The whole community with all the other immunities. What's they going to come in about that? I'm trying to tell y'all. So nothing illegal happened here. You got to work for 2 years, and we got to build for 2 years. So that 2 years while we kicking cats out. Solomonic, if I attempt to stay, they're going to get me up out of there. The first time I come across, damn, my mic went out again. All right, man, I'm sorry. I don't know what to do about the mic. Y'all see I'm just sitting here and the mic will go out. Look up the rules to the signing bonus. All right. Tell me when the mic come back. All right, thank you. I don't know what's going on. We're looking up the rules for the ICE signing bonus. Look, ICE offer, first of all, my loyalty on this motherfucker is to La Raza. All right, don't even play with me, bro. Black African power in this joint. Like, don't play with me. I'm like white people. You feel me? White people only trip off white people. I'm not tripping off nothing else. But it says, oh, I want to talk to Joe Bailey. Shout out to you. I'm not mad at that total sellouts. That's not really disrespectful. That's your sentiment. So I'm gonna deal with that in a minute. But let's talk about it. ICE offers potential recruits a signing bonus of $500,000 along with other benefits like student loan repayment and premium pay. Eligibility for the bonus depends on a specific role with a significant emphasis on positions like deportation officer, right? To receive the bonus and to be hired, candidates must undergo mandatory medical, drug, physical fitness screening, as well as pass a polygraph and background check. Now, so Joe Bailey, I'm not necessarily against your sentiment that the people who would do this, you would consider them total sellouts. But I would like to know, what are they selling out? ICE deals with immigrations. I'm just trying to, look, I'm a logical grown-ass man. ICE deal with immigrations and people who are in the country illegally, right? So just help me to know that if these black people joined ICE with the goal of building an all-black community, just like this white community that's being built, and they wanted to fund it with $50 million or whatever amounts they could get, tell me where they sold out at. They don't even have to deal with the Hispanic community. They dealing with immigrants. We're going to have to kick some black people out. Some of the same motherfuckers who twist their lip and talk to you crazy when you're trying to make your order and shit, and you just a regular American black person and they not. That's hella funny what you just said. Move. No. Now, that is a very good question. If ICE is breaking the law, then how can we be a part of it? I don't want to hear no fake ass questions. Because most niggas in the chat broke the law for less than $50,000. Most cats smoked weed when it was illegal. But then we're going to ask, if ICE is breaking the law, how can we be a part of it? We need more moral, we need a stand on a moral, find your moral high ground, Solomonic. It is out there. And there's definitely a moral high ground that prevails over everything that this idea espouses. But ain't nobody hit me with it. That's what I'm trying to say. Ain't y'all some thinkers, witty, clever, all that shit? Nothing nobody said. First of all, I got a healthy career. Shout out to everybody who support that. I mean, it's with the deepest of love that I can say. Shout out to the fact that I can have this career, right? So the probability of me actually doing this is probably at about, you want to know what? About 10% actuality. But me probing this thought, right, to fund a Pan-African movement, you can't define what the sellout is in this. Define it. Working with the man? You could probably say that one, right? Working with the man. Working with the oppressor? They not, dude. Immigrations is different. Like, I mean, I don't disagree with none of those two. But I don't see it like that. And so that's probably my flaw. And I say, see, ain't nobody, a bunch of motherfuckers with no plan for nothing. I just told you some shit that if it ain't 50 million, you could at least get 5 million. I just said, okay, if 10 people do it, they got 500,000. So stop playing with me. Tell some 10 motherfuckers how to get 500,000, what they need to sign up to do. Oh, you saying join ICE? Yeah, what? I just could defend my statements well, but I don't really feel good defending this one. I'm just being honest and humble right now. I follow lines of logic, and it allows me to at least defend my statements to a point where in a public forum, you're going to have to do some introspective thinking to even figure out what a sellout is. That's why he ain't responded again, because he has to do some introspective thinking to figure out what a sellout is. Actually, I know what a sellout is. Somebody who betrays the Black movement. That's my definition. Period. You can have your own, but I know what mine is, and I'm going to tell you right now. A sellout is somebody who betrays the Black movement. You can ask, what is the Black movement, and keep asking questions. But that's what a sellout is. Now, would that betray the Black movement? No, it would get some fucking funding and some training and some United States credentials with a bunch of people who straight Black-minded. Trump wouldn't even care if you told him this. Y'all some squares. Real men like that real shit. Like, yo, we straight Pan-African is Black African power. And we join the ICE because, yeah, you're right. It's too many motherfuckers sneaking in this motherfucker. But we really need our money to go build this wonderful real estate, all Black community. We need about 50 million. He gonna hear that. All right, I want to hear from some others. My own kind? Who is my own kind? Y'all are, this is the problem. Immigration, I know you want to think it is, and it seems like it is, though. And it's being used it's been weaponized in a way that makes it about race, but it ain't about race. Blood, I dealt with more immigrations than anybody in the chat. I don't care how much you travel. It's probably hard to digest. Immigrations is not about race, y'all. It's weaponized against race, yes, okay? So, yeah, but if it's weaponized, no, but it's not, ultimately, it's not about race. It's not. Ultimately, it ain't. Ultimately, immigrations ain't. But it gets weaponized in that way to where it's hard for me to speak in this manner. You see what I mean? So let me talk about it a little bit. When I seen some white immigrants, I could pull up the article. When I seen the article of the white immigrants getting deported, I know it was probably propaganda or something. But then when I thought about me being black and another person being black, but they're not from America, is race what's going to get us deported? No. Nationality is what's going to get us deported. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Is she the liberalist gonna make you think the shit about race, dog? They try to conflate all that shit and make you think that is the problem that we need to have as a people with this going on is the normalization of kidnapping, of the erosion of due process, of the throwing away people's rights right in front of your face. Because what we knew or know as America, they trying to show it ain't really that no more. But I ask you guys, and I'm asking y'all not to take it easy on me. There go Joe Bailey. Shout out to Joe Bailey. I don't want you to take it easy on me, Joe. I don't want to be slandered, but address the point. Because I really would like to know. In my logical mind, I can't find out how that is being a sellout. It is only because I define selling out as betraying the black movement, right? So to betray can be simple. To betray is as simple as to provide information against. If anyone provides information against you, they betrayed you, right? But we can expand the range of that word just to what we know as betrayal. How does this let down, usurp, appease, or how does this do anything to the black movement? Damn, this shit's shaking like an earthquake. Remember the brothers with locks from Philly? They're mostly deported to Jamaica because we went on vacation there once. Well, that was just a circumstance of probably the weaponization of immigration. But if somebody black rose up high in the ICE thing, do you think they would be able to eventually help that? Anyway, I ain't tripping off that no more. I just don't think it was the most foolish thing I ever said. And I'm willing to think about things like that. You know what I'm saying? I wish I did knew 100 brothers who want. How much would that be? Let me do the money. That's 5 million. I just did it quick. 50,000 times 100 brothers. That's 5 million. I'm gonna ask Instagram. They're gonna whip my head. I'll get more of a response on Instagram, and people gonna be like, "Oh, you're a sellout, fuck you." I ain't blocking them though. Dude just made me mad earlier. I don't like people come at me like that. All right, I'm looking at this. Let me show y'all what I'm looking at. So we talking about, we're gonna go back to ancient black history. And I like using this particularly because for the past 3-4 years, right, we've been talking about the blackness of the ancient Egyptians. I've met some wonderful friends in Egyptology by presenting my argument. I've gained some counterparts that I won't consider friends in Egyptology also for presenting my argument. And we are looking at a book called The Rock Tombs of Me'er. I think we're in volume 5. This was a Aldward Blackman work. right? And in the book, he finds members from the area of Kusay, princes of the area of Kusay, who called themselves, as he put it, the blacks. And so there was a research question that we've answered. Did ancient Egyptians call themselves black? If you want any of the painstaking research we've done to be able to stand authoritatively and say, yes, that happened without a shadow of a doubt, you can watch some of the videos posted in my comment section and about or some of my live streams from the past 3 to 4 years. We met opposition, strange oppositions. It seemed like the state-sponsored opposition has avoided us as they've targeted our peers, strangely enough. So I don't think that's a pretentious claim, because they have targeted many of our peers with this state-sponsored attack on Afrocentrism. Now, I noticed something. We try to put things in a nice little pretty capsules and all these things, but to them, Afrocentrism probably isn't what it is to us. And in regard to ancient history in Egypt, what they consider Afrocentrism far is just anybody saying that ancient Egyptians was Africans. All right, we got a good question about ice. If we was in the park and ice roll up, which would be majority Europeans, what term do you think the Europeans would best use? They would say African. The Europeans? Oh, if we rolled up, oh, okay, if we was in the park and ice rolled up, which was majority Europeans, the ICE officers majority Europeans, what term do you think the Europeans would best understand, African American or FBA? African American. But you're not going to say the acronym FBA. I'm saying Tariq provided the diatribe for you to be able to tell them off scholastically. Like, what? I am a foundational Black American that descends from womp. Because, but you're right. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you, James. African American. I just wanted you to hear my side of things. Looking at reveals about Shazmu's last comment about the alliances between Kemet and Nubian, is saying it like that ain't really cool, because there's a presupposition that these are two separate nations and there were alliances formed between these two separate nations. Now, we say Kemet, damn, man, I'm gonna have to, sorry, man, I'm gonna have to figure out a new way to stream, because now that my mic be tripping, I don't know what to do. Like, why should it be tripping? Let me try. Yo, mic check 1 2. I mean, well, hopefully we can bear with the mic going in and out every once in a while, as long as it comes back. So what this does is, they called themselves the blacks. They use the term Kim in Medu Neter, right? And it was not to say that they're calling themselves black like we call ourselves black, but this was the first time we found people using this term. He used to find it right here, very enough. But this is something else. But we find people using this term, right, in order to say that they are here we find here, Happy Kim to say what Herman Rankin say is their physical appearance. But to go beyond that, to talk about what Shazmu said about the difference between, if we look at all the culture, beside half of the culture that they promulgated in their tombs was kind of like Nubian-esque. The only portrait I think I see of, well, it's probably plenty of them, but Egyptians hunting with dogs, that doesn't really lean back to old of Egyptian culture. Is that the Nubians hunted with dogs, and the Nubian soldiers wore feathers in their heads when hunting, and we can find Egyptian soldiers without these feathers. So then when we see it here, yeah, I think they might have, somebody said they think they were making jars. We're going to revisit that. When we see them here with dogs and feathers in their head, but they're they're saying they're the kings of Mi'er and Kusay. We need to ask ourselves, is this just a southern contingency that stretched up as high as Kusay, that was still into their Nubian culture at heart? Oh yeah, all right, I'll open up the all right, yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll see in the danger room. Now, this is what some of the brother was talking about when we seen them mixing the chemicals. It was only my speculation, I'm pretty sure others, but I put it forth and speculated that they were not mixing a paint, and that they quite possibly could be making some sort of a concrete. And we tried to read the glyphs to go along with it. I never made out this last word, or did I? Jaw? I mean, we looked it up and didn't find nothing. D-A-W, D-J-A-W, for this word right here. But when we read all the other parts, like this one, this says making stone balls, or making balls. And the balls are balls of stone, right? So what are they making these stone balls for? I forgot what this said on this side. Let's go over it again and see if we can make some sense out of it. My stomach is giving me some issues right now. God damn. Oh, maybe hold up. Let me see something. I don't remember making this name out. I mean, we could try to read it. That looked like it said Wajesh. Something Wajesh. Or is that Mir? That's a Mir. That's gonna be Waju. Huh? But what does that mean? And then the first part, I just read it backwards. I'm like, damn. Man. Let me see if I can open up the chat. Just to keep the show going. I'm gonna open up the Zoom real quick. My stomach just start killing me. Bubble Guts came here on the show like that, man. Let me see. All right, and my camera, they said my thing going in and out anyway. So let me start this Zoom. See if y'all want to build. Let me see if I can find the video to share this. Click the link. Feel free to click the link. We about to have one of those old school building sessions. Maybe we do some metal nature, whatever y'all want to do. But let's talk about these people more. I am sharing the link right now. Anyone can feel free to join. Oh, shit. Stomach is over here going crazy. I'm about to end the show. If somebody joins, if not, I'm gonna end the show. James, if you ain't doing that, come host this thing, bro. Let's get the old school shows popping. Oh, I got a package about to arrive soon, too. All of my parcels on the map. DHL let you, okay, we got LO coming in the building. Man, you might need to do a presentation. They have Valley Oak. Where is that at? Lincoln Village? Is they on the way? It says,
What's up, Smash? You
oh,
hear
he
me?
one stop away. What's up with Joey?
Yeah, man. What's up?
Nothing. How you doing, bro?
I'm good, and you?
Oh, I'm just about to let y'all host the show.
Smash, boy. I've been on another platform recently, and I'm very grateful to this platform because you see what real scholarships looks like. And
Oh, for real?
people don't want to put in the work, and then when they see you put in the work, it's a jokey joke thing. And
They,
I'm not for that. I
what,
don't know
what?
if you've been keeping up on my platform, but I did a show recently on another platform. I don't know if you saw it.
No, I haven't. You know what?
And I
I've been
did
traveling.
and I didn't even let them send me a copy of it. But it sparked me to do a presentation on retainer sacrifice in ancient Kemet because they brought that up. And I said no, it didn't happen.
You
I
said it didn't
think they
happen at all?
no. And then I read something that led me to believe people might have killed themselves to join themselves in the to join the fire in the afterlife. But to say people were killed, the language in the paper seems to be ambiguous because they're saying it happened, then they're saying it's possible cases, probable cases, and the language seems to be a kind of in between language. So I don't know if they're messing with me or I'm not reading the paper right because the only thing they said for sure people definitely killed themselves. But for people actually
Well,
being
it
killed,
takes
the
more
language sounds
investigation,
ambiguous.
but they have some evidence that it might have happened in the Old Kingdom. I wouldn't speak authoritatively or in absolutes when in that argument, but you just have to say like it wasn't central to the culture or it died out after the Old Kingdom. It's
Yeah,
normally
but
how I address it. If you even want to accept what they show about the Old Kingdom. Hey James, I just made you the host. If that's cool.
Yeah, I got it.
but the
Hey, what you
language, but
said
the
you had
language,
something to present? Hold up, let me make it so you can present. Just
I'm
present it. I
trying.
want to see it. Hold on. But I gotta go make it so that I gotta take the
Yeah,
host
I
back.
already know you got an issue, but hold on. I'm trying to figure out how do I make sure if anybody wants to come in.
Hold on.
Is that
Multiple
chat box
participants.
right there?
All right, now I'm
Or
giving it back to
participants?
you. Hold on. Make host. All right, now what you mean if anybody come in?
You know that thing, that little thing that used to be on the side, so we can see if somebody's trying to come in the room.
Oh yeah, you click the participants where it say participant.
Okay, I got it. All right, word. So peace, everybody.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
just
been a
me, you, and
minute.
Joey right now.
Right
what's up,
on. What's
James?
up, Joy? Yeah, it's been a minute, so look like we back in motion. Smash,
Well,
we
you
here
know
to
what?
host.
The weather changing a little bit, and I don't think I'm gonna be out as much.
Right.
I do got one show in the middle of the month, but other than that, my time gonna be freeing back up a little bit.
Right on. So yeah, that's the perfect time because I'm pretty sure everybody in the crew been doing some studying and might a lot of people might have something new we might can bring to the table. help make it interesting. So what season would you call this? Season 4?
I mean, man.
Like, we've been at this for a couple of years.
Yeah, it's like senior year. Huh?
Right. Yeah. But yeah, I got something to present, Smash. I want to get your take.
Why don't you go on and
man.
present it right now if you don't mind? I mean, I'm just
sure.
that. I
Like
mean,
we might need to do this in the
this
danger
you
room.
presenting. Hey, look, I'm gonna tell people now the presentations and how I'm giving my disclaimer. The information we looking at, yo, we just looking. You know, we trying to see. Don't nobody be like, won't they won't. But if you willing to, I would love to, because I want to take a break and watch for a minute.
Okay. All right. Peace.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna press mute, and we got Pan African chat. So let us know what you present. I'm gonna press mute.
Okay. Well, it's basically, you know, like I've been advocating for us to be able to have a better way of vetting these genetic tests that they've been presenting to us from the Schuleman report, Mota, and several other tests that we're dealing with, the Tahari Kari samples, the Norwalk samples that they just released that we kind of been missing in action on as far as putting our input on this particular channel with some real sources and some real scholarship, right? I mean, I think the best, this is the best channel to really present this type of information on. So what I wanted to do, let me look at, because I wasn't really ready to do this right now. I kind of wanted to do it a different, kind of see what you guys thought about it first. But since you put me on the spot, let me go ahead and kind of get ready. Okay, there goes Sarah and Kai. So let me go ahead and get ready to try to.
You know, James,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I was a little upset with you because
Right.
you said you kind of hurt my feelings. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, I know.
I was a little mad at you, but I guess as a grown man, I had to get over that, right? I guess I'll get over it.
I mean,
But
you know, it's no hard.
I just want to say no. I just want to say that to you because I did mention it and you weren't there, so I'm gonna say it publicly. I was a little mad at you, but
yeah, I'm a little harsh
and
I'm a little blunt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna say that.
But I
maybe
know
you could be a little.
but I'm treating you like a man. We're not kids, and I'm just trying to tighten you up, just like anybody else would. That's a real friend.
Okay.
I'm not gonna give you no fluff.
Okay. I'm gonna get used to. I have to get used to the harsh stuff because that's Pan-African James. But I was a little upset and you hurt my feelings. I'm gonna say that.
All right. Well, my apologies if I hurt your feelings. I wasn't trying to do that. I was really just trying to make sure you're on point.
I know. But let's stop this mushy shit.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. And that take a man even to be publicly, doing that. We could have did that in the back chat or something.
Nah, but that don't take away nothing for me to say that. It's all right. It don't take away nothing. You gotta say it.
I'm just saying, you know how some people live. They don't like to admit when they wrong. And I understand. I mean, that's just how it go. And I'm not saying you wrong, but a lot of people don't like to do that when they wrong. And I might be talking about some of those people that you've been frequenting lately. You know what I mean? So you don't see me around. I can't even deal with that shit.
I think I'm gonna stop frequenting them. I'm gonna go on my own platform. I'm gonna invite you on my platform. I'm gonna invite Assault on my platform, and I want Smash to come on my platform.
Yeah, we gotta build a better circle around us as far as
they just frustrating the shit out of me.
Yeah, you get
all of this. No, for real.
Use that time to study, Joey.
No, because that's what
I can't be doing that no more.
Because James, you can't be in an echo chamber patting your homeboy on the ass and he's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're gonna end up looking crazy. And even though I'm a little sensitive, I know my brothers, not my big brothers ain't gonna do that. They can say, hey, you looking crazy, homie. Don't say that shit in public. You're sounding mad. And I appreciate all of my brothers. But like some people don't understand when you say, that's my bigger brother, Smash is my bigger brother, Saw is my bigger brother, James is my bigger brother. They feel like taken away from you by saying that. But these are the people who are teaching me what I need to know. And those are the ones who tapped me up in the back chat and hit me some slap in the back chat, as opposed to doing it in public. So I appreciate that.
Right.
Because when you have brothers, that is when you end up putting together some good presentations, and 6 months down the line and a year down the line, I'm going to be better at what I'm doing, and those same people are still going to be talking what they're talking. So I appreciate all my brothers harsh on that.
Yeah, I
No, I
thought you did
did.
pretty good. I think you just you left out the part that we had discussed, and that you seen how easy it was to bring it home with that part. I said, go get the 4 people in the Amduat, because in when you go get those 4 people, it says everyone on earth. Everyone on earth. These are the men on earth. These are the men, these are the souls in the Dua, in the blessed place of the Saw. That's in the 5th hour. I just wanted to see if you was going to do your homework. So if he would have said, if you see how I tried to switch the topic, if we don't see a balance of Ma'at in the old kingdom. Oh yeah, that's there too. So, but all you had to do was ride that
But you
part
know,
Wait,
out
wait, wait, slow down,
and
slow
go
down.
get
What are
it,
y'all
and it
talking
would
about?
have been done.
Hold on. What are y'all talking about? There was some type of debate that went on.
Joey, Joey
a
and Logic
discussion.
had a discussion on the
Joey, hold on, slow down. Joey and who?
Logic.
Oh
You can hear
no.
me, right?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
I hear you. I just wanted to make
I'm
sure
in my car, that's why I'm asking. Yeah, Joey and Logic had a discussion on the carnivorous part.
you muted your mic, Hassan.
He didn't mute himself.
Yeah.
No, but
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
yeah,
okay,
we hear you.
you off mute. Now you back on mute. Now you back off
That's
mute.
crazy. Yeah, I'm. That's why I asked if you could hear me. This thing is crazy.
Okay, yeah, you straight now.
Yeah, so they in there chopping it up after the discussion like the next day. But the title of the video caught my eye, which made me pop up. It was like Logic destroys something, Joey. And I'm like, huh? So
Oh,
I'm
the
listening.
title was Logic makes Jory a retainer sacrifice. You see?
Yeah,
That's that. No, but Assad, that's that cute shit that they want you to respond to. But I told them,
yeah.
if you're not bringing forth a presentation, then I'm not gonna have that discussion. Them cute titles ain't making no sense. I'm not responding to that because I did a presentation. And that little 7 slides took a long time. And I told myself, when I started talking to him, I wasn't gonna bother to give up all that information because they wasn't gonna appreciate it. So it didn't make no sense.
And I feel you,
I
Joey. They don't
I wasn't
appreciate
doing none of
information.
that. I didn't do that. And there's
Yeah,
a reason
so
why I
yeah,
didn't do
so
that.
you just had a conversation with him because you didn't feel like it was gonna be worth it anyway. And I
And he think he won. And he think he won.
I definitely tried to go over there with sincere thinking that maybe I could help. But I've been on Sheffrin's show and I've showed them sources. And I don't know if that's some type of game they playing over there, but I'm not one to keep playing a game with grown men.
Well, I mean, there's our
We gotta
brothers,
stop
but
that.
sometimes you're talking to slow folk. You know what I'm saying? And when you're talking
Nah,
to
I don't
slow
believe
folk,
that. I don't believe. I choose not to believe that. You know what I'm saying? But
you got
check
to,
this
because you
out.
tell
Check
them
this
and they
out.
still deny it. It's still like, here's the primary. Well, see, it's not prime enough. I mean, I like my rib well done. It be
Okay,
them
but
type
hold
of
on.
discussions.
Let me do
So
something though, so we can just really, because really that they non-factors at this particular point. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna share my screen and I'm gonna do this presentation that I've been working on. I want to get y'all opinion on it, right? I think it might be slide heavy, but I like to show imagery and instead of just talking.
Real quick,
Okay.
before you do that, I just got some good news. I mean, you know, we mixed the show up with commerce and everything, right? I don't know what this is though, so I want to do this. Can y'all see this in the
Yeah,
YouTube?
you got a box in your hand.
I got a box,
Big
from
box, a
China,
nice size box,
and it's heavy. So I think this is the main manufacturer. I just gonna do a little unboxing and we're gonna get back to it.
Right on.
On our economics, I'm juiced that this might be some fly items that I made, right? So, oh yeah, they got the packaging looking nice. I don't know what this is, y'all. I'm gonna show you what I see first. Oh, okay,
what
she
you got,
sent me.
big dog?
Okay, so first she sent me some more swatch books so that I could look in here and get all my fabrics right and everything. That's cool. Feel me? I got hell of them now. All right, here we go. Woo! Now, I told her some stuff was messed up, but let's see if she redid it. All right, so she came with this. All right, let me just see. And you know how we do this. You know, this is at the house. Now, this is one of them up-to-date ass t-shirts that's all, it come hella stonewashed and shit, excuse me. And let me see how,
It said
oh, it's
stonewashed.
feeling real good. All right, the logo might be a little low on the sample, but I like this quality, this material. Look how they doing. Y'all know that stonewash is coming with, this is the new up-to-date oversized stuff, right?
Ah, that hieroglyphic head.
Yeah,
Ooh.
so
That
that's
looking
just
good,
one of
man.
them.
You're
Now
looking good. You're looking good.
this is a whole box of joints, so I'm not gonna open the joints. But some of these, oh yeah, oh, 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 oh. Oh no, look at this. I'm about to, so when we talk about commerce, the order I got for this is worth $500,000. Straight up. And so that's why I'm over here trying to see whether these products look how they supposed to look. Now
Look at
this
that,
shirt,
It
if
look
I
like
would
they
have
got
had
the
this
polo
yesterday,
colors too.
now look at
That's
that
it, man.
material,
That's it.
that
That's it.
texture.
Look at that.
You
That's
feel me?
beautiful, man.
Oh
Oh yeah,
my
it's
God.
like furry. That's
Yeah,
dope.
but then the logo a different texture. So one thing I learned from studying Ralph Lauren, that's why I've been on my polo hype, is that he gonna make sure that he used 3 or 4 different processes on one garment. You feel what I'm saying? So it's gonna
I
have a
was about
little
to say you looking
embroidery, it's gonna have the
Decepticon-esque.
patchwork. Woo! This, I'll wait till I show the crew these, bruh. Cass is about to go crazy. All right, hold on though. There's some more flyness in here. Oh, she did that.
Look at
Come
that, man.
on,
That's
young big
beautiful,
shot.
man.
Let's go.
I mean, we got the, I just wanted to see
Phone
how they
about
was
to
gonna do
die.
on the color tees.
Yeah,
Okay,
man.
this
Look
was
at
a
that.
big
That's
sample.
beautiful, man.
Oh. Now this is the
that.
Chanel t-shirt. Y'all see that rug in there. So we come these from, oh my God. Sorry, I'm through juice. Will my wife see this? She gonna give me a big ass hood. Now, I got the hat to go with this too, but y'all see all that, right? So these is about to hit the main line on October 1st. There go the hood. Oh my God. Can I show y'all this? Anybody hot? Anybody
Smash
cook?
white.
Watch this, bro.
Look
I
at
designed
that.
this myself, and let me tell y'all something. You ain't gonna even believe how I designed this. The same way we be researching, y'all. Oh my God, this came out fire. If I throw this on and get on Instagram right now, this
yeah,
$1
that's
million
dope.
right here. Oh, that
That's a
came
dope
out
Oh,
piece.
that's
fire.
cold right there, Smash. I see the embroidered. Those embroidered, aren't they?
Yeah, that's embroidered. This came
Holy
out
smoke.
so fire.
Yeah, that's real quality there,
Oh
homie.
my God. If I would have had this on yesterday at High Road Day, everybody would have been mad. But I might make this logo a little bit smaller.
Oh, so
I
what
seen
those are
your
just
performance.
those just samples?
Well, yeah, these are my samples to see if I want to
Okay,
mass produce them.
yeah. You know I mess around, Smash, so you know I know what's happening. Yeah,
Oh, you
that's
know
beautiful.
how we do. Oh, but see, this is my new thing. Let me tell you. All of these garments are cut and sewn. As you see this one. Even my t-shirts now, they cut and sewn. Because if we'll talk about economics after this, after you do your presentation.
We might could just skip that. You done jumped into a whole you
All
jumped
right,
into the economics already.
So
You know?
basically, we all be making t-shirts and shit, right? But my goal, I'm like, I need to get to the bottom of this. And when we doing the paper, they got some more fly
So
shit.
hold up, what's up with this right here? Is they making this as they go, or you got to order in bulk? You know what I mean? Like when somebody order off your site, do they just make it as
order
they
in
go?
bulk. But what I found is a cut and sew factory that has a small MOQ, minimum order quantity.
Wow.
Now this is a different Chanel. Y'all seen the Chanel t-shirt, but this a whole suit.
That's
now
nice
look at
too.
this. Ooh wee.
Hold up.
Let me see the arm. If they got the high row on the arm, I thought them to put it on the left arm. Fuck, what happened? Or maybe they didn't get that on the sample. That's cool. It's a detail they left off. But I got 2 samples of these from 2 different companies, and they come with the pants. And I'm trying to see who doing the rug best, and I can't lie. I like how they did it because this rug is smaller than the other one. The other one got a fat rug on top. And lastly, it's supposed to be some pants to this in here, but I don't think they did the pants. Lastly, it's just another little hoodie. I want
Yeah,
to
hold up. Let me hold up. That got like it got some music or something on it. Let's see that.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, a
Like kind
boom
of
box.
yeah, that's what I thought.
And
It's
our
in the
logo.
radio. Yeah, that's pretty fresh.
All right, I'm excited. I didn't mean to woo, that got me chills, bro. This
Well, you
hoodie
got
right
me.
here.
We excited for you, Smash. We excited, man. That one is fly right there, boy.
Oh man. So what we was talking about on the commerce tip, we all make the shirts, right? But depending on how close you could get to the man, it's how much numbers you're gonna get. But getting close to the man don't just mean manufacturing in China. It's more about how you what factories you hooking up with and how you what processes you going through. So one problem I was having is I couldn't beat a certain price on the I appreciate you, Babylon Don, and everybody who support our store at Shop Hyro. We got some fly stuff over there, but this on August 1st is gonna be for our new drop. Ah, that was just the best. That just made my day.
Yeah, that's dope.
So say we doing shirts. Let's just take an arbitrary number. If you just want to start doing shirts today, and you only if you only doing like let's say you want to do 100 shirts, they probably hit you from let's say $7.50 to $10 for a one color shirt, right? Normally the process is they gonna been and bought some blanks from someplace in America and just put your logo on the front, and if you want to put the brand tag in the back, it's gonna be a little bit more. So it might be about $8. Is that traditional about for what you pay for t-shirts or a little bit more, James?
I do everything in-house, so I'm not doing it like you doing it.
Or yeah, well, people who use a manufacturer and you try to do bulk product, and if you manufacturing, that's kind of like traditional in America. I don't like that price. That's cool. Even though t-shirts sell for $30, $40, I want to step up the quality of the shirts and step down the manufacturing price. So my whole research I applied was to find a factory first that actually cuts and sews the t-shirts, because that cuts out all the middlemen. Just think about the people who make money when you press up a shirt. The people at the building, when you walk into one of these print places in America, like, I need some shirts, they didn't make the t-shirts.
They bought them.
Yeah, so that's one markup. And they bought them from a wholesale distributor. That's another markup. The distributor is the one who got the price coming straight from the
China.
Yeah. Me and Fess have been coming up with the designs for Hyro gear, and the people at Oaklandish. Somebody asked that question in the chat, and so I'm like, okay, I don't want to get no shirts from no t-shirt distributor because I want to get under that price. I need to talk to a manufacturer, but not that's going to give me a distributor price. It's a cut and sew manufacturer, because they taking the fabric. Meaning these t-shirts got measurements that I sent them. They as wide as I said. The arm is this wide, you feel me? And they cut and sew all throughout that process. That's so much cheaper. And the second thing I found was a factory that don't charge much for whatever process you're doing. No matter what the process is, like say I want embroidery. In America, they charge you $5 more for the embroidery.
Yeah, we're going to need to talk one day with Smash.
Man,
you already ahead of the curve.
Bruh, I found the factory that give me all the processes, no matter how many colors, and they'll cut and sew my shirt for one price that beats the prices we was talking about.
Right.
You feel me? And so, yeah, I didn't want to throw us too far off, though, but that's cool.
No, I already know, bro. When you getting something in like that, that happens to me too. When I get something that you had out your mind and then it come into fruition and you touching that product, you like, man, this is dope. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at my picture. If you look at my picture, you see the Hey Roo hat, and I got a polo shirt on, but it's got Hey Roo where the polo used to be at.
Dude, this
that was my way of modernizing, you know, and putting the income into our pocket instead of, you know what I mean? That's what I was trying to do, so we can modernize instead of walking around like weirdo. You know what I'm saying?
This shirt is so thick. Hey, that lady is she the bomb.
Yeah, that's nice right there, especially with
She's
that.
so
And that's like
creative.
a carpet like design.
So it got some carpet and some screen print. It's called puffy print. So it
Okay,
kind of puff off the shirt a little bit. It ain't regular screen print.
right on. Yeah,
But yeah,
that's nice
let's.
right
So now,
there.
what you was about to teach us about?
Well, I've been working on a presentation as far as dealing with, kind of like what we've been dealing with as far as these genetic tests and the flaws the flawed tactics that they use to try to mislead the the information and make it more Eurasian based as far as the genetics.
So
So
yo, that's your abstract. I'm saying.
well it well it's actually let me read. It's
All right, I'm
like
gonna turn over the floor to you. Let's see if anybody else want to say something before you start your presentation.
okay.
Shazmu, Ella, James.
No, yeah,
Nah,
I'm listening.
man.
Yeah, we in the
I
building.
I just want to say congrats on your new shirts, and I hope to see you rocking one soon, Smash.
Oh man, I appreciate that. That's something we've been striving to do. Well wishes. We got a new album coming, so I want some new fly stuff to accompany that album. And so
Yeah.
it seemed like it's gonna be cool. How about you, Shazmu?
Yeah, no doubt. And as always, when I order mine, you already get your pen out. You already know what it is.
Oh yeah, I appreciate you so much, and all of the other supporters. All right, let's see what Brother James then cooked up. I'm on mute. James, you hosting. I'm gonna listen from my phone until somebody call my name. Let's do it.
All right. Let me see. Let me get ready to do this. So what I was dealing with was facts. So the title of what I kind of titled it as, hold on. I got it. Matter of fact, let me close down the Discord so I can have more with space. So let me do this first. Share screen. All right, can y'all see that? Hello?
Yeah, it's loading. Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the title of this was called Fact Checking African DNA Testing Methods, right? So I don't know what all y'all can see. Can y'all see the title? Well, something like the title. Well, anyway, I'm gonna go up to my first slide. And this is my first slide is me. We did one of the last shows or a couple of months back, we had came on, Smash had came on, and I was reading something from what I had prompted from Chat GPT because I wasn't liking how these results was taking place.
Yeah,
Were coming out.
I remember.
So what the deal was is I had asked Chat GPT to write this up. So this is just a little summary of what I was dealing with, but more information comes the more time you keep researching. So like I said, we just researched. So this is me on a certain day talking about human genome variation or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And talking about that 99.9% and its importance. So this is dated, right after they did the Neurot sample. We were kind of dealing with that off in the Discord. So this right here is where the presentation starts. So let me, looks like this is page 3. So let me put it on 3. So it'll be
Rock
straight.
out and take your time. Ain't no rush.
Okay, hold on. But the side is kind of messing up. So I want y'all to be able to read this and see what it says.
Yeah.
Okay, so y'all can see that. So this is and it's got something right here in my way. So this is the hierarchy of genetic tools. And it says SMP bias versus SV ground truth. Now this right, what these 4 methods here, these are the 4 testing methods that they use in all the genetic testing. These are the sources down here at the bottom. Now, these are the names of the testing methods that they use. One of them is called HO. One of them is called 1240K SMP array. They're Eurasian bias in the lens. Y'all see that? It says ascertainment bias overrepresentation of Eurasian variants represents misrepresents African diversity. So that's what these 2 tests do. This is 2 tests. Now, this is another type of test. It's African balanced and moth SNP arrays. And it's the current lens. It said, this is going to be a lot of slides. So, but I want y'all to get familiar with these particular terms. And
Right.
I'm gonna go over into several slides so you'll get used to it. Because this is gonna be very important for us to understand. And this is gonna be great for all of us, so they'll never be able to lie to us. Whenever we see a test, we know what type of testing they're doing to come up with these results that they're coming up with in these tests. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Can we ask questions along the way, or
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't mind.
Okay. I got one already.
Okay.
When you said the two tests are biased, can you explain that? Because I'm not familiar with how a test,
Okay.
I mean, I can understand.
Now what I'm gonna say is just chill, because we're gonna go through more slides and then they're gonna start to explain.
Okay.
So you can just chill. So okay, so this next test is the African balance and moth sniff array. Now this is what they use to put African balance, because these are Eurasian based. What do they mean by Eurasian based? These tests basically use European populations and put it on the panels. That's what they use to put off into the compute for the samples. So if you only using these two tests in your sample analysis, it's going to make the other test biased. You're going to need these other ways of testing to make it more balanced. But we're going to get into it. So the next one is African balance and moth sniff arrays, and that's the current lean. It says equalizes SMP frequencies across population recovery, and it recovers hidden African structure. And then the next phase is structural variance, which is SVs. It says underlying ground truth. It says large scale insertion, deletions, duplications reflects real mutations events in all humans. So this is what they're saying. If you put this off in here and combine it with all of this, you will get a better scope. And then this right here is the most recent one, which is telomere to telomere, which is when they're using the whole complete genome. So they're not using any type of panel bias. Both of these are panel bias. This one is a little bit better, and this is the standard. It says gapless assemblies, and it says resolves centromeres, repeats, and refers to gaps, maximizes SV detections, and removes reference bias. See, so they're talking about this. You see what I'm saying? So, okay, let's go to the next slide. Damn, I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Let's go to the next. Okay, yeah, let's go to the next slide, slide 3. I got to make it bigger so y'all can read it. Okay, so this says comparison of genetic testing methods. So these are the methods that we just went over, right? You got the HO panel, the 1240K panel, the African balance and moth-based panels. You got the structural variation. You got whole genome sequencing and telomere to telomere. And they're going to talk about the pros and cons of each one of these testing methods. And we got to pay attention. It says large reference panel. It says widely used for Eurasian studies, allows a cross-study comparison. And it says the cons. It says Eurasian-based, underrepresents African diversity, and misclassifies African lineage. That's what this test does. HO panel. Y'all got it?
Got it.
It says 1240K panel. It says higher SMP coverage than the HO panels. Better resolution for ancient samples. Still biased towards non-African SNPs, misses African Pacific variation, right? Then it went down to the third one, African balance, a moth-based SNP. It says balances African diversity, avoids Eurasian bias, and results in more accurate for Africa. It says not widely adapted yet. It says fewer reference data sets compared to HO. It says, what does it say? It says fewer reference data sets compared to HO and 1240K. Now the structural variation, SVs, captures insertions, deletions, archaic introgression, signals missing in the SMP. So they're saying if you use this particular method, you catch the introgression that's missing in these SNPs, right? And it says requires high quality data, and it says not always possible with degraded aDNA. aDNA stands for ancient DNA, right? So y'all need to know that. That's not for autosomal DNA, that A right there. It says whole genome sequencing and telomere to telomere. It says entire genome detects SNPs plus SVs plus telomere regions and best results possible. Expensive, computatorial heavy, not always feasible for ancient DNA. So this is the ground thing that we need to understand, because when we get down to this, and I really don't know if I should speed this up, but let's keep going. Number 5. So now it's going to get more detailed, because I wanted to kind of slow walk this, because I know that everybody doesn't understand this. Dang, what happened? Can y'all still see it? Hello?
Yeah, we see the different tests. Yeah.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
but
make it
now-
bigger though, James. You can make it bigger.
Hold on, man. Now I can't see it. I did something. Hold on, let me do it. I done messed up. Hold on. Let me stop sharing and share again.
All right.
What's up, Shazmo?
Okay.
You good?
Okay,
Yeah.
now, okay, we back. Okay, now let me put this down. And no, hold on. We went past some slides. Okay, no, we was right here. This is where we was at.
I too.
Okay, now let me make it bigger. Now, what I was trying to do is move this out of my way. Okay, I moved it. Okay, so this is again, and I know this is going to be repetitive, right? But each time we go, it's going to bring more and more information so we can understand, because when we get down off into the nitty gritty, by the time we get there, y'all are going to understand what each one of these things do and what the importance of it is. So again, this is repetitive. Again, human origins, HOs, the date that it was created, the date that it came into existence when they started to use it, designed for aDNA, says yes. All of them say yes. Well, 2 of them say yes, and 3 of them say no. Notice that.
Ancient DNA, designed for ancient DNA.
Okay, but y'all take note that 2 of them say yes, 3 of them say no.
Right.
It says bias, Eurasian SNP bias. So these 2 are Eurasian SNP bias. This is African optimized SNP. So they created this to balance this, because they understood that these tests were balanced with bias in the test. But either which way, will you go on down to the next one, whole genome sequencing. So it gets better, the unbiased and genome-wide. Telomere to telomere assemblies. And they give you the dates of these, and they as I said, they're unbiased and complete genome. So they said that this is the best way to tell how to do tests for DNA.
Right. But it wasn't feasible. But it wasn't feasible.
And then it says strengths and weakness, coverage, and then they're showing you that it's like very little coverage, few African coverage. Says 10 to 15%. Thousands of Africans growing. So this is just what they're doing, the testing methods. And then it says first African telomere to telomere limited. So they're telling you that it's limitations, because we know that they're not testing for African DNA
on the continent.
On the continent. Yeah, that's exactly. So okay, now here it is again. Genetic testing methods, developments, mechanism, mechanics, strengths and weaknesses. Again, same thing. They're telling you when it was developed. They're telling you how it works. Now, this is going to be something I need to read. So I'm going to read just this column, how it works. So it says submit. It says subset of a human origins SNP array, 6,000 K SNPs. So they're telling you how many SNPs that they're using for this test.
Right.
At this one, they're using a larger panel. So they've expanded and added more European DNA, basically. 1.2 is 1.24 million SNPs. So it went from 600 to this. And then it says selected SNPs with higher minor allele frequencies across diverse African groups. So they're adding this in because they know that this is biased. Right. So this is what they did, but they're going down, you see what I'm saying, from year to year. It says uses large insertions and deletions, duplications and inversions from whole genome sequence and telomere to telomere. So that's like I said, this is just me being repetitive so we could get it, if you know what I mean. But all of this stuff is just letting you know. So I'm just gonna really just speed past this because I want to get to some more to really what I'm really trying to prove here. So this is again, same thing. It's just a timeline of when these tests came into existence and what they do.
Right.
So there's no need to keep doing that. But these are the sources they didn't want to see. So okay, here's the bias. So this will explain what the biases are. Biases versus unbiased panels. 3 concrete examples. So we can use the some of these tests that they did and show you what they would do if from the using just these arrays and these 24Ks to what they look like if they use these particular methods.
Right. So basically what they were looking for.
Yeah, well, no, not what they were looking for, what the panels would do. So okay, let's just do this. So a HO S&P panel, which is Eurasian heavy, meaning the population that they took this test off of was mostly European. Okay. Oh. Now we know about the Albimaroosians and the Tafarites, right?
Right.
Goldsy taught us about this. It said it'll make it appear half Eurasian because deep African S&Ps aren't undersampled. So they didn't use African S&Ps in this sample, this test. So that's why we see that these people kind of got some Eurasian DNA because they only use this type of test. Right. See? Right. Okay, here's one with Malta. It says 1240K captures still Eurasian base. Malta sub, which is the Ethiopian from 4500 BCE, looks closer to Eurasian than it should. Key African minor alleles are missing. And then if you use this, it says African balance SNPs. Malta sits firmly with East African class without spurious Eurasian pool. So if you use this type of test, you wouldn't see the Eurasian DNA. But guess what? They didn't use this. They used this. Right. You see what I'm saying? They used this stuff in all of the tests that we've been looking at. But I'm gonna show it to you.
And James, it seems like when you were talking about what the sample that they used on that first test, they basically got the sample from probably
all Europe. It was Eurasian base heavy,
right?
So they didn't even use African SNPs to test. Right. But let's go down. So this is kind of like some Sarah Tishkoff's work, where she was just using this is just basically dealing with the back migration and what they use. And look at what they dated at. It says major event dated to 1500 to 1000 BCE in the Horn of Africa. So, and then they're going to use these genes, the SLC, the 24A5 gene, the
pale skin gene.
Yeah, they're using this. They're using these genes to date the back migration of them. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This is the Neanderthal tag haplotype that they use that you can use to look off into someone's genome. If they have this, they know that this comes from back migration.
Right.
Right? And they can date it. So, but I'm just going through this fast. And here's the methods and detections of back migration. And this is like Sarah Tishkoff's work, basically. And this is the references. So I'm just speeding through this, right?
Take your time.
Now, this is Eurasian back migration genes. This is how they do. See, the modern human traces. This is what they use in the modern human DNA where they can use to trace this back migration. They can also use these Neanderthal haplotypes to look off to the humans back for the back migration, coming back into Africa. So this is pretty much over with. I'm just speeding through this because I'm just for time's sake, because I got like 35 slides, but I wasn't really prepared to do it now. So it says archaic integration detected across genetic methods. So back to these methods again, right? The human array panels. It says archaic detection ability, partial, right? 1240K, partial. African balance SNPs, better. SV, strong. Whole genome sequence and telomere, best. Says no. Detected via D-stats, but biased. Higher resolution, but still biased. Why is it higher resolution? Because it went from 600 to 12 to 1.2 million, right? So they added more European, but it's still heavy on the Eurasian side. Look at these two tests. We want to make sure we remember these and remember these as well. We just going down.
More alleles, right?
Yeah. So, but they're testing them off of a Eurasian population. They're not using the African alleles to give a better picture. Is what the point is. Okay. Now this is what Neanderthal integration is. Timeline for Eurasian back migration and haplotype. It says Neanderthal integration is, it starts at 60,000. We all know that. So the fixation of the archaic haplotype in Eurasians right here, the genes that they can see in all of them now, happens here. The SLC mutation happens at 2500 BCE, right?
Wait. Let me ask, you said the back migration. So at 60,000
we ain't got to the back migration. That's right here.
Oh, I heard you say 60,000 years there was a back migration.
No, that's the migration when we left out.
Okay. I just want to make
that. So that's when the integration, the Neanderthal integration happens at 60,000 years. They fixate this archaic integration, these haplotypes in all Eurasians right here at 40,000 years.
And where did that take place? That Neanderthal integration at 60,000? What location?
Outside of Africa.
Was it in the Levant? Was it in Europe? Was it
not going to really ever be able to say, but it's probably often they say around they try to put it in the Levant, but in the Caucasus, around close to Iran, often in the upper Levant area, but they try to push it as close to Africa as possible. But either which way.
Because the reason why I asked that question is because there are back migrations from the Levant area, the Basal Eurasian, who did not have or had very limited or none. I think it said none.
Well, hold on, Shamsu. Yeah. I mean, a human with no integration is an African. It's a Homo sapiens sapiens without admin.
Absolutely, I agree, 100%.
So we don't even got to go through all that. But that's just them with the jibber jab. But that's what we're talking about right here. So this is just what's going on. So the integration happens here. They get fixated with these particular genes down here, this BNC2 gene. So it's fixated in them at this point. So we know. Then the mutation on this, the SLC24A5 allele happens here. This is Sarah Tishkoston work. So we know. See, it's all of that source. Right. So, and the sources are down here too. But the back migration into Africa is dated at 1500 to 1000 BCE. It says modern human traces. See, they using this to trace it back in, the SLC and the Neanderthal haplotype. 1500 BCE, not no 20,000 BCE.
Right.
And then down here we are at present day, and they're talking about what indigenous haplotype. They say all of this is the admixture of what's going on in North Africa today.
And that 15,000, that back migration, they tend
1,500.
1,500. I'm sorry. We said that before one time. That 1,500 generally points to the Natufians.
What the text say. The Natufians back here at 15. They had 15,000. The Natufians ain't even in the mix, but Natufians are highly African as well. They have very low integration. If they do have some, it's gonna be like me and you. So that's African. Okay. See what I'm saying? You got to have a 2% of this DNA,
right,
to be a non-African. But we know that we have integration and we're still Africans right now. So that we ain't done. So let's keep going. So this right here is the primary sources for each one of these samples that we've been arguing over for years, for these last couple of years, right? So what does this say right here? It says the Tafarites. We know that that's the Amarusians, right? As a matter of fact, somewhere in this text, the Amarusian's name is somewhere in here. I just can't see it. Do y'all see it somewhere? Right here. See that? So that means that this is associated with that test. And the date is somewhere on here too. But either which way, what does it say right here? Read that for me, Shamsu.
All right, hold on.
Right there in the highlight.
In the highlight?
Mm-hmm.
The yellow highlight?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. I'm trying to make it bigger.
Alpha mixed human origins arrays for 600K. 600,000. Right. Remember we said it was 600,000?
Right.
That's what they use for this test.
Okay.
What type of test is this? Is it heavy Eurasian panels?
I believe it was heavier Eurasian. Yes.
Yeah, let's go back.
Non-African. I think it said
See,
non.
see, and it's partial for introgression.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So we see what's going on. So when you see that in any test, you know that it has a biased panel. Anytime we can go to the primary and look into it and see what it got. So okay, let's do this. I think this is the same thing. See, it's using human array, see HOs,
Right.
and this is the primary. We intersected our new data with a panel of worldwide present day population. They talking about European population. They ain't testing African DNA. See what I'm saying? Okay, this one right here, this might be the Natufians. I need to see, because I wasn't ready to present it. I wanted to do it in the danger room, but I want to see what you guys think. Maybe I need to put names or something. But this is for the Natufians.
Right. The 15.
But the same thing.
Yeah.
Human arrays, SNPs of 1240K.
Right.
So that's what they did for the Natufians, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who is this? Tahara Kari, right here, the first word you see. What do you see? Human array.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? So each one of these, all of these tests we've been arguing about, Tahara Kari again, 1240K.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
So they were looking for integration.
No, they were using biased panels to give us data about who these people was. When they gave us the data, just like they said that they get 12, 20% from the Levant.
Right.
If you're using these panels and these tests, that's why they're showing up like that. And I'm going to show you.
So what you're saying then, so what you're saying is, James, that some of that 20% is not really Eurasian then?
It's not Eurasian. Look, Tahara Kari, they said he was 90%, or what they say, 90, 80% African, 20%. They using these panels. We just read it. We can go back up and read it, what those panels do. See what I'm saying? Right. These panels are biased panels. We can't use them. See?
Need to use panels
Need
to use them all to get
you to get the better results, we need all of them, right? Well, okay, now we're going through all the primary. I'm gonna get on the other side of these primary. Okay, here's the Neurot, the last one, the Neurot right here. What does it say? Human array panel. Right. Human origin array panel. Yeah. 1.2 million single nucleotide polymorphisms. This is it. So each one of these tests that we've been arguing about, and I even did the Schuleman report, same thing. Neurot right here. See? Origin, data set, 1.2 million SNP array, 1240K. So
even the Nuiwat was
right here. Don't you see Nuiwat right here?
But people seem to be leaning on the Nuiwat as African.
So what I'm saying, even if he's 90% African, that ain't good enough for me.
Okay.
If y'all using these panels.
But
what I'm saying? It ain't about them giving you something. See, when you happy today to acknowledge something, they just gave you a bone, basically.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They think, okay, man, we got them at 90%. Why we need to be pushing any further? Because they lying.
But what I think James is saying is that they're saying 80%, but if they do other tests, you're gonna realize that it's gonna be
even
way
higher.
more.
Okay,
it's gonna be way more. They're taking away. They're taking away from the African side, is what you're saying, that James.
Yes, look, the Neurot still thinks 1240K. So here's the last one from the F4 status, 1240K data. See what I'm saying? That's the Neurot sample. See, NUE 1001. So that's how we identify it. So peep game. So okay, now, so what do? How we looking at it? So let's look at it. The tested methods used in ancient DNA paper. Simplified. So I'm simplifying this for everybody. Yes. Here is the samples. It says Amarna family. They didn't do it on the Amarna family. Why? Because of the Amarnas was an STR sample. Right. It wasn't based on SMP. So they didn't use it for that sample. But look at this. African balance, no. SVs, no. And telomere to telomere whole genome sequences, no. They did not test for this.
Right.
See?
Yeah.
That's simplified. Let's keep going. It says North African ancient DNA timeline. This is the timeline. Here go the Alban Maroons at 15,000. What did they use? You see what I'm saying? Here's the Takara Hari at 9,000 to 7,000 BCE. So this, what this is right here, I added this, my bad. This is telling you what the haplogroups were. The Y was an E, the M was a U6 and an M. Them is African haplogroups.
Right.
This is the basal N. This is the oldest N they got anywhere on the planet. This is in Africa. This is the Tatara Kari sample. Here's the Neurot sample. His Y is an E. And a pre-migration, and that's at the pre-migration profile. See what I'm saying? So who is this? This is somebody from Morocco, the deep African lineage. Here's Mota. He says modern human, deep lineage, no Eurasian integration detected. You see what I'm saying? So that goes. So this is going down. This is pretty much what's dealing with, just showing, what's going on. Here's the back migration at 1500 BCE. First major detectable Eurasian gene flow with the SLC, 1500 to 1000. That lines up with the text.
Right. Well,
what the people said they seen when they was coming back in.
Yeah, I feel like it's off about 500 years.
Yeah, because but you said that, but you said they got it in between there. It could be, you saying it, but see, when I did it, they said that would be on the deep end of it. If you went back to 2000.
Yeah.
They said that so they just averaged it out like that. So here it is, chronological mapping of African-related DNA data sets and genome methods, HOs, 1240Ks, whole genome sequence, telomere to telomere, and SV. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that we can look and see what did they use on each one of these tests simplified. They use these. See this one right here? Now watch this. If y'all look at this, the only one that's tested for that showed that they was fully African is Mota. And he's the only one with whole genome sequencing. Look, detected whole G4. So if they would have did all these like this, wonder what we would have seen.
All African.
See, all of these are the HOs and 1240K panels. They're all Eurasian based and biased. But the only one that they did this way showed that there wasn't no integration. And he's at 4,500 BCE. He ain't back at 15,000 years and 12,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So how can you get something like this at this later date? But let's keep going.
Right.
Same thing. Okay, now this right here, this is pretty much a test. Same thing. This is just me being repetitive. Y'all if y'all want to stop and look at this, y'all can just stop. But it's the same thing. ADNA tested. Mota was not tested on the ADNA tested. He was tested on the whole genome sequence. See? And he's the one that showed that the first African whole genome sequence of ancient genome, because he was found off in the mountains, so they said he was able to be preserved. But just imagine all of these other ones kind of got some degraded DNA, so they used these panels, but they still could have used some of these other panels to give a better result.
Let me ask this, since so I can see if I'm on the right page. So when you say if they would have used all the tests, even though the telomere said something about not being feasible, I don't know if that means cost or if that means it's not good on ancient DNA.
Yeah, it's kind of both.
Okay, so if they'd use, so if you're saying if they'd use all tests and tested those folks in Africa, ancient folks in Africa, those same results, maybe even older, of the same SNPs or the same identifiers would be in Africa, just like they are in the Levant or in the Near East. Is that what okay.
Yeah, but hold on. So did we almost at the end? I kind of sped through this, but I think it need to be refined. But anyway, it says projected results by testing method, hypothetical African versus Eurasian signal retention. So if this is what they have it if they use this, right? It would be this is how low it would be if you just use this test. You see how low this is? If you use this because they added some more SNPs to it, it would go up or more. Right. If you use this, African balance in math, it's gonna go up more, right?
Right.
If you use SVs, it's gonna go up more. They're gonna be African, and see on the side, it says African affinities and signals, relatedness scale on the side, if you turn your head to the side there. And if you use whole genome sequencing and telomere to telomere sample testing, it would go up this far. From this to this. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So this is what's going on, and this is the last slide right here. Now, what I'm pointing out right here is the level of testing that we need to get a better result. So this is what they did from 2012 to 2014, all the way to the left at the bottom. See right here?
Yeah.
Where my mouse is?
Right, on the left.
So it's almost at zero. So they saying that this is what is how it's going to help us identify Africans with this type of test. It goes up a little bit, but it's still almost at zero with just this 1240K panel, because these are Eurasian panels.
Okay.
When you get up to the H3 Africa arrays from 2010 to present, it just gets almost up to 20. Now, when you get to whole genome sequencing and telomere to telomere from the 2020 to present, this is where we at. You asking, why is it this low? Because we have low African samples. Okay. They have a project, Africa Genome, 3 million genome project is supposed to be completed in 2030. They're supposed to be sequencing 3 million Africans all across the continent. And the project is supposed to be finished in 2030. When they do this, this is where they saying it's projected to be.
Well, let me ask you this. What is it, Dr. Kittles?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what, because I've been thinking about getting my African ancestry DNA done.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know which, do they use a combination, or is that the same thing? Is that the same thing?
No, that's just based on having a data, with data set you put your DNA in, essentially. So like their claim is that they have more African DNA to match your DNA with.
Okay, so it's not,
but they may not have a bigger panel than say a 23andMe or Ancestry. Okay. No, they might have 15 million people off in those data sets, and then African ancestry might have just 4 million, you know?
Okay, but they'll use
just more African based. Yeah, that's what they're saying.
But African ancestry are saying that as far as like the African DNA, they lean more towards that because of what they're doing. So they have a bigger data set of African DNA as opposed to the other one. That's why you can get more specific results. The other tests are not African heavy in their data, and that is why we encounter those problems with not being able to identify certain DNA because they don't have it in the database, but African ancestry does.
Yeah.
Because
so basically, let me ask y'all opinion on what's going on here for what I just shared. What do y'all think about this?
Well, it sounds to me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, let me be honest. I probably should reserve judgment because most of what you said I didn't really understand. So it sounds good to me, but I don't really have the know-how to be a proper judge of that.
Okay.
To be honest with you, I can't speak on it too well.
Yeah, but the good thing about that, Joey, is I sped through it. You know, I didn't really want to, do readership but you can stop and redo this show and just go through it. You know what I'm saying? You got ChatGPT and all this stuff now.
I think
y'all can kind of go through it and just fact check.
I think what I should do is probably replay this show and define some of the terms that you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just sped through it, and then I kind of wanted to do this in the danger room so I can get some opinion. Is it too slide heavy? Should I remove some of the slides? Do I need to put some imagery in it? You know what I mean? Then we can get feedback from maybe people in the chat as well. But I just wanted to kind of see if that was a simple way, just using a chart-based method for us to be able to understand that these particular arrays, because the arrays or the 1240K panels that they used out for those tests, we got that documented as being a biased way of doing DNA testing.
Well, it looks thorough to me, but as I said, you didn't really get a chance to define a lot that you probably would have defined if it was you know, a more proper presentation. So maybe when you
Yeah,
get
I
a
kind of
chance to
slid.
do
I
it,
just slid through it real quick.
right? So maybe when you
But
get opportunity to go over to the danger room, you'll be able to explain it a little bit better.
right. Yeah, I kind of want to refine it instead of just kind of like rushing through it. But I kind of think that's pretty much kind of like a simple way for us to, as a collective, to use that type of data to understand how they're doing that. How all of these samples came up to the conclusion that it came up to, right?
Well, I think that you probably could put more explanation. And like you said, you rushed through it, but you could slow down and put more explanation on um, the information that you're trying to parse out. And I would say it seems to me, from what I'm hearing, is that the samples that they used, whether it was Eurasian, they would do a more complete testing, and then samples that were kind of African, they would use. To me, if you're using looking for a Eurasian, using a Eurasian test, a test that's specifically designed to find Eurasian DNA, and you think you find Eurasian DNA, I think that's like you said, that's leaning. That's not doing a complete study. That's not doing a proper analysis. And it's making it seem like these people are from the Levant or from Eurasia, versus you're not checking to see whether or not these people were in Africa. The genetics were in Africa all along, and it's older and it just migrated out, and therefore those people that didn't mix with Neanderthal or Denisovan or Erectus and came back were still, African. They weren't anything else but, people who live right on the outskirts of the continent, or on the plate, the tectonic plate of Africa. That's all. That's what it sounds like to me.
Right. So what's up with Babylon Down? Long time no see. Is you there? Or maybe he caught up.
Off. Yeah. But yeah, I think it's good information. And you said it was long. It didn't seem long.
No, because I sped through it. If I would have really actually just went through each one of those slides, we'd be here a lot longer. And I know I had like 31 slides. And I was, to be like I said, I was trying to figure out, should I cut some of those slides out? But in each one of those slides is something significant that's different, but it's still kind of, because you kind of want to beat the fact that those human origin arrays, or the 1240K panels, are what they're using in each one of the tests. That's why I showed the primaries and highlighted in each primary test that the Neurod sample, the Takara from the Natufians, each one of those samples use those panels. So if you put any test with those panels in there, it's going to show bias towards Eurasia.
Right.
That's what the key factor in showing that was.
Right.
Right.
Correct.
Hey, so if I wasn't here, if anybody, that's really why I'm trying to show this, because you never know when somebody's gonna leave here. You know what I'm saying? But it's important for me. I went and looked at that, and I'm trying to put it in a simplified way for y'all to know, or anybody that's watching this video to know. Man, go look and see if this has HO. You can do the clear F on any genetic study, and just see if it has HO, or type in 1240K or 1.2. And if it jumps down to there on any paper, you know that it's a biased test.
Mm.
And it has to.
Recording down in the background, Pam.
Huh?
Turn your other YouTube down in the back. We can hear it.
I don't know what you said.
I don't. Okay.
He said he can hear your YouTube in the background.
You can't hear your YouTube in the background?
No.
You should be able to. It's coming through somebody's.
It's not coming through mine.
I got silence in my background.
Me too.
So maybe that's you I saw.
That's
Probably
crazy.
you.
But
They
it
be
could have
probably
been
we
because
you.
I
all
was on
good.
mute when I was listening. Yeah.
What's going on? What
Wow.
did you think about what did you what do you think about what I shared? If you got a chance
Oh
to look.
yeah, definitely bias in the test. They've been telling us about Zahi Hawass for a while. The 80% uh black, the 80% North
Hold on, Asar. Don't say that. Because what a Hawaii's test was, it was a different type of test. His
Yeah,
test
but
was
he
the STR.
also
His test was
co-signed
the
this one.
STR. His test was
So
based on STRs. It wasn't based on
yeah, but he
S&P.
co-signed this one. Oh yeah, see. So when he co-signed it, I was like, it's kind of suspect. But when I read, brother, how you gonna ask me and keep cutting me off? Let me finish. So,
No, you
like I
must be
said,
behind or something because
Yeah,
I'm not
he's
even
behind.
talking.
oh, it's that delay I'm hearing. Huh, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Uh, I'm like, why you cut me off again? Yeah, I'm sorry. So y'all don't hear that?
we hear we hear you loud and clear, just fine.
That's crazy. Okay. So yeah, when they did that, the 80% to 20% should automatically let you know what it is. And the other part, everybody skips over the very beginning of the reading. It says it's a sub-Saharan strand that walked up to Libya. So I don't know where the confusion was in the first place. It's only 20% Asiatic.
Yeah, but when you use those test arrays or those
It makes
testing
it even
panels,
more African. You just trying to
no.
add on to what you said, which we understood, but
Well,
I agree that the test is biased again. Let me say that again. But even reading the article, you can't come up. It says in the article that the specimen is dark skinned.
yes.
I don't know what
But it also
yeah,
says
so
that 20% from Levant, 20% genetically from the Levant.
right.
And that inference makes it seem like that they're not more African. And I know people will be like, damn, 20 cents, damn, you tripping about that? But if we know that the testing panels used were Eurasian bias, then yeah, we tripping about that.
Right. But it said it came from sub-Saharan and walked up to Libya.
Well, I don't
That's
know
why I
what
say
they
we keep
said. I'm talking
skipping
about the
over the
testing.
very beginning of
I'm
the
not dealing
article.
with what they said. I'm dealing with type of testing that they use to come up with their
I'm
conclusion.
dealing with the actual evidence that they put forth. So if they tell me it's a sub-Saharan that walked
What
up to
test are you
Libya,
talking about?
are you talking about the one where it says it's an 80% North African, 20% Asiatic?
Which test is that?
That's a
I don't know
Neurorat
the
study.
name of it. You want me to pull up the
Neurorat.
article so we could go
It's a
over the
neuro.
article and
No,
see
but
what
what
it
I'm trying to
says?
get you to understand,
Yeah, it
About
don't mean
hold
yeah.
on. What I'm trying to get you to understand is I pulled up the Neurorat, how the methodology that they use to test the sample.
Right, the
Yeah,
one.
we already covered the fact that you went over that. I don't know why you keep bringing that up. We already said we agree that it would be European biased. The
Okay.
question in the first place would be, why would they even doubt it when they said it's a sub-Saharan strand that walked up into Libya and then made itself at home in Libya?
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So
Where,
yeah, what you
yes,
say
this,
we definitely
this,
agree with, but
where can I find that that
the
statement?
article.
Yeah.
What up, Sheffrin?
What's up
it's
with
a
y'all?
neuro.
I'm gonna
It's the
pull that
Neurorat
article up
study.
right
I
now.
think
Let me
it's the
see.
Neurorat study he's talking about, the most
Oh,
recent one.
it actually says that in the Nui study.
Yeah, it said in
Well,
the article.
Okay.
yeah.
Do it say that they 20% Levantine?
It say
It says
20%
West Asia.
Asiatic and 80% North African. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm
and
talking
it
about.
say it start with sub-Saharan. That's why I was like, I don't know what the misconception. Well, I had to go on one of the European dudes' channel who was trying to promote the garbage. Oh, he must be from Turkey. I was like, how could he be from Turkey when he came from sub-Saharan Africa?
Because he might the DNA that they're saying that he had admixture with Eurasians.
It matches the Turkey people because black people make white people. And me and you've been saying
Man,
that for some time.
nah, I
But it
don't think
told
I've
you
been
in
saying that.
it tell you in the article he came from sub-Saharan Africa. It starts that way. That's why I'm like, I don't know how they got this weird misconception in the first place. If you read it begins that way. Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up. See.
Yeah, I think that brings in, not the Nui
They
Watts.
tell you off in the Sarah Tishkoff study how it happened.
Yeah,
I just showed that too. Because they already got the genes and the Neanderthal haplotypes to identify when it happened and how it happened.
So in other words, what Asar is saying, that if we were to talk to Zahi Hawass, he would say he's the Negro. The Negro walked to Libya. That's what he would say.
No, he's black, but he's white.
No. When he talk about sub-Saharan, he would say that's the Negro, because that's what he's referring to when he uses the word Negro. He's saying anything in North Africa, like everybody else is trying to say, they're not black. They're dark skinned, but they're not black. There's some type of weird mutated white black, which makes no sense.
They treat the Negro differently.
I don't understand why we getting jumbled up on what the confusion is.
No, we're not.
Who cares what
it's
they
not
think?
a confusion, James. What we're saying is, if what he's saying is true, he would agree that these are black people. That is what we're saying. We're not. It's not a confusion. We're saying if this strain walked up from sub-Saharan Africa, and this 20% comes from sub-Saharan Africa, then they are basically black people, and he would agree that they are black people. That is what we're saying. It's not a confusion. Okay. We're saying that's what we're saying. He would agree if that's where the strain comes from, that the guy is black.
Is that what you read, James?
I don't even know what they're talking about.
No, he didn't say that. Asar said he read that in some article.
He's referring to the article that James is.
No, they're not.
So then what is he talking about?
They're talking about something else. They talking about what they're talking about.
Chefren,
they're not talking about what I'm talking
about. James, let Asar share the article so we can see what he's talking about.
Yeah. Asar, why are you talking about the Norwalk study?
He's not sure.
James only presented the Nui Watt and to show which tests they used. He didn't actually go over the article. He didn't present the article. James
read the article though.
No, I didn't.
The
only thing I read was what testing method that they used in each one of from the Natufians, from the Ibermarusians, the Norirat, the Taharakari, and that's it. That's what I did. I can pull it back up. It's got all the methodology and everything right here.
All right. But let Asar share the article that he's talking about so we can see what he's talking about, because he was just don't know which study. We don't know which study.
He was just going to read that statement that
there we go.
Came from the why did they say
they walked from sub-Saharan Africa up to Libya? That's what he said.
Yeah.
But we want to know which study he's talking about.
I
want to know which one. I'm not sure. He didn't say.
He did.
It's got the Takakori people in there. I'm digging it up now.
Well, then that's not Nurirat. That's a different study. That's a totally different study.
No, that's the one James
why he pulling it up.
Mentioned Takakori.
I mentioned all studies. This is the studies that I mentioned right here. Let me just down get straight to it.
Jeff got his yarmulke on today. Look,
this is the study these are the studies that I did. I mentioned.
Avatar.
The Tafarat sample, the Natufian sample, the Takarahari samples, and the Nurirat samples, and also the Marna family samples, which is King Tut. These are not SMP. This test was based on STR, which we already know that 8 was enough. Remember?
Right, 8 to 13.
Yeah, that's enough. So either which way, these are based on these type of tests. They use these right here. These are biased panels, 1240K and HO. That's what I'm talking about. And all of these tests that they need to use and should have used, or need to retest with better methodology, will show a better result than these biased panels, which are just Eurasian based. They're not testing for African samples. And if you go down right here, this is letting you know that this is where we need to be at to have 100% of the African genome to be able to balance against these two at the very bottom, which is what they use. So we know if they use these for all of these tests, which I just showed y'all, these are the primaries right here. See, this is from the Norrock, 1240K pound, 1240K pound, 1240K pound. HOs, I mean, human array, this is all Norrock. So we don't even need to be going into no other type of dialogue, arguing about what the fuck they said in that paper. It's right here. You know what I'm saying? Like, here go to Takara Hari panel.
Takakori, yeah.
Takakori, right here, the Takakori rock sample. See right here. It's right here on the screen. And what kind of panel did they use?
They only counted 15 burials on top of that here, varying in phases and preservation.
Well, hold on, let me stop sharing. So I guess you want to share something. Go ahead.
Okay, let's get into
but I don't understand
this is the National Library of Medicine where I pulled it from, but I'm looking for that particular article. Here's one, but I'm about to pull up the one that everybody was geeking on for a minute. Right. Let me see. Files, share.
What's up, Chef?
No, I'm getting y'all getting it in.
Yeah.
I just pulled up the holler at y'all.
Chef said, I got some content. I'll be back with y'all in a minute.
No, I don't do the DNA stuff.
He ain't finna be able to, if you go look this up, unless you just can't read, it ain't gonna be nothing that you're gonna be able to refute.
Oh no, you never seen me do DNA stuff. I don't know what
you, Monk and Gozy, anybody. But sure this is the same thing that I've been telling y'all the whole time.
There it is, DNA from the Green Sahara.
Found it.
I think so. Yeah, I believe this is the one.
Okay. So that's not the Nui Wat.
Yeah, this is the one from Nature, ancient DNA. 7,000-year-old. So
that look like Morocco. Hey, that's the Taharakari.
Takakori.
Takakori, however you call it now. Takakori.
So right from the beginning, right? It says, although it is one of the most arid regions today, the Sahara Desert was a green savanna during the African humid period. So if y'all see AHP, that's what that means. African humid, when the Sahara was green.
Right.
Between 14,500 and 5,000 years before present, with water bodies promoting human occupation and the spread of pastoralism in the Middle Holocene epoch, I should say. Okay. DNA rarely preserves well in this region, limiting knowledge of the Sahara's genetic history and demographic past. It's hard to find the right DNA in those localities. Here, we report ancient genomic data from the Central Sahara, obtained from two approximately 7,000-year-old pastoral Neolithic female individuals. Notice they're female because the DNA you can get the strands and the stuff through their hair much easier than you can with a man. Buried in the Takakori rock shelter in southwestern Libya. The majority of Takakori individuals' ancestry stems, here we go, from a previously unknown North African genetic lineage, that means a family tree, that diverged from sub-Saharan African lineages.
Came from there, huh? Came from the South.
Hello. So the game
not necessarily the South
of the abstract.
So we was in the North too.
Well,
yes.
But keep going. Yeah, but that's just their terminology. But we can't get tricked.
Oh, that's them showing you that this North African genetic lineage family diverged, came from a sub-Saharan African
below the Sahara. So that's the South.
More simple as that.
Libya.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, hold up, stop right there. What I'm saying is in the Green Sahara, those same people that they calling sub now are the same damn people. But go ahead.
We saying the same thing.
I know. I'm just saying that's just
we just high fiving with you.
They trickology that they use. We already know what's going on. We migrate. Yeah. Keep going.
And what you just showed is important because you showed that they're being biased when they're doing the testing in the first place, making it lean towards more European traits.
So-called.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
So-called European traits.
Right.
Because
I say we've already told you that white people come from black people, and they say that same thing too. Yeah, we all people, because it's called the Outer Africa theory. But here we go.
Right. African
lineage. So this is done, right? Everybody understands that this North African lineage
keep reading.
South Sub-Saharan African lineage, right? Now, around the same time as present-day humans outside Africa and remained isolated, so they got isolated throughout most of its existence. Both Takakori individuals are closely related to ancestry, first documented in 15,000-year-old forages from Taforalt, the caves, Morocco. That's why we showed y'all the Moroccan cave art. Because you've seen the afros in the Moroccan cave art. Associated with the Iber-Mauritian lithic industry and predating the AHP, African human period. Takakori and Iber-Mauritian associated individuals are equally distantly related to sub-Saharan lineages.
Keep reading.
It's telling you again.
You don't
Before they tell you they come from Turkey now.
Get them.
Who are they related to?
Sub-Saharan.
Oh. So the family line started where?
Sub-Saharan. The E line.
In the South.
The B1.
Yes. Now it's different, but that's where it started. Suggesting limited gene flow from sub-Saharan to Northern Africa during the AHP. So they're saying that the gene flow was limited and restricted, but it already started with this family line. In contrast, that's why they're saying in contrast, on the opposite end of that spectrum, to Taforalt individuals who have half the Neanderthal admixture of non-Africans, Takakori shows 10 times less Neanderthal ancestry than Levantine farmers, yet significantly more than contemporary sub-Saharan genomes. So obviously a mutation. They're not showing
hold on. That's what I'm trying to stop right here, Asar. But I'm trying to figure out why is you reading this when I just told you that the method that they use gives this whole diatribe here is just some BS. I showed you sample from sample.
We covered that.
All of this is just Eurasian DNA that they're inferring on African populations.
Yeah, we covered that.
Yeah, so all this is just jibber jabber.
Yeah, basically a lot of.
I'm saying?
No, this was
like Chef act like he getting his rocks off.
Because Asar was making a point.
But like this was something really major.
But Asar, what was your point of showing this?
My point was that clearly this North African genome that everybody keeps was trying to rave about, it came from sub-Saharan Africa. It came from the South. It came from the Southern Africans of the Northern area. And so we watched.
James just said it's BS.
No, what I'm saying is that stuff that they're talking about, they have it half the amount of Neanderthal DNA. That we already know that this test right here uses human arrays, and they use 1240 panels for their DNA test. We already know that.
James, are you saying that what they're saying is 10 times less Neanderthal? It's not. You're saying it's not a Neanderthal gene. It's probably a gene prior to the Neanderthal.
What I'm saying, if they used a balanced African array panels, they would get much less of this stuff that they're identifying that they have. Just like when I showed you that Motu, the only sample in Africa that's got a whole genome sequence at 4,500 BCE is 100% African. So if they do the same type of testing with these samples that's older, they're going to get the same results. But they didn't do that. What they did is they put it against biased array panels, against biased panels. SVs, you're going to have to use SVs to identify introgression. That's number one. You need whole genome sequencing, not no panel arrays. Using panel arrays that's biased to African genomes is just ludicrous. You shouldn't even, I mean, we shouldn't even be, once we know this, we shouldn't even be reading this.
Right. And check this out. From my understanding and research, Homo heidelbergensis, right? So you had Agassiz / Erectus, same thing. Erectus left when they got outside of Africa. They call him Erectus. So he out there, old archaic line of Homo, or actually of Erectus. Yeah, of Homo. He was Homo. And then when you come on down to Heidelbergensis, and he leaves out of Africa, and then when he goes left to Asia, or excuse me, left to Europe, he turns into Neanderthal, right? And then when he goes right, he turns into Denisovan. And then when anatomically modern man comes about out of the Omo Valley and begins to go outside of Africa, when he goes left, he mixes with the Neanderthal. When he goes right, he mixed with the
there it is right there, Asar.
And then
right up in that area.
And then when he stayed right there off
right there
of North Africa in the Levant and didn't mix with neither one of them, but just aged, he's an African right outside of Africa, sitting in the Levant. And then when he back migrated without any Neanderthal DNA or Denisova DNA or Homo erectus DNA, he's just an African sitting out there coming back in. But we want to say because he mutated out there, mixing with each other in those areas, that he's no an African.
Right. Hey, sorry, go back to that last paragraph that you was on. Did you see it?
Yeah,
right there. See, it says HO based data set. See that? Mm-hmm. So that lets you know that the test is biased right there. That's it.
Yeah.
Anytime we looking for something, we start looking at any genetic test, and this is my gift to everybody else. Look for this. As soon as you see that, you might well just discard it unless they did a whole genome test and they balanced it up against something that's African. If they ain't did that, then we might as well just leave it alone until maybe 2030. Right. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
I'm only going to disagree with you a tad, Chef, because I don't believe that particular evolution ever takes place. I believe that the out of Africa theory is the case. I don't believe in the Bigfoots, which is why you heard me challenge them concerning some Australopithecus. Bigfoot ever walked on the earth. It's gorillas and it's humans. Now, I do believe in convergent evolution, where at the chemical level, we're created and the DNA from the apes, chimpanzees, etc., is in close proximity to ours. But I don't believe any mixing or physical happened to create human beings, or that a bonobo or any of that could make a human. But I do believe that we come from a lot of the same genome factor, the same habitat, obviously. And so we grow independent, which is why we see different kinds.
Asar, you believe in the big head scientists. Just to bring a little humor.
Uber company, that's right. So, but I do believe that the out of Africa theory is the case, and I do believe humans come out of Africa at a much earlier time. Obviously, they keep pushing us back.
But watch this, Asar. Could the memory, the genetic memory of anatomically modern man, I don't know if he might have seen an erectus, maybe not, but he definitely saw a a Neanderthal and he saw a Denisovan, could he have been saying that Neanderthal was that Yeti, that Bigfoot?
Neanderthal could look like a gnome or a Bigfoot. We've seen hairy people. You even got them, what they call them, the werewolf
Man, y'all
people.
wild.
All that, 'cause they
y'all
walk
is
on their
really out of
face and
control
all
with y'all.
that. But yeah,
No, they do have people who are extremely hairy. That is where that is where werewolves come from. On
yeah.
top of probably taking some drugs, all of that factors into werewolves because they would talk about specific
Man,
drug
I
people using
don't
get
But
high
just to
and
bring
all kind of
the
bad.
humor, we're not trying to
hold
put
on.
study that the information that you presented. We're definitely not trying to downplay it. Yeah, I think that's some great information.
No, I'm just talking about
We
y'all
need
kind of like jumped our way off into something else. I don't
we
even
need to
Some
know.
wild shit.
keep on
Yeah,
investigating it.
We'll be
And
jumping into some wild
man,
shit right now, Jay, for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, because
yeah,
they get to saying that Astropoliticus mixed with the Homo
yeah,
Gigandus. I'm like,
yeah,
nah.
yeah. I ain't trying to
Bigfoot
go that
never
far.
existed on
I
that
just was
level.
trying to, like I
Yeah.
said, really the objective of what I was trying to do is to simplify for everybody, so we'll at least be able to go to just like what you just did here, Sar. You went off into the admixture and you can see it right there. See the HO based data
Wise
set.
genetic
As soon as you
clustering.
see that HO, y'all know that stands for human origins data set. Any one of us from here on out, if we see that off in a genetic test, that's what my whole mission was, to try to make sure we know that that's going to be a biased test. And then when I showed y'all that all of the tests from what you call them, Asar, I keep calling them something else.
Takakori.
Yeah, the Takakori, to the Nuawat, to the Natufians, to the Albermaroons or the Talfords, all of those tests are biased, and that's why they're showing up as like North African instead of just being African. See how they did that? They separated them from the sub-Saharan Africans and said that they got their SNPs are showing up as North African, but they ain't tested. They didn't even put no African DNA off in the test to even be able to balance out the test. That is the whole point of what's going on.
Right
it's
there.
right there in our face. And if we don't know that that's in our face right there, what you looking at?
No. Because the wording is important. So you mentioned it. So to reduce what they call artificial drifting, they use this transposed pseudohaploid format. So once they zero in on the European genomes, they want to keep them there so they don't drift off into any African or any other type of genomes that would say that it has gone astray to something else. And this is how they do with the admixture, so they can zero in and focus on what they're looking for or the type of human being that they're looking for. This is called the Plink format. If we did it with African genomes, we would get the results that we want for Africans, but we don't. It's not necessary because we're just the original group for most other groups. So we don't have to do that. But for them, to reduce that artificial drift, as they call it, which is really not artificial, you're just showing, just like every other human being, that you must come from African ancestry. They zero in on the particular genome or whatever they're looking for, haplogroup in this case, and they make sure that it doesn't drift to any other. They stay focused on that particular one that they're looking for.
But also, I saw what they don't tell you is when they're talking about sub-Saharan, parts of the same region could be Saharan and then sub-Saharan at the same time. So parts of East Africa, parts of North Africa, parts of West Africa, and all of that is also included in sub-Saharan too.
On this particular situation right here,
you're right.
The fact that they didn't use none of the other three methods on this sample is the point. If they only use those bias arrays, it's going to give a biased result. That's just that simple. So whatever they did with the Plink, which is the link with this equilibrium, that's all they do. They're trying to measure like if it's a short equilibrium, which would represent Africans, or a longer one, which would probably represent non-Africans, or either it's vice versa. So that's what the linkage the LD is, and that's often that Sarah-Tishkoff paper. So they're just trying to measure, like I said, if they have more diversity. That's what that linkage this liberation is. It's this measuring if you got more diversity or less diversity. The more diversity you have, you know it's African. The less diversity you have, you know it's non-African, right? So that's what that is. So, but that's often a Tishkoff paper, and that's what they're using to measure if someone is African or non-African. But if they don't use those panels, the 3 panels that they did not use in this test and any of the tests that we've been scrutinizing for the past 4 years, it doesn't matter. You have to have those other testing methods for us to be able to render a proper analysis. That is the only point that we need to be driving home at this point.
All right, brothers. Let me get off of here because I'm feeling sleepy and hungry. So I'll see you guys later. Thanks for the presentation. I am subscribed to your platform, so I'm looking out. Definitely looking out for this presentation, right?
Right on.
I'm looking out for a full presentation.
All right, peace to you, Jordan.
All right. Peace,
look,
man. Let me get at it. All right.
Yeah, Babylon Don, he in the building. If you got something to say, you wouldn't want to say anything, you can unmute your mic, I guess. You there? Yeah, he must be having a microphone problem. But other than that, man, like I say, I think that's what we as a collective group, we need to focus on that as far as genetics. Now, I think we got everything else as far as the meta nature, and I like how it aligns when you do the proper methodology as far as that back migration. It aligns up with the text that you guys have been scrutinizing for a while too, saying that these people are identifying when these people come in. You know what I'm saying? So I think that this could be a good tool if it's used honestly and properly. You know what I mean? Which we got some scholars, just like even in the meta-nature space, that tell the truth about the history too. Same thing in genetics. I think I identified Sarah Tishkoff and a couple of others that's kind of on the right side of saying that we need whole genome sequencing to do this the right way as far as identifying an African. And the good news, like I said, is I say 2030, if we still around, they might have 3 million whole genome sequences to reference. So that's what the goal is, and they already have those projects in work. So that's all I really want to bring to the table, and let's see how everybody else, if we have any rebuttals coming back from the other side to say that we always wrong and we don't know what we're talking about all the time. What's up, Neil? Mute your TV.
Okay. Mute.
No, you muted your mic. I said.
Oh, my TV is muted.
Oh, now I'm hearing somebody else. As soon as you came in, I could hear TV or something. Like you got the show going in the background.
Yeah, let me delete that.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah, we can hear you just smooth now. You got the floor. Go ahead.
Me?
What's going on? Yeah, you.
Oh, John, Smash, you there?
I don't know. Smash been on mute for a minute. He might.
Hey, James, how you been, James? I ain't talked to you in a long time, man.
Man, what's going on with you, Neil? Long time no see. Where you been at?
Man, around. I've been over there at Sonetta for a little bit, doing my own thing, doing some reading. I just went and bought 2 books from Alana Karanga. One of them was The Oduifa.
Right.
And the other one is Ma'a.
Indeed.
Yes, sir. But no, I was gonna say, I understood that y'all was gonna. I was hearing Smash say something about he ready to go officially and challenge some of these archaeologists to saying Egypt wasn't black and make like a real platform where it's gonna be going down.
I don't know. I might have missed that. He can speak. I mean, when he get back, he can probably speak. Oh, go ahead, son.
It's time to push this Afrocentric methodology to the world, since that's what they claim that's what we do, instead of just calling it the truth. So we need to look at some of the Skingili scholarship, and we need to get to it. And if there's a problem, let's meet on the field.
Real.
You know?
That's real.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah. Hey, Asar, you remember we did our research just a tad bit. We delved into Dookie Kell, remember?
Yeah, yeah.
We gotta get in there, Pan African James. I've been talking about it for a long time. Me and Asar was looking at it. It's a Black culture in southern Nubia, or a little south of, was it Kerma, Asar?
Yep.
And it's all Black, and I mean they got temples, everything, and their own cultural way of expressing their Kemetic aesthetics, I would say.
Right.
We
talked about that on this particular platform. We brought up Dookie Gale when kind of first got discovered.
Yeah, I remember.
It's got a circular type of structures more so than any other. And it's more different than any other civilization or city that they found, that they've uncovered. So I'm definitely familiar with Dookie Gale. I'm questionable. I question, maybe the dating of it, or really all of the dating that they give any of these sites. You know what I'm saying? Because all of a sudden, something that they just found and didn't know nothing about, they say it's younger.
Yeah, see?
You see what I'm saying? How we don't know it was old.
Yeah, and then also, James, how you feel about the Kustal incense burner and the Medu Neter found in the southern graves, older than Mesopotamian, or more action words and verbs in the Medu Neter and the Mesopotamian or the Sumerian, whatever the cuneiform, they was just like add and subtract. They was like a dull. This was an action language that the Kemetics had, and it's like 500-600 years older than the first cuniform.
So you talking about the incense burner that they found in the South, right?
That and those little towels they found in the Nubian graves with all the thawf. They
got
had
the dry.
And it was older than cuneiform.
Yeah. So now, what's like I say, if you really study this, I mean, the flooding of the Suez buried and removed a lot of the stuff that we probably could have found. Now they found that on the very southern tip of that lake. You know that the Kustal burner.
Okay.
Go look at the location and look at what Lake Nasir, I believe the name of it is, Nubian Lake, what I like to call it, or I don't want to call it anything. I wish they just get rid of the whole dam. But and right there at the very southern tip of that lake, you'll see that's where they found the incense burner. So just imagine if that's where they found that, at what else could be possibly up under there. And I think that they probably knowingly did that on purpose by submerging the origins of the civilization so we wouldn't know. I mean, that's just the way they do. They do that in America. A lot of Black towns are buried up under lakes. A lot of Indian towns are buried up under lakes around here.
You're right.
So that's just a practice that these people do to erase history.
Yeah,
it's a really, if you're just thinking about it from a war tactic, or like we are warriors, so I mean, it's nothing like, we're not really in our feelings about it. We just understand the war, talking about history here. But that's just a really sufficient way of erasing history.
Yes. And also with that, as far as the real time, like even Asar was saying, it's time to get into panels and stuff, but it's also time to get GoFundMes for people like Tony Broader and his daughter, who actually go in and excavated the tombs in Nubia. We need to have a situation where we can go fund somebody to put on the scuba diving and go in those lakes and go under there and find other stuff.
I don't like that idea, Neil, because this is in these people's territory.
Okay.
Now if we really need to focus on holding the territory that we got, because what's going on in Sudan right now is like some type of push to get further south in our time. Okay. And we're not really as warriors, from my perspective, up to speed as far as historically all the way across the continent, because I think that we should all hold that line if we knew, but we so divided that we don't know historically that was a line that needs to be held.
Okay.
Right? So but what's going on in Sudan is just the Arabization of Sudan, and them pushing down to where you're talking about Dookie Gale and taking that and probably bastardizing that in another 200 years and saying it was them. We got to think about, we only going to be on this planet on average of 50, 60, 70, 80 years.
Yeah.
Right? So we just got in this fight in our little time frame, and we holding up a good fight because some of the fights that we having, I thought we would have never had, like the infighting that we're having amongst people that was once comrades.
Yeah.
Or, you know what I'm saying? Or
yeah.
splitting of ideologies. We already then went through something as far as like self-identifying here in this country. Yeah. You know, we went through the denigrating identification and then trying to come up with something that was more sustaining and more dignifying for us, and acknowledging where we come from and still acknowledging where we are.
Hey,
but African American ain't good enough.
Yeah,
See what I'm saying? Why that's not good enough though?
I know
that it gives us an identity. Dr. Clark laid the groundwork. I got the tape.
Yeah.
He said we need to identify. We don't need black just tell us what color it's just a descriptor. But we need people need to identify
with a land.
I'm paraphrasing here, with their homeland.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And then we got people out here that don't want to identify with their homeland.
Yeah.
And that's really what it is.
You can't stop the sellout from being the
miseducation. And see, and this is not me talking about people that's miseducated and want to deal with and want to self-identify this new term FBA. But let's just be real. This term FBA is only 4 or 5 years old. If you're in your 40s, you never heard of this term until the last 4 or 5 years. Now let's ask ourselves as a collective, what was wrong with African American, and saying that Elon Musk can identify as an African American when he can't identify as an African in Africa is crazy.
Yeah. And see, I want to ask you,
can't even identify as an. They got a name for those people down there.
Yes, true. With Trek or Treks, all kind of. But but
you know what I'm saying? They have a name. They don't identify them as indigenous Africans. They have a name for them.
Afrikaneers. What do they call them? Afrikaneers?
Well, they have indigenous names. I put it in the chat on another, maybe in this particular word, but they have an indigenous name for people that come to the continent. Not necessarily derogatory, but just something to identify them as not indigenous.
Okay.
And there ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yep.
See what I'm saying? We got to get out of letting other people lead our conversation.
Yeah, exactly. I like foundational African American. That gives us.
But what do you need to add a foundational for?
The only reason I
African Americans are already foundational. Yeah, that's foundational enough.
There it is. You don't even need. That's just adding on additives.
Yeah, I mean, see,
I get it.
What this doing? Now you from LA.
Yeah.
If I just listen to a brother named Raymond Cook.
Then the food from out my
section. See, there you go. See what I'm saying? Yeah. So you know I'm tapped in. You feel what I'm saying? So I listened to this brother. He said, man, that all started out as one game.
Yeah.
Fragmentation got y'all, then killed y'allself down and dwindled down, got tricked out of opposition to where we dwindled down to the minority population and where we was majority of that. Not just in LA, but in Texas too.
Even the BDs and the GDs.
Everywhere. All over
America.
GD. We got this is the conversation we need to have, Neil.
You're right.
We got as somebody that's been on the planet long enough, we got to start talking about the tricks that we fell for that the next generation don't need to.
That part.
Yeah. Let me show something real quick before we get off that other topic. Concerning what James was showing y'all and what I was just telling y'all about. Is my screen showing?
Yep. SNPs, Admixture SNP capture panel.
So this is a very important line because it explains what James was saying, right? Where is it at? It's going to say exactly what we just covered. The Takakori, I think this is it. Let me see. The Takakori individuals plot broadly intermediate between West African and Near Eastern groups on PC1, albeit closer to West African supplementary data, right? To obtain a finer scale view, like I said, who they're looking for, we did what? We restricted the African populations to West Africa, the Sahel, and East Africa. while retaining the Near Eastern and Southern European populations. So they restricted the African populations to West Africa, the Sahel, and East Africa, but they retained, they focused on the Near Eastern and Southern European populations. This is their supplementary data. These are the data files that they're going to focus upon and that they will supplement. This is what you're going to get. In other words, you're going to hear about the Southern and Eastern European portion population as opposed to the Sahel, African, and West African population that is surrounding it. So it's just like we just finished telling you, and just what James finished explaining, that they're putting bias into the test so that they can look for a particular person, the Near Eastern and Southern European population amongst the group of bodies that they find. This PCA captured the geographical distributions of these populations, whereby PC1 separates African from non-African populations. So if they're separating the African from the non-African, guess who they're looking for? They're not looking for your black bodies.
Exactly. They're looking for their traits of them.
Yes.
Yeah. Asar, I want to ask you.
Yes,
Asar,
sir.
you know that video I sent you about the Nigerian farmer, the Igbo people that dug up those vast, vases with all those, intricate lines. This is like 800 CE. So now this is 800 CE in Nigeria. They found gold, metal, not the Nok tribe, but this is the Igbo tribe. I sent it to you, so I'm looking at it on your on the thing I sent you. But my point to that would be, how, because they found in that farm, when the farmer was digging up those potteries, they found glass from the Middle East. They found pottery from Egypt, different coins from Egypt, 800 CE. So this is, even if Mansa Musa, the one before him, Mansa Musa himself made a trip to Egypt or Mecca in 13 something or 14 something, this is like 600-700 years before that. They still had trade routes that from that digging, we need to find out, was Egypt, and because I know a lot, like the dogs, we talked about the Sinjis that's in Egypt, the Anubis dogs came indigenously from the Congo. There was trade routes all the way from east to west, and we need to bring them and flesh them out.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right, and it really just confirms the trip that he made, right? Because they said he went through Egypt and bankrupted. So if you can imagine being that rich, and then he went all the way to Arabia and back, but they wanted to like, get out of here, get out of Mecca. You're going to do the same thing you did to Egypt to us. So if he spent all that time in Egypt, which they say he did, you can just imagine what the feeling was,
and the only thing
demographic that was there.
The only thing that holds like a anchor in the ground that nobody that's disputing the Africans visiting before Columbus can mess with. They can mess with all other stuff and show us, the DNA from being from America, not the Africans' DNA at OMAC. But the one thing is the journal that Columbus kept, that when he visited those Indians, they said they had visits from the southeast of black men with gold-tipped spears, right? With gold-tipped spears, and they took them back to Europe to be assayed, and there was exactly a certain amount of copper, certain amount of this that the West Africans was doing. That is like an anchor, and that's like it's like throwing a monkey wrench in their whole story. What happened there? Who are those people?
Well, I think even deeper is the Arabic accounts where they said that Mansa Musa's brother went in the 1300s and didn't come back, and then we find pockets of uncharted black people, such as what do they call the Sahel people, or the the preacher went over there and tried to preach to him, and they killed him.
You mean the Sentinel?
Yeah, the Sentinel.
Yeah, that's in India over on us. I get it. Yeah.
They all dark skin is
Purple black.
they African. Yeah,
woolly hair. Yes,
they're like, and Africa has nothing to do with them. Yes, it does. How you think they got there?
And they got a video. Oh, sorry, they got a video out called "Africa First Out of Africa." And they attributed to the Jarwa and the Sentinelese people you're talking about.
Yeah, and so they just pop up out of nowhere. Now the claim is that certain groups, when brought over here during slavery, fought off some of the people who had the slave ships, and then they would get onto an island. But how did they get over to that one? And there's no slave ship in sight, and they don't even appear to be. Their culture doesn't have any blemish. They don't, none of that. So
yeah. But see, with that, Asar, we got to go to the East African trade, because that's on the other side of the continent, India. So we're going to be on that side, like Somali. What's that one place called right across from Ethiopia?
Mauritius, are you talking?
No. In Arabia, the southern part of Arabia, where they're dying, is Yemen. So all over, and then when you get on the other side of Yemen, that's when you get to like India and where the Sentinelese Islands are. So that's the opposite side of the map.
Yeah.
See, yeah. But them people, that's the thing about the gold tip spears though, man. That just I don't know, man. Because nobody in America, we traced all the nobody was dealing with metals like that, making spears. They only had those obsidian wood baseball bat cutters, and that's why they was able to break them up like glass when the metal shields of the Spanish, swords, they was chopping their spears, the Maya and Aztec spears down.
Yeah, and I mean, even if we go back in time, even because everybody, we did this, that iron industry. If we go to the Cormusan people, who are basically Nubian, and we're talking about 42 to 32,000 BP and 42 to 18,000 BP. These are the people, right? This is who gets everything popping. And then from them, everything else stems. You start to get your Halfin culture and different stuff like that. But I just like to go back in time and look at the original sets, look at that old African rock art and see who was there first, how they migrated amongst Africa, and then we can start to see the pillage come from the other countries, which doesn't interest me as much, but absolutely.
Hey, Asar, and war say that. I don't care what they say, and war say that. On war,
yeah, right.
Even though they killed him on the airfield.
We didn't come as infiltrators, whatever. He was tripping. What's up, Babylon Don? What's up, blood?
Heaven and earth, Tom. Where y'all at?
Shezmu, Pan-African.
Shezmu. And Pan-African.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with Babylon Don. He just over here chilling, I guess.
Yeah, Babylon chilling in the cut. What's up, Babylon Don?
Hey, did any of you brothers see that video? I know Asar seen it. He got it at home, Basil Davis, where they hid. For years, they tried to give us the impression that the conical buildings of Zimbabwe, the castles, were King Solomon's mines, and that was Sheba and all this. And no blacks could have built nothing like that. When they knew all this time, and for 12 years straight, when they did the graveyard diggings, they found the rhinoceros and all. They kept it at the bottom of the museum, and they let nobody see it inside the drawers for 12 straight. So how much more stuff they got that they lying on? Damn.
Yeah, I think even with like when they hit that golden rhino from South Africa, that golden pendant, we should just bum rush a museum and see what's in there. We should have like 200 people dress up in black, just bum rush the museum, kick down the bottom door, and just go see what's in there.
I got a question, Asar. I think James Small said that before, that they didn't even have the 25th dynasty of the Nubians recognized in the Museum of Egypt Antiquities. As they had the Greeks, they had Persia, they had their dynasties, but they even had the Hyksos, but they didn't put the 25th dynasty in the museum.
No, when you walk in there, right? Matter of fact, I'm on video in there. So when you first walk in the Cairo Museum, To the left is the old kingdom.
Okay.
To the right is like the new kingdom, and there's a area that's hidden in the shadowish area where it has a Sar and set over the top of him in bird form. So I got to see that, all that statue and all that, right?
Yeah.
So I go to the left immediately. I want to see what's going down. And so me and you and the brother was on the line the other day, the Stella that we were covering, where it
Yeah,
has
me
his name and
about
all that.
The Persian dude.
Yeah, it
Persian
says it's
doctor,
on the left.
yeah, okay.
Not Darius the first, but the the other brother's over there.
Yeah.
He's over there.
Wow.
A whole bunch, all the the dwarfs. It's like a huge dwarf statue is over there. It's all of that stuff is over there in that section. When you go up the stairs, you can get up the stairs two different ways or the elevator. You go upstairs, and to straight ahead to the left still is the mummy room. That's where that picture popped up in my pocket of Queen T and all them. And Brother Ngozi uses it. Shout out to Ngozi. And then you have King Tut's gold, I don't know what it's like, it's like a carry case, and it's dipped in blue whatever stone.
Is it something?
Gold.
Is it something like the Art of Covenant though?
Yeah, it's like blue and gold. Okay,
I've seen it.
And the gold is real. So
and the carry sticks are on both sides of it.
Yeah.
Golden sticks.
It's big and it's blue and gold. And then as you go down, this is the papyrus room. So you see a bunch of rooms, like 2 rooms full of papyrus. And as you go down, you see the Greek Egyptians. So you see the Ptolemies. And you keep going down, and then they got like the dolls, like there's a black doll with black hair on it. It's only got one eye, one of the eyes fell off, and it's made out of like a pudding pop stick. You know how you eat the remember we used to get the sticks that have ice cream, and when you finish licking the ice cream off, it's just a wooden stick.
Yep.
That's how the doll was made. And then it's got a bunch of little figures of Asar.
Usheptis.
Yeah, not even the Shoptis. It's like Asar and Haru, and they like the faces are black and Asian. And then the papyruses are all on the wall and glass, kind of surrounding the room. You can just go to any papyrus y'all have ever dug up. There's more than likely sitting in that room on the wall and glass. And
you notice it's a new room now, Asar. The whole museum's been demolished. They made the biggest museum on earth.
They got the new museum.
Yeah.
So when you see me driving past it, when we're in Alexandria, or before we get to Alexandria, I'm showing it, and it's it's that huge statue. I think of Memnon or Ramses. This statue is huge, and so it's the first thing you see when you look towards the museum.
Right. Hey, Pan, you there?
Oh.
Hey, James, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Listen, James, I want to ask you this. We call the language Afro-Asiatic, right? But then this is how much I think the Hebrews is so off kilter. They say Ham was the baby son, and that would make it should be Asiatic Afro. Anything in the front, Afro, African American, European, American, that's telling you the base, the original is from the first word. The second is the climate you're in. Afro-Asiatic should never be the word if original Asiatics are before Africans, as they claim Shem the Elder.
Hold on, Neil. I don't deal with religion like that.
No, don't worry about it.
I left all the religion alone. I'm not even. Check this out though. I see what you're talking about, this Afro-Asiatic right here on the screen.
Yeah.
But this is what I'm talking about, genetic diversity, and how geneticists use genetic diversity to trace the back migration of non-Africans into what you call. Now listen to what she's gonna say. If you see down here at the very bottom down here, they got the associations down at the very bottom. It's kind of small.
Yeah.
But you can still see.
Ulani.
Yeah. Well, watch
playing this due to the Fair Use Act, just so you know, Sarah Tishkoff, and
this ain't nothing. Hold on. This ain't nothing but a 58-second video. If they flag us for 58 seconds, that'll be wild. But okay, but what? Just listen to this 58 seconds, and then I'll explain what's going on. So we're gonna narrate, and just to make it interesting, because we got people watching. So just pay attention. Peep this out.
We can't hear it. Can you hear it though, sir?
You got to share sound.
Damn. Hold on, man.
When you hit that share sound too.
Now where is that at? Oh, okay, I see it right there. They didn't change it up on me. Now let me tell me if y'all can hear this.
So then what we can do is we can compare these genomes to the reference genome and count up the number of places where they vary when you compare them. That gives you an idea of diversity. And we see at the very high end are the two San populations, followed by the rainforest hunter-gatherers. At the very lower end are the Amharic population from Ethiopia, who are about 30 to 40% admixed with non-Africans. And if we were to look at, say, Europeans, the rest of the world, they're down here. So there is a considerable amount of diversity in Africa. We then used a couple of different approaches.
So what you just shared right there is how they measure or how they know that people are not mixed based on genetic diversity. She's saying that the San people are the most genetically diverse humans on the planet. We all know that. Followed by the Pygmy Twa, right? And then these other African populations. And now these are African populations as well. But as she noted, that these people are 30% admixed with non-African, which makes them have the less genetic diversity of all Africans, right?
Oh, okay.
So they still in the African family. But she said down there where her red dot is, that's what all non-Africans is at. So they have less genetic diversity than Fulani. And Fulani are 30% Eurasian, right? I mean, or the Armada. Or what are these?
Amhara.
Yeah. They're 30% admixed with Eurasian. So see what I'm saying? So all of this stuff, so then they measure this by the SLC genes and other genes that I showed off in my chart. But this is where I got that information from, Sarah Tishkop. Y'all can watch this video, and the name of it is right here. You can watch the full video here. But this is how we don't have to listen to these biased panel testing that they're using with the neural rot samples and et cetera. So we don't have to really listen to that anymore, because we know that there are all of these tests that they use did not use the proper methodologies. It's just that simple. And that's important for us because now we have a more clear date from a genetic point, and it goes with the history that we're dealing with. So let's go with what Dr. Clark meant. Now,
before you go there, James, I want to ask, on that chart you showed, demographically, was the ones at the bottom, the Amharic Afroasiatics, was that a map of Africa, and that was actually the top up near?
No, that wasn't no map. That was just letting you know the diversity chart.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but going with what Dr. Clark them was messaging and trying to adhere for the next generation is what we're supposed to be following, is that no one said that we was Egyptians. What they said was that Egypt was the first civilization on the planet, and that it was African. That's it. See what I'm saying? So when Chef and them come around talking about we said we were the Egyptians, no, Dr. Clark and them never said that. They said that the civilization was African, and we have to stand on that, like Brother Reggie, and just stay the course, because we got some detractors within our own midst that's really shocking. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying.
James, I want to ask you this though, because I don't want to be a detractor, but I want information, so ain't no question dumb. This is my question. Is Nubia the father of civilization and not Kemet?
Well, that's really playing semantics there.
Okay.
Because we know it ain't the word ain't Egypt either.
Yeah, I get you. Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. But would you say
we can't keep going around this ring around the rosy, Neil?
True.
We know.
Are we saying
me and you know? Hold on.
Okay.
This just me and you. We brothers. We know that when we talking about Egypt, we talking about Nubia too.
Yes. Okay.
We see.
But the
What I'm
pecking
saying, so
order,
like
James, that's what I'm trying to ask
reading
you.
those genetic tests at this particular point in North, once we know that the panels are biased,
yeah,
and I already listed the tests, all the ones that we was looking at.
Yeah, but see how Smash say that?
Once I line it up for everybody and show us that all of the tests that we looking at has panel bias, then we gotta call for whole genome sequencing on all those tests.
But for the layman, James, the ones just listening to us that don't have any studies at all, and they hear Egypt and they think Northeast Africa as the first focal, when the study can show how it was, even in Smash's song Black Egypt, he said it was in the south and the water came up north. So we need to give the people a like pure statement. Are we going to give it the southern region's origin, or are we going to say that was the fight? Remember, they used to say that the white man came in the north and brought civilization to the less fortunate black in the south. But we're learning and we know it was the opposite way. As the river flows, so the culture came.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
Didn't I just show you that the light-skinned gene didn't come into Africa till about 1500 BCE?
Right, on that chart.
So who carries that gene?
Oh, yeah, them.
So why are we talking about them being involved in anything before that date?
Yeah, that's
like why are we doing this to ourselves? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. I just showed you Sarah Tishkoff. This is her work.
Yeah.
She the one who's using this and showing. Man, I can pull this chart up right now. She's showing you exactly what the data say. Mm-hmm. And I ain't even know when they show us that those papers where they using the I hate to keep you mispronouncing the name. Assistants. But either which way it go, those samples that they using for the Natufians, the Alma-Marus, they biased. They use Kakakori. They talking about they from North Africa. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But how you separating the North Africans from the Sub-Saharan Africans? You're doing it with panel bias, because though we already know that the Sahara was green at 15,000 BCE. So who the hell was up there? The flora and fauna already told you what they drew. They drew giraffes and hippopotamus up there.
Yep.
Is it any giraffe and hippopotamus in North Africa right now, Neil?
None, not unless
they brought there in the zoo. So who was up there?
Yeah, that's real.
See what I'm saying? We gotta quit kowtowing to their authority at this particular point, because it's over with.
Yeah.
We gotta start pushing a more authoritative line and really just get down and start dealing with what we're dealing with right now. Because right now it's getting serious. And Smash was talking about how this stuff is going from city to city and state to state. Gerrymandering. Y'all in LA, y'all in California, y'all paying attention to politics. What Gavin Newsom did to have to redraw the map.
I hadn't. What did he do? Damn.
So Trump had Texas redraw the maps to where they took the black districts and turned them some kind of way into a Republican district. Now you're only supposed to redraw your maps every decade, the beginning from, but they doing it right in the middle. This is 2025.
Dang.
So when they did that, the only thing that can counterbalance is California. They the biggest state population-wise to Texas. So, y'all a Democratic state. So now y'all, to balance it, y'all are looking for 5 seats to balance the imbalance that Texas just created. So this is what's going on. We don't even know what's going on.
Man.
We're talking about Egypt, but we don't know what the plot is that Smash was kind of touching on right now. There's a plot going on right now. And a plot been going on since the 90s, since the 80s, since the 70s. I can point to all of the black exploitation movies where they demonize Pan-Africanism. Look at the map. Remember when his brother was talking to him?
Remember? Yeah, you remember that.
What color was his hat?
Red, black, and green beret.
Okay, let's go to the map. What color was his hat?
Pimp color.
No. Let's go to car wash.
Abdullah.
What color was his hat on his head?
Red, black, green.
So they demonize him.
Wait, don't even stop there. What about?
We can keep going.
Yeah, hell up
and
in
Harlem. Into our
era. Yeah.
With Sharif from Boys in the from Menace to Society.
L up in Harlem with what's the football?
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, all of them. The preachers
we can
was always
keep going.
dirty.
So we see what the attack has been. Nobody wanted to be Sharif in the movie.
No,
Nobody wanted to be Trey in the movie, right? So the indoctrination of these and of this what's going on now, we had it happen to us. We had them poison the community with crack. Most of us remember our community before crack.
Yeah.
But they poison our community. We talking about reparations. Why we ain't talking about getting reparations for that?
Right.
That's in our lifetime.
They even came down to South Central.
Really, I think
let me say
all
this.
the rules. We already know ain't no reparations coming. We just talk.
Yeah, but you know they came to South Central, the head of the FBI.
I know.
Under
Maxine
Waters, and told us in a town meeting that we did supply cocaine to the black community.
Now I don't know if they went that
straight said it. I got the video.
Hold up.
And they was going off.
Yeah, I know. I be on that too. What I'm saying, I be so frustrated us talking about slavery when we got right in our lifetime. Yeah. They did something that we should be getting repaired for.
And none of them people was
but see, nobody really wants to touch on something because they know that's not something that's tangible. They know that them people's not gonna do what they supposed to do.
And they know you could come up missing like those two workers that went to Michigan for that water. What was that water over there in Flint? They came up dead, found in their car. They were supposed to go out there and do a survey, and they came up dead in their car.
No, I don't know nothing about this.
See, a lot of stuff happens. Like you say, stuff ain't being. We need to know the vital stuff.
Whatever that was, they kept that under wraps. Because I hadn't heard no. When was this?
Let me look it up.
Recently?
Yeah.
Or back when the water crisis was going on.
Because remember, Clarissa used to wear the little blue in her hair when she boxed in commemoration of Flint for the water problem. Right. Yep.
Yeah, that was back a minute ago. But been so many things happening throughout this little situation that we're dealing with. And you know, the attack on Pan-Africanism, when I don't see nothing that's better for our people besides, and it's not about, oh, you joining, it's an ideology. It's something that where you want your people to be in a better position. And if you ain't for that, I don't understand what the problem is. If you understand, if you ain't looking around and seeing what situation we in as a collective, you know? Yeah. But I don't understand what the pushback is. We don't want to be this, we want to be that. This ain't what's happening. Then it's dividing us all the way across the continent and in the country. When it's just as simple as the question that Smash asked, if the police popped up in the park, what you gonna identify yourself as? And I already know, if you said, man, I'm FBA, they'd be like, what the hell is that? For the most part, the people that's coming up, like the ICE people that's coming up in the park, most Europeans don't even know what the FBA is. Do you think they do?
Yeah, that's some on the fly Tariq Nasheed.
You know what I'm saying? Like if we was trying to self-identify in a hectic situation, man, I'm an African American.
Bottom line, straight up.
That's the first thing gonna come out. If you trying to be clear, you know what I'm saying? And you can go into some more semantics if you want to, you might get shot. Talking about some FBA. If they don't understand the lingo. So I just don't like the fragmentation, like I was going with the brother from California, how he was breaking down how everything at one point in time was together. And then it got fragmented. And then we at the state we at now. Yep. So we gotta look at modern times, and not saying that ancient times ain't valuable. We definitely need to deal with our modern situation, because if we don't say something, man, it's gonna be a bad situation for the next generation. Like the hip hop used to be saying something. It ain't saying it ain't addressing no issues now.
You know what they say hip hop stands for, right, Jane?
No.
Okay, higher intellectual power, HIP, healing our people, HOP. But they say that the transgender community took it over, and now it's homosexuals in power hurting our people.
Hell no, man. You need to stop, bro.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
But that's what they doing. They ain't talking they ain't talking. Name a KRS-One, name a Rakim, name a Chuck.
Man, I'm gonna tell you what hip hop stands for. Hip for being hip.
Yeah.
And hop is for the beat and for the breaking and all that. That was that simple. being hip and being in the, you know, popular, you know.
KRS put his twist on stuff.
See, you can't be listening to people that's just trying to be popular. We found that out with Polite and a lot of others.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Like, when we gonna learn? Damn, somebody that's talking. Because somebody that's just talking, man, I was looking at, it's a guy that preceded Marcus Garvey. And he took a lot of his information. Nobody don't even know who this brother is.
What's his name? David Walker?
No, that ain't his name. Let me tell you what his name is. He's got a Muslim name. But he took, it kind of seemed like a Muslim name. I'm not sure if that's a Muslim name or not. His name is Sufi Sufi Abdul Hamid.
Never even heard of him, yep.
See what I'm saying? But we don't know nothing about him.
Yeah.
But he took over. He kind of had his little moment right after Garvey got deported.
Oh, so after, not before.
No.
Okay.
Oh, Garvey he had it cracking from the early 1900s to probably the mid 1920s. Then he got deported up out of here.
I'm looking for that speech where Geronimo Pratt had spoke on National Public Radio about, I forgot the dude's name, but he said he was the right-hand man to Nat Turner, and he was a voodoo priest, like in the Haitian Revolution, and that he was telling him different strategic voodoo tactics, and that's how Nat Turner was pushing. I'm gonna look that up. I want to find out, because I only got word of, hearsay now.
Right.
I listen.
Well, a lot of us just doing our own research, man. So everybody got their own panels and the way they kind of trying to figure this out or try to help us all, be able to have some tools to fight these people with. So that was my contribution from a genetic standpoint, just like Smash's contributions from a metanetric standpoint. And we got some people to do the linguistics and so forth. You know what I'm saying? Brother Reggie and everybody. So we all got to have something that we can try to help our people with, man. Because I think it's important that some of these people that's coming around that's just being really distractions, Neil. Yeah. They need to get out the way, because this shit is serious.
Man.
Yeah, on that note, what's up, Pan-African James?
What's going on, Babylon Don? Long time no see. What's happening with you?
Man, just chilling, man. Just said I'll call in. Let me see what the other brother is so I can show some respect. What's up, brother?
All right, family. My name Neil.
Okay, what's up, Neil?
All right, family. Yep, just learning, listening, give my input and being quiet.
That's right. Yeah. Cool.
Hey, what's up, Osar and Car?
What's up, brother Babylon? We was calling you earlier.
I know, bro. You know how I heard Pan-African James say basically what it was. So, yeah. But listen, though, Pan-African James and the brothers on the panel, Car and Nils. Hey, you just mentioned linguistics, right? I deal with that a little bit. So I was thinking, though, in regards to the new way rap, man, right?
Right.
That, like, when they say he all, when they claim that he got all this Sumerian DNA or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. Is that right? So now, and he was that late in the kingdom, right?
Right.
I wonder why the question don't come up then. What language was he speaking with the Egyptians if Sumerian is an isolate? And if it was that far back, it was damn near the birth of writing, according to them. Now, this ain't my date, this day date. They say writing started about 3,000, BCE. So we'll go with that. So I'm saying, like, they say they found New Way Rock Man around that time. So I'm saying, like, they say Sumerian is a language isolate. I've been telling people that Sumer is landlocked. So it wouldn't even be reasonable. Their language was said to be developed from a trade system based on trade, based on money, based on finances. This is what they teach. They teach that this where their money system came from. And I'm saying, if it did, then that involves trade. And if trade, then trade involves language. And if language, you can't have a language isolate and be traded.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, all these years, go ahead, Osar.
Yeah, some of the things they say don't seem to make sense, especially like we just read that just a few minutes ago about the DNA supposedly being isolated, yet it mixes with the people from Turkey, and it mixes. They obviously had connections with. I thought you just said they was isolated for so and so years. So you got to be careful with what they're saying, and some of we're making sense of some of these articles. Not all of them are written well. Some of them have mistakes in them. Sometimes it's just the closest thing that they have to the truth, where they can explain their story. And we just showed you what they were keeping out of the story with the African genome altogether, and they say it directly in there. So same thing with language, and
they do the same thing with the text, bro. They do the same. They will. You can go look off in one of those things, and what does Kim mean off in the what you call it? It mean Egyptians or something, don't it? It don't mean black people or whatever.
Oh,
you know, like
right.
you know how it'll say Egyptian, it'll switch it up just, and then when you say Hajat or whatever, it's gonna say white.
Right.
So they just switch it up right when it gets to trying to identify some black shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. We got to stop this.
It's so obvious though, like y'all was saying earlier, that like even with the brothers that's doing the other shows and stuff, like you could tell not only that they're on the wrong side of history, they're on the wrong side of law. They just out of line with what they doing.
Yeah, they out of bounds. I don't know where they came from. You know what I'm saying? Like how they even popped up. You know, that's what I be trying to figure out. Why did they? I be putting it on. He gave them a platform.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I gotta go to the source. So I'm gonna always put the blame where the source need to be. While you talking about you introduced scientific literacy, you also introduced a bunch of bullshit.
Hey, Babylon Don.
What's going on, brother?
And that's what I was saying earlier today. You clarified it when you say that these people claim 3,500 as the year of writing with the Sumerian script. I got the issue right here. It says earliest Nubian graves with Egyptian writing, Medu-Neter hieroglyphs, A group cemeteries in Lower Nubia, circa 3,800. So that's 300 years, but they ain't correcting that. They still keep saying Mesopotamia is the father of writing.
Right. I know.
As they should. Hold on. See, this is what we got to quit tripping on. As they should. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you gotta get it.
Hey,
at some point we got to get what's going on. And just acknowledge that, but then we got to push our own narrative, because that's what Dr. Clark them was doing.
Right.
They was reading that stuff and saying, man, we already see this is an African civilization from Diop. They had us going 3 and 4 months talking about what would have mean. You know what I'm saying? And then when you find commit to you in the text later on, they act like they ain't intelligent enough to say, okay, well, damn, they found it. So that means that it ain't no would have no more. They did. It's that simple. The people the detractors. Once you find it, I'm not saying that you find it just once, but the man Sadaron said, if you find this commit to you, that means that they did say that. So we found it in the text. Well, not we, but the brothers that specialized in dealing with the text. And so now we should, as a people, I'm disappointed that we wasn't able to move on as collective. And I'm always pissed off about fragmentation, because I remember when we was a lot stronger together. That shit still kind of, but it is what it is. And some people, like you said, Babylon Dunn is going to be on the wrong side of history, right? So that's just what it is. They're on the wrong side of history. But I just hate the fragmentation, man, because I love my people as a collective.
Man, let them go, man. Let them fragment, bro. I'm telling you. Even in things like, like the book of Revelations, it tell you, say, like, let the fool be a fool. Let the damn be damned. Let the curse be. Man, let them niggas fall. They part of Babylon. Let them fall.
Right.
What the? Yeah. We ain't no Captain Saving a nigga. Ark Saver hoes.
Right.
We for our people. And if you ain't for our people, then they pulling us back. We could be putting that attention toward people that need it and want it, not niggas just trying to fight us and disagree with us on every fucking turn. And no matter how right it is, they laugh it off and joke it off. No, bro, that ain't cool. That ain't business.
Exactly. I agree with that 100%. By Babylon.
Yeah, the
Yeah, I
certified.
definitely appreciate that, because man, yeah, I had to fall all the way back on that. Like I can't do none of that no more. So
That
we need to definitely figure out that what the way forward is from a real perspective, man. What is this shit gonna be about? Because it's obvious that we all still attracted to the history and its value in it. It ain't, because you know what I'm saying. You could look at what Smash was just doing, you know, based on his whole crew is called Hyro, and they pushing the brain. You know what I'm saying? See, like a lot of stuff that we sitting up here playing about, we need to be branding this information and trying to get money that way instead of just what you call it. Because I got a brand, but I haven't been pushing it. But it's based on our history. It was based on us not kind of like going out and looking like Hebrews, but modernizing our history, so we can bring it off into the, you know, the 21st century. You know what I'm saying? We ain't got to be going around here with bracelets on our arms and still embracing our history. We can use all of that type of information to build something that we need to do. We ain't got to be out here begging like Umar. We could come up with tangible products, use those products to get the shit we need. That's what everybody else doing. They selling their culture. Like Smash said, man, they out there with no permit selling tacos.
That's in LA all day.
See what I'm saying?
Hey, James, let me know this then. As we all on this panel, all of us smart brothers, if you look at Ghana, I think it's Ghana, it was a book I had read, I believe it's Blueprint for Black Power by Amos Wilson. And in the book, he was showing you different cultures, how they'll come out here, they'll get a 1-bedroom apartment, put mats on the ground, 10 of them. Each one of them get 10,000, they pass to the other one. And before you know it, everybody got an open business and riding Benz.
Yeah, we gotta stop and start thinking about a structure for the next generation. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
We see what the problem was, but I'm looking at, because where I'm staying at is heavily Hispanic in my neighborhood right now. And when I got here, I've been living in my house for 25 years. So when I got here, it was like a lot of older Europeans that had been living in a European neighborhood. And then once they died off or moved to nursing homes or whatever, the people who moved into the houses were all Hispanic.
Where are you at, James? What
I'm
city?
in Texas, but just check this out, Neil. Remember, when Europeans discard something, who used to have the dibs on that?
We did.
So what I'm telling you is we didn't have the dibs on this time.
Yeah.
See that? That's what I'm looking at.
This is one other thing you got to think of too. In LA, you can't turn the ghetto into Black Korea. That's Ice Cube. The Koreans make up 0.1%. This is in Blueprint for Black Power. Yet every liquor store in Los Angeles, you can just walk up and down South Central, is basically owned by one of those guys. And I was told when the Jews used to own it, they would hire a little sister Ann to work the cash. So you would see black faces. Now they don't hire her. They got their little daughter or their mommy's son. So it's wild. I don't know how they was able to come in.
Well, so, and see, now this right here is something that we can openly talk about as a strategy. Ain't nothing wrong with it or anything. But as we see problems, we need to do something about them instead of talking, right?
Like you said,
okay. So now I ain't saying nobody ain't gonna drink, right?
Yeah.
That ain't what I'm saying. But who we patronize should matter. So if we seen that as a problem, we need to designate, at least in one side of town, a black liquor store, and only patronize that until some of these other ones go out of business. We buy those and open up black ones there.
Or like the triads do. They don't, burn it.
I'm just saying,
where the blood and Crips at? Where the Bloods and Crips at?
No, I don't even want to put all that out into it. What I'm saying is, using strategic things that you see that's wrong with your community. Just like I say, okay, well, what industry do black people dominate in America?
Music.
That's a problem. That's a question that we need to ask. I'm not talking about now everybody's not gonna play no basketball. Everybody's not gonna make it to the NFL. Everybody's not gonna be no actor, and everybody seemingly shouldn't be a rapper.
And can't sing.
Yeah. So entertainment, that's very minimal. That's 1% of 1% of 1%.
Yep.
What is the normal everyday Joe black man that's supposed to be supporting the family? What is the number one thing that we do to support our families?
Cooking and construction.
Now you put construction in. Cooking.
Cooking.
What do you mean, like a
restaurants?
chef? Okay. Yeah. So maybe that now. See, now for me, the construction part, I don't see it, but you could elaborate.
Well, I'm
just looking. Okay, well, I'm looking at. If I say construction, I'm gonna think about Hispanics.
Yeah.
If I say roofing, I'm gonna think about Hispanics. Yep. If I think about landscaping, I'm gonna say Hispanics.
Yep.
See what I'm saying? So that's what I'm talking about. If I think about trucking, I might put us in that. That's something that I know a lot of brothers do.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is we need to identify something that's going to be able to let a black man have some dignity and support his family to where he ain't got to be out there in the streets.
But Pam, we got a cold system. Our people, I'm talking about the sales. I'm a salesman in construction. I go door to door. I pitch roofs, paint, window, stucco, and I'm on fire 3 months head of salesman of the month. The black man got a spectacular vernacular. We know how to get and innovate and get stuff done. If we have people, let's say you went to school, got your license, I could work for you. Then we could strategically hit door to door. Now the black man with the license is getting the money instead of working to get the money.
Well, yeah, I'm just looking at something that we can identify that we may could possibly try to identify for the next generation to where they can kind of take an industry and make it into something like I see with these Hispanics. Like my yard man, that guy owns land. He owns all kinds of stuff from cutting yards and trees, bro. You would not believe how much money. Every time I pay him, he pulling out a knife.
So James, you can't see that in construction?
I can, but what I'm trying to say is
learning it. We don't got it now.
Right now I don't see it. But what I'm saying is when they built the Cowboy Stadium right here in Arlington, Texas, right?
Yeah.
You go look on that construction site, the people that was waiting in the parking lot was 95% Hispanic.
See, so we got to do like they do.
They was all the so what I'm saying is we got to figure out something special that we specialize in that we can identify. Just like if we're going to be the patrons of the people that do hair, the sisters need to be in control of that market.
Facts. Even
that's
fashion,
not, so I already got something for them to do.
Fashion
it's
too.
More harder for us to figure out what we gonna take over and identify that, hey man, if we got to underbid them on all yard care until they understand that, man, we taking this over. You know what I'm saying? But another problem we have is our population is kind of lower. Yeah. It ain't as strong as it was at that time. So we got to think about that.
Yeah, you know that.
All kind of strategic things that we got to think about, because I think about the crack era and how they depopulated us through incarceration.
Yeah.
You incarcerate somebody and give them X amount of time than you giving everybody else. You giving these young brothers 20 years. If I'm off the street for 20 years, how many kids did I not procreate?
Hey, Brother James, I don't want to interrupt you
on the tactics we looking at. Go ahead.
And peace, y'all.
Hey, James, I don't want to interrupt you on the brother conversation, but I don't want you to get tired or have to go or smash to have to go before I talk to you about some of the stuff. There's, Kemet, New Age language, A group, C group, B group, that stuff. I want to talk to you about that because I know you deal with DNA. So I want to talk to you.
Go ahead, Babylon, do your thing.
No, brother, no, what you were saying was important because
we already did that though. We clarified. We need to figure that out. So that's something we're working on. You got a presentation, so get it out.
No, let me. It ain't a presentation, but this is what I do want to tell you about what you were saying there, because I'll comment on that. One thing I said this the other night too on Chef Show. I think that that one thing that we do a big mistake is to compare ourselves to other people, other ethnicities, races, cultures, or whatever. That's a mistake because I was always taught that the ego is the self-arrogating aspect of a person. And the self-arrogating aspect is one who continuously compares himself to other people.
Just do it.
Okay? So this is what I'm saying. So when we talk about hey, we should do like the Chinese. Hey, we should do like the Mexicans. Hey, we should do like the Arabs. We're not Mexican. We're not Chinese. We're not Arabs. We have a different paradigm. We went through a different struggle. We have a different battle in front of us. They don't deal with the racism and things worldwide, racism that we deal with and different things like that. They've never been enslaved and brought to another place and dropped off in a land without their parents, and then became parents after parents, and then getting over the, like James just mentioned, the crack era parents, and then the AIDS era parents, and then everything else, and the welfare separation of parents and every other type of parents we done had. So we haven't had, or the lack of parents we haven't had, you see, and the depth of our parents. So we still growing. America's still young. But I agree with James that we have to make a move, and it has to stop being talked about like stuff like that. Like, comparing ourselves like they have this kind of school and we got that kind of school. That's
trial
not,
and error, Babylon. Trial and error. We got to do the trial. We can't keep talking. Do it. If we error, okay, then we fix what we messed. But we got to do something.
Yeah, and the way we do it is you start with the mind. You start with the way the people think, right? Because listen,
Dr. Clark.
Yeah, it's the way the people think. So what I'm saying is that our people, we got to start to think along the grounds of, like the brother Pan African James was saying, of solutions, not just solutions, because people get stuck in the solution. So we got to think about solvents, right? Solvents. But nevertheless, what I'm trying to get to is that, and I'm gonna stop right here. But what I'm trying to get to is that our people got to start to think about, like when you was talking about like getting this stuff together and coming together and getting property or doing things to help ourselves. We need to realize that words like unity, that's a catchphrase. It's who is the unity? When we say they, who do we mean when we say they? When we say conscious community, who exactly are you pointing at, and do you mean? When you say Pan Africans, it's an ideology, like Pan African James said. Who are you talking about, though? It's many different types of Pan, and I ain't just talking about like
I agree
religion.
with everything you saying, Babylon. That's
So
real.
we got to get a
we
hold
definitely need to get a defining of who we talking about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We at this point, we don't even know what we are talking about. We really don't.
I agree with that.
We think we saying something, but when you look at the overall picture and you think about it and you go home and sleep on it, you didn't learn nothing. We didn't go nowhere.
But see, Babylon, when you say that, I'm with you. And I ain't no but, but I'm no but period, because after but is bullshit. However, what I'm saying, you got the Hebrews that say that Hebrew, like if James say that, if we do a defining, we'll be shot. The masses of our people are under a brainwash mentality.
No, you talking about a different type of defining. See, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. We listen, I said this before. One of the most powerful organizations is the Freemasons.
Yeah.
All right. Now, I know I just said we shouldn't compare ourselves to groups, but I'm gonna show you something about what they do. One of the rules is all you have to do is believe in a God. So now they knew better than to create an organization where you have to believe in a certain God, because then that's going to limit the faculty and limit how much we could do and what we can do and the people we can talk to and how we could get around and make moves.
But Babylon, we got to have universal morals and dogmas that even if you believe in Allah.
Don't turn this into an argument.
Look, even if you believe in Allah and I believe in God, we got to have the same moral principles. Like I won't rob you, I won't do you wrong. So the morals and dogmas, Albert Churchward's book on Masons, I read several times. You got to have universal codes. Even if you Muslim and I'm Christian, he's voodoo. We got to take the trash out. We got to make sure we don't leave stuff. We got to have certain things that we all, no matter who we call God.
Yeah, but you still can't you can't just be in a group. You have to have openness. Like everybody talk about diversity and equity and equality. All of these are catch words. You have to live it, bro. It have to be something that you have ingrained in you. You can't say like, hey, well, we gotta have economic power. Everybody here is not an economist, nor are they good with money, nor do they know how to do that.
Exactly.
So then you have to have a think tank, a way of guiding the people. You have to have a definition of the terms and the things you're trying to do. You have to settle down and understand and really talk about what you're doing.
And they have to be moral. They can't be immoral. You can't just have a dude talking about, oh, because I can have sex and get married with a child,
Hold on.
We got to have morals.
Why do we focus on the negative? Like you say, like
that's what I'm saying. Don't
you know why I always do that? I'm always do that because everybody trying to put this la shit together. I've been in the trenches. I know what it is.
But it ain't no la or trenches. I'm saying it's about like we already know our bad position. We already know we slaves. We don't need to see no pictures of being slave. We don't need to see no pictures of being chained up. We don't need to see no slave music or see no slave songs. We know that.
And we
So
already
now,
know
like
that some leadership and came through that was never supposed to have been leadership and did some
ethical
things that was some things that were detrimental to our movement. So let me just say this. So if you think about Umar, now he came on and you know at a time when Pan-Africanism was just getting flourishing on the internet, right? Even before the Black Lives Matter debacle, right? Because that was another distraction that took a lot of steam out of this movement that we had that was organic movement as far as us using terms like woke. And see how they demonized that? That was an early term that we was using on the internet. Y'all know that, right?
I didn't.
So you don't know but in the early 2008, 9, we was all saying woke. We woke.
Okay.
We was all saying that on the internet, on Facebook. So they took the term and demonized it.
Okay.
You see that? Pay attention to what these white folks, what they're doing.
Okay, that falls in the category of language. So that fall in the category of language.
But see, this is stuff that we use it, and see, a lot of people gonna think I'm tripping if I say it's a spell.
No, I'm not.
No, I get you.
See what I'm saying?
But
so
we got to go back to Dr. York.
They'll say something that we use, like hotel. We was using that in the early 2010. That was something that was positive. We was using that was supposed to be culturally bonded to us. Just using our origins civilization, which is the oldest civilization that we knew of, to try to take everything back, get away from the Abrahamic traditions, and take it back, and so we can disseminate history from the beginning. We would have been able to say, hey, our stuff came before Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. This is where we starting our history at. That's the mission Dr. Clark and them set us on. But see, we got distracted with trying to have debates and make money. The mission ain't
Dr.
that.
York and all them.
Dr. York ain't even in the conversation, bro.
He is now. I brought him in the conversation.
Why would you bring him in the conversation?
Just like you brought Dr. Henry Clark and you brought Omar.
But why would you bring him in the conversation?
Because we need to know he was a distraction before Omar. We
got
know
distractions.
About the distraction. That's my point. My point is we always gonna have distractions, bruh.
Yeah, hold on, but we know about the distraction.
Even our very selves on the line can be a distraction. Even ourselves on the line can be a distraction.
Yeah, what is the solution?
Yeah, the solution is
we
what I told you is not getting distracted. Hold on. So using an example that did not get us distracted. See that?
No, say
That's
it.
why
Go
I
ahead.
went to the distraction. I went to the example that was not the distraction.
Okay.
That's why I didn't even bring that up. That shit right there, we don't even need to think about him. He's a goddamn distraction. We're trying to get to where the real mission was with what Dr. Clark was left for us.
That's right. I think he brought up Dr. York because you mentioned spell.
There it is. No, because he mentioned Omar.
Omar. No, I brought up Umar.
Umar Johnson.
My bad, not Omar.
I brought up Umar as far as the early distraction, as far as what happened on the internet.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Clark predate the internet.
Not Dr. York semi. Okay.
Yeah, but see, we already know what he did, just like we know what Polite did, just like we know what Umar did.
Yeah, I just brought him up like you brought up Umar. That's all.
Those type of people diminishes what we trying to do.
But when you bring up Umar, James, when you bring up Umar, I brought up him just to silverback on your statement. So it shouldn't be
I understand that, but what I'm saying is we trying to get to the level of the people that we really endure.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying?
Come on.
We're not really trying to deal, we understand that, and we definitely don't need to forget it. Because the next time somebody just pop up out of nowhere, they got to wait in the back of the line.
Fact.
Okay. Love y'all. They got to wait in the back of the line because we don't know you. We got to have time enough to vet you and see who you really are. Because just letting people just pop up and start leading stuff, we see where they got us.
Yep.
People walking across 125th, hand inside another book like a pimp. Sent this girl over there. See?
Yep.
Got tricked right into, he finessed his way right to the in front of the camera and then scammed us. Not us, because I didn't get scammed.
But the community
but you know who I'm talking about.
The community in large.
Yeah, and that takes steam out of what we was really trying to do, bro. We really had something going on that was good. Money fragmented that whole situation. People going to try to do a lecture, how much I'm gonna get paid. This ain't even about no money, from my perspective. And if it is gonna be about some money, then you need to have a tangible product that you can sell to our people to where they can receive something, and then you can work for something to where, and we can all use some of the proceeds from what you're working for towards an agenda for everybody.
So listen to this, Bev. I mean, James, exactly. You're making sense. If they did a report on the Jewish community out here in LA, how they turned the dollar over like 17 times in their own community before it
we heard it 1,000 times.
But here's the thing: soon as we get a check, soon as we get a check,
I
can't even get my statement out. It is a fact. We turn our money over to them. We go soon as we cash our check. Black people in general. Who do you buy from, bro? Not you personally, but who do you get your clothes, your Nikes? Where you get them from? From a black producer? No.
I know if I get a check, I don't run out like you said. How about that?
I'm not saying that you run out per se.
So then you said
I'm saying
run
economically as a whole, like James said earlier. See, you're trying to be argumentative. You're trying to be argumentative in everything I say. You objecting with your objection. We're gonna always be at each other's throat then, because you ain't gonna push me to say, "Oh, you're right."
I don't want that. I just want us to have a conversation.
James, what made this brother think I'm trying to be argumentative?
No, you're not trying. You are being argumentative.
Nah, slow down.
Well, I'm gonna mute up and I'm gonna wait till James on here. I told him I'll talk to him later. So you got to
take care. All right, bye.
Man, see, that's the problem right there, Neil.
Yeah, it's gonna stay a problem, Neil, because Neil is a man like he a man.
But that ain't got nothing to do with it.
It got all to do with it, because once you start talking and you're going against my grain, and I know I'm right,
I don't think that's what was happening, though.
Huh?
I don't think that's what was happening.
Well, why did he lead the conversation? Men don't lead, they fight, they hash it out.
Man,
see, that's that girl stuff. Man. Oh, okay. We weak, man, as a people. We fucking weak.
It's just we trying to be respectful on a platform.
Ain't no respect. We ain't being respected as a people.
But I'm talking about amongst each other. That's what don't you think that having respect amongst each other is?
So James, you telling me I was wrong in saying that?
No, I didn't say nobody was wrong.
Okay, but he kept objecting and everything I said. He kept adversifying.
Well, okay. Maybe I'm tripping.
That's all I was
saying.
What
I'm saying we can both have a point. We got to be able to have conversation without confrontation.
Exactly. And sometimes it's gonna get raw. And I'm a soldier warrior. I'm gonna go to the end with it. I'm not gonna be passive. I'm not gonna be the one to take.
I know you, Neil. I done seen you, before. So
we have a bad problem of one-upping each other, or I should say, so here I tell my brothers here, because Neil says something and he's just mentioning something that has been regurgitated for years, and it should be followed at some point in time. So the response shouldn't be at that time, we heard it 1,000 times before, we shouldn't, right? Because then when you do that, now it sounds like you're demeaning.
I get it. Yeah, I get that.
You feel me? So
yeah,
brother Dunn, when you do that, you gotta, you could be like, yeah, that's true. And then you can move on, of course, because we have heard it before. But that doesn't mean that it's not necessary to hear again. So the reaction was kind of a bit gruff in retrospect. You're building with your brother. Don't look to douse what he says with a cup of water in the face, What's up, mama?
Right. That's a fair assessment.
I need on that note, Brother James, can I address what Osam Khan said? Peace, Brother Osam Khan. How you doing?
Peace, family. How you?
Hey, the way it go though, Osam Khan, I agree with what you said for the most part. At the same time, too, it's like if you walk up on a fight and then you just stand there and then you just talk to the people on the sideline and just judge the fight, or you're a referee and then you only see the person commit the foul, but you didn't see the person that committed the foul the first time that made the other person commit the foul. So what I'm saying is sometimes we jump in conversations or things and we don't see the whole picture or see what really be going down. So I'm not going to drop my what I see happen on the phone, but I will say this, that I agree with what you
See,
said.
that's being disingenuous, brother Babylon, because now you're saying you ain't gonna tell us what the problem was, but it is a problem. And I'm not gonna hold. I gotta say that.
No, I'm saying let him finish. He's still talking.
Gotta say that. See, you don't gotta say that in the middle of what your brother said.
Let him finish.
Okay, go ahead, man.
Okay, so what I'm saying is this right here. When a brother comes up and you on the outside looking in, you may not know the background of what's going on, is what I'm saying. You may not know the full background. That's all I'm saying. Now, I was not being disrespectful in any kind of way. I didn't try to be disrespectful in any kind of way. I even let the brother know that we were trying to advance the conversation and not repeat the same talking points that you can hear anywhere every time. We have things that we could talk about, and if we're talking about solutions, those are not solutions. Those are begging the question. So when I told the brother, hey, we done heard that 1,000 times, I was trying to go back on what I said where, hey, brother, we're trying to advance this conversation. We're trying not to keep repeating those same talking points. So,
how come he didn't say that when James said,
if you felt offended or less
I did. I totally did. I felt like you was
okay.
just kept on being adverse. That's why I said what I felt.
Let me finish up. I'm gonna give you the floor. So if you felt offended in any kind of way, then that's on you, because you were supposed to be man enough to come back and say, hey, brother, just stop the conversation. Say, hey, brother Babylon, are you being facetious or sarcastic, or are you trying to be funny in any kind of way? Because I feel offended by what you just said as a man. Then I would have said as a man, no, brother, I ain't trying to do that. That ain't my intentions. I apologize. Everything cool. Let's keep rocking with the conversation.
Okay.
But when I get off the phone, you want to mention manhood and all of that. That's why I muted up, because I ain't the one to be talking like that. It ain't no level. Ask anybody in this community, anybody. It ain't no level that you'll go to that I won't. So remember that. That's it. You got it.
And at the end of the day, I
believe
what he just said. No, I gotta say this because he just.
I'm gonna let you say it, but hold on.
I don't believe what he said was genuine. I gotta say that.
I'm the host of the show right now.
Okay.
I'm just asking both of y'all to respect me and not do that on the platform.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
So with that being said, I get it, and what he just said, I believe is not genuine, because he said to Asar, he jumped into something he didn't know. But yet he wouldn't. He said, "But I'm not going to say." So he didn't. So that's what he talking this. We can say anything over the phone. That ain't nothing like he say. So I'm not going to keep going into that. But all I'm going to say is and deal with is this: when I made that statement, when you said Umar and how he was messing up, he didn't say Pan African. Stop bringing up that. We're talking about salute. But when I say, you know what I'm saying? It's so bro. I miss me. I don't accept that. But we can move forward.
Yeah, please. Let's just move forward. So, but like I said, I was bringing up an analogy of how we got in this situation I was going somewhere with the story. Now, if you was going somewhere with, how the Jews they spend their money 10 times before leave their community. You could expound on that. But
okay,
what he was saying was we already know that, which I think we already do, Neil.
You're right, but we're talking about solutions. So within solution, if one of the problems is that we don't spend our money amongst ourselves and make it generate amongst ourselves, what's the solution to that? Because that's a problem. Like, duh.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Like, so why?
Hold up. It definitely is.
Okay.
So now, what is the solution?
Now the solution. The solution would be that we would come together. We would look for food, clothing, shelter, things that we need and that we produce. And like
that's all the same talking points that Babylon Dunn is talking about. That shit to be talking about.
And I
we
never
ain't talking about food, clothing, and shelter. We talking about how we finna make an industry.
That's what industries do, sir. They make food.
But that's being real bland
Yeah, no, that's being boots on the ground.
Okay, well, okay. Now, how long have we been hearing that?
If
when is it gonna start happening?
Because what is the tangible reality? What is the things that we're gonna do? Y'all still coming up with clouds and pumping smoke. What is your physical resolution? What are you saying we need to do physically?
If you feel like that, why are you here?
What you talking to me?
I think I did. You know what I'm saying?
Is that Babylon John? Hey man, don't even talk to me, homie. Don't even talk to me.
No. Let me talk to you.
Little gay
what I was saying, you don't think none of that was a solution?
No, I said what I brought up the construction. You shot that down.
No, what I was talking about is something that we see right now. That's
then y'all brought up the cleaning up the yards and shit. You know,
I was talking about something that we see right now. I was using examples of where we not in.
But when you say that, you say it as though you seeing stuff for everybody else. I'm seeing us working in construct. I work in construct. So what you see and us, that's where our big
okay. Now
watch
from. This. Now watch this. You work in construction, right? Hello.
Yeah, talk. Go ahead.
What kind of construction do you do? You talking about like on the road construction?
No, I don't do the physical, but I see brothers working the physical. And my whole point to the solution was we need to train the youth how to do the physical and go into the economics, the white collar.
That's what I was saying.
And I didn't get it out. I never got it out. I never got it out because y'all kept but I never got it out because y'all kept reprimanding me.
No, I wasn't. I'm just saying. I was talking about
not you. I'm talking about Babylon Don.
Okay, well, I don't know. Let's leave that alone.
All right.
Because that's really just, we done wasted 10 minutes.
Bro, that's petty.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to
The petty part is you, bro. You keep on talking to me.
All right, well, look, man, wherever Smash is at, please come so we can end this because I'm not trying to do this, bro. I'm telling y'all.
Hey, Pan-African James, can we talk about the A group, B group, C group, bro?
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Okay.
Because I'm definitely not trying to be in no argument match.
Yeah, bro. They do that everywhere I go. I ain't saying that, man. They're trying to make me look a certain way. But let's check this out. It say based on the work on American Egyptologist George Reisner, the A group and B group cultures disappeared from Lower Nubia due to Egyptian expansion and a reevaluation of archaeological evidence. Do you hear that, Pan-African James? They say disappeared. I want to focus on that. Yeah, I want to focus on the word disappeared. Go ahead, James.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So I just want to focus one thing on that word disappeared. That they saying that these people just disappeared. But you hear all these people, and I hear it on every channel. Everybody repeats it. The A group, B group, C group. So let me read this sentence again, just in case it didn't click. Based on the work of American Egyptologist George Reisner, the A group and B group cultures disappeared from Lower Nubia due to Egyptian expansion and reevaluation of archaeological evidence. This AI overview. The C group also vanished during later periods of political instability as the region was conquered by the Kingdom of Kush and then by Egypt. Do you see anything wrong with everybody see, even when y'all talk about DNA and talk about like, like Norway Rockman and this thing and the other, the A group, B group, C group, every time they mention back migration is A group, B group, C group. And I'm saying that's already been debunked. So how does that keep going around and keep getting passed around like it's knowledge in the community?
So where are these burials found? Ain't they found in the South?
Yeah, but I'm saying the whole thing about they disappeared is what's making the story phony.
I know that. Hold on, as soon as you said the word disappeared, I already knew that's impossible.
Yes.
So what they don't want to do is acknowledge the fusion of their population. Now, not saying that it didn't defuse at a certain time, because we know it. If we looking at, I don't understand why we don't use modern history to understand ancient history. Everything starts off at a nucleus, seem like in African culture. Just imagine this. Most of us came from the South. Where you at, Neil?
I'm in Los Angeles, but I ain't trying to get in his conversation.
No. We all talking. You gonna
As
be
soon as I
involved, but
start
I'm talking.
okay.
I'm talking to
okay.
you.
Okay.
How you get to California? Where your people come from?
Originally from Texas, Memphis, but we came from
See
Detroit.
what I'm saying?
We came from Detroit. Remember, we all
Indeed.
migrated up north to work for those people in Chrysler.
Indeed. So you done took the whole gambit. You done went to the north with the industrial complex.
You already know.
When that dried up, you done slid all the way to the west.
You already know.
But you not know we family?
Yeah, all day.
See what I'm saying? So we can do this in America. Why we couldn't do it in Africa? Why we can't slide from East Africa to West Africa?
Yeah,
and how can humans, watch this, another question, how can humans populate the whole world, but they can't populate West Africa or be mixing up with each other from east to west?
You're right. And James, that's what I was asking you.
With people that don't need to be in these conversations any longer, like Babylon done saying. Go ahead.
But James, what you were saying, what I said earlier, you probably didn't keep it in the mind, but I said in 800 CE, I got a video. I need to get your number or something. I need to send you this video. They did some farmers in Nigeria dug up a spot, not the Nok, but the Igwe people, and they found 800 CE glass, tiles, money, and all this stuff from Egypt and the Middle East in West Africa. And this is before the Muslims' first contact with them. That happened like the 13s and the 9s. This is 100 to 200 years before. So it must have been trade routes from West Africa, is my point, to East Africa.
Indeed. But watch this. I got something for you. Watch this. Watch this, Neil. This gonna trip you out. I'm gonna play this, right? And when I play it, I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm finna let you and Babylon Don tell me what y'all think. Why am I playing this? Are y'all ready?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here.
Watch this. Now, it's only 53 seconds, so after then, we're going to do the commentating now. Why y'all think I'm showing y'all this?
And the flesh is boiled to produce a drink. But when all other water sources have been exhausted, the ever-resourceful Bushmen have a last reserve. During the brief rainy season, they collect water and store it underground in the blown-out shells of ostrich eggs. The holes are sealed using a leaf from the Kalahari Taibosh bush. This plant is known for its antifungal and antioxidant properties. And it's possible that these properties keep the stored water fresh for an incredible 6. And the flesh is boiled.
6 months is what he said. I cut it off. I don't know why. Now, why y'all think I showed y'all that?
Okay, you can go first. I'll go after him.
Go ahead.
I have no idea, Pan-African James.
I'll tell you why. To show the ingenuity of our people in diverse and extreme situations to be able to survive and move around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's one reason. But do you know the connection to? Do y'all? Okay, Asar, you want to? Go ahead, Asar.
That's a modern usage right now. That's part of.
Yeah. These folks doing this right now. Now, hold on. I'm going to show y'all a map in a second. Hold on. Let me pull this map. I want to show y'all something. Dang, hold on. I got to pull the map up first. Y'all go ahead. Keep talking, Asar.
Okay. Hey, so Pan-African James, everybody on panel. My point was, though, Pan-African James, is why you do that is that, just going to read this last part. Reisner originally proposed a B group culture to fill the archaeological gap between the A group and the C group. However, the theory was later discarded as obsolete. It was determined that the evidence Reisner attributed to the B group was not from a new culture, but rather from impoverished A group burials during the culture's disintegration. So if anybody wondering what I'm doing, I'm putting on record an argument that I keep hearing throughout the community. I hear Gullah say it, I hear Ngozi say it, I hear all these brothers keep saying A group, B group, C group. So now when they say that, you could just pull up on AI overview and say, did Reisner get debunked on A group, B group, C group, George Reisner? And it'll come up on AI and
Hold on, Babylon. Do it have some sources to go with what they use to refute it? Because usually on AI, that's what they'll do. They'll give you the sources to refute it that they use to refute what his argument was. So if you could give us the sources on that, that'd be great. Or either that, or we could look it up ourselves.
Yeah, we need to find them ultimately. Yeah, that's
yeah. So, but I'm just saying,
good.
when you're doing that, make sure you could bring the source. Of Brother Reggie, he got on me the other day about that. But hold on, let me share. I'm gonna share my screen real quick with y'all. But yeah, you on point with that too, Babylon Dumb, because we kind of already knew that but you got to think about his time frame when he was doing that. It was still some bias going on with him anyway, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So we got to always keep that in mind dealing with him.
He used the N-word and concerns the Nubian kings, remember?
Oh, dang. Can y'all see my screen?
Yeah.
So now, these are the same people, see, it say 65,000 before present to present. These are the same Kalahari people, the San people from South Africa. It says engraved eggshell canteens. And you said 65,000 before present. And it says the San ethnogroup used into the 20th century. Now look who's second. And look what the dot is. I mean, look what the X is. It's green. And I don't know. Hold on. I might need to.
Oh, so that's a high usage of green means.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Sahara, Libya, Algeria, Mali, and Niger. 10,000 to 5,000 BP. So green Sahara. So look at that. They was using the same technology. Look who how you say this right here?
Takakori.
Takakori. Look who they got right there. See what I'm saying?
A coccyx to seal sites.
See?
Your eggshells. Strong evidence for water storage.
See? Then we go down here and it get a little bit blurry. But they said they was using it for beads and stuff around the neck. You know what I'm saying? There in West Africa. But you know, this is what I'm saying. So with this continuity right here, we could say they didn't get this technology from out the ASS. Yeah. And we know that it dried up in that area right there. So knowing this technology, and we could use the haplogroups to understand that these people was up in the north at some time too. See?
James, wouldn't you say that the Kalahari is a dry land down the south where they was using it as well?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's dry. It dries up down there. Then they get the wet season, and that's the only time they get reprieve. But that video that I just shared with y'all, man, watch that whole video.
What year was that they was doing that? That like 2000?
That was recent, bro. They got color cameras.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that wasn't no black and white. We was just watching.
Right.
So what I'm saying, man, we gotta really I just look at stuff like that and just think about so much that we don't know, that we need to know to be able to be appreciative of what we are and who we come from. Because all that trying to say we Native American, that's just like saying you the least genetically diverse person on the human planet.
Hey, James, but now you got to remember too, I don't know if you read that book with the two white boys. What was his name? John, the white boy that was over there, him and the French dude. They wrote a book called Black Genesis. Boval in there. Remember Boval in there?
Yeah. Okay. I think I got that book in my collection.
When I read it, I got it on my it'll talk like on my phone, audio book. But in the book, he says they was wondering how did they get that far off in the desert. Then they dug underwater, under the Sahara, and they seen stones they used to fill up with water like big old pools.
Hold on. I got another video I need to show y'all. This gonna mess y'all up. I hope I can find this video.
Not the one where the gods are crazy, where the dude make the dude eat salt, make the monkey, and he go lead him to the river underwater.
Nah, this video I'm trying to share is about a reed boat that this cat jumped in modern times, and it was crazy. Man, I don't got that video. I think this is right here. No, hold on, man.
Okay, Pan-African James, to answer your question while you look that up.
Go ahead.
Because, to give you some sources, I'm about to give you 3 or 4 of them. But brother, this is what I'm saying though. I don't know if you was listening, but when I read it, it's really not a source. I read this though. Never mind. Multiple archaeologists and subsequent research over decades have challenged and ultimately debunked George Reisner's theories on the ancient Nubian ABC group cultures. Reisner's work on these groups in the early 20th century incorrectly claimed the disappearance of an indigenous culture. Key facts about the debunking of Reisner's theories: rejection of the B group. One of the earliest and most direct challenges to Reisner's scheme was the rejection of his B group designation. Archaeologists such as Henry S. Smith, that's one name, Henry S. Smith, argued that the B group was not distinct culture that disappeared, but rather an impoverished phase or part of the A group itself. The next person was, his name is the curator from the Museum of Fine Arts, Lawrence Berman, said that Reisner really thought the Nubians must be Libyans who immigrated southwards, or resettled Egyptians, and had trouble wrapping his head around an indigenous great African Nubian civilization. That was Reisner's whole point for creating an A group, B group, and C group, because he had trouble wrapping his head around a Nubian, great African Nubian civilization. So every time they quote Reisner, they quoting a racist, is what I'm trying to stop. They quoting somebody who intentionally committed scientific racism and put something in the language called A groups, B groups, and C groups, and people use it to this day, kind of like they doing with Darwin.
Yeah.
Even though I
so Pan,
what you think about
Pan? Let me ask him two questions to that, Babylon.
Go ahead.
All right. The first the first one would be, is Ngozi and them using that like? See, we don't know what a B group is, so therefore, are they doing it like that?
Oh, but I don't want to go too deep into it because they ain't here, but I will say this, brother, on the topic, since you asked though. Let me answer. And goes to them do it like this. They say, Pan-African James can say, well, Neanderthals, white people are Neanderthals and black people are different. And the fact that they are Neanderthal tells you there's a distinct mutation and that makes them different. They'll say, well, if you go back to the A group, B group, C group, and the back migration, you'll find that these people all came from the same place.
Okay. So their ultimate statement is everything came from the same place.
Yeah, they use back migrations and this old group of people that obviously didn't exist.
Yeah.
And then they use that because nobody ain't tracking them. And then they use that with a couple of E1B1A and E1B1C and all that. And then everybody get confused and start thinking they talking about something. They did the same thing with the Egyptians.
You crazy, Babylon.
Yeah,
hold up. So wait, Babylon, did they do that? Did they do that?
That was
actually,
crazy.
did the Neanderthal?
I feel you though. That is what he did though.
Wow. So the Neanderthal comes out of Africa at a period. At what period was humanity in? Was we in the Homo? What period? When he left?
Let's stop right there.
Okay, or never came out.
Pull my charts back up. I just pull it. Go ahead. Let me just pull the chart back up for you.
Okay,
so we can be on point. But it's just an easy chart to where we could just really don't even have to be asking no questions.
And they did, but listen though, Neil, they did the same thing when Pan-African James was trying to talk to them about, and I watched the whole thing, brother. I'll be quiet. I watched the whole thing. They did the same thing, James, when you was trying to tell them about the modern day Egyptians are not the original ancient Egyptians. Mm-hmm. They did the exact same thing. Back migrations, A group, B group, C group. That was the whole argument. Every time you say that the Egyptians had to be black first, though, they had to be black first. No, they always been mixed. It's always been a mixed culture. They always been over there. That's why they keep saying Afro-Asiatic, so they can keep it tied together. All that little language words and games they've been playing, that's old, that's played out. Niggas like me, James, we done thought past that. We ready to move on. And we telling people, no, that's not right. I don't care what you read on AI. Listen to the logic, bro. It's wrong. The dates don't match up. Just like you said earlier, Neil, about the language. 3,800 years, they talking about 3,500 for the Sumerian language. Now we finding people writing full burials in Nubia with full writing text and everything. 10,000 years old. What they gonna say about that? They've been running behind that for years, pushing that. Now, that's all I'm saying.
I don't think that they catch the truth is like they keep it Well, that text is soon to come out. We got it in the official archive, but we won't bring that out and make a mass visual of that for the people to see in our arts and sciences. We'll keep that behind the arts. They know that it was 38. It's 300 years before that. But do they put it on the next movie, Fifth Element, or the next fashion show? No, they ain't gonna tell.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. We don't even have to do any guessing once you're doing from the textual standpoint, from what Smash them and did. Now, from the genetic standpoint, with what I'm showing right here, and this has come from Sarah Tishkoff's work right here. Her, see this word right here, Tish. This comes from her work. So I'm not taking credit for anything. These are the sources. But this right here lets you know, it says Eurasian back migration genes. See what I'm saying? Modern human trackers versus Neanderthal haplotype. So the modern human tracker, this is what they use.
Is that tracer or tracker? Tracer.
Yeah, tracer. But what I'm saying is this is what they use. They use the genes off of modern humans today to tell if you are introgressed with Eurasian DNA, because this mutation did not happen on the continent of Africa.
Okay.
For you to mutate into this, you got to be extremely far north.
Oh, in Europe, thus.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they know this.
Even there. When they left and became up there and turned into that, what did they leave as? What did they leave as? My question.
They left as Homo erectus. Ooh. But it took a long time.
That's the teaching. That's the teaching.
But it took a long time for this mutation to happen, because they went up from Homo erectus. They said they mutated into Homo neanderthalis. See?
Yeah.
That took from 700,000 years on down to about 400,000.
When did they become modern?
We become they don't become modern. well, they become modern.
Mic drop.
They become, hold up, yes, they do. What I'm trying to say is we become modern first in Africa.
Facts. I know that.
So we become modern around what they're saying, circa 300,000, 270,000 years ago.
Morocco.
Then we leave out. We go into the peninsula and chill for 10,000 years. Then they calling that basal Eurasian, but I don't believe that. That's just some Africans that
made up term. Facts.
Yeah, exactly. That's hypothetical.
Facts.
So that's just another. That's just Africans that migrated to the green peninsula, because it was green at the same time that the Sahara was green. So we went over there and chilled. See what I'm saying? But then about 60,000 years, they start to see the introgression of humans with Neanderthal. So that's what these Neanderthal haplotypes they're talking about. They see it, immune genes, OAS1, 2, and 3, STAT2. They see this often in modern humans today. This is all in them. So if you got this and you in Africa, they can see it. You can't get away from it. You can't lie. You see what I'm saying? And then see what this is, pigmentation, BNC2. That's got something to do with Neanderthal pigmentation. So let's ask the question. Do you think that Neanderthals could stay up in that same region that it took us only a couple of years to turn white or light skin? They was up there for 400,000 years. You don't think they didn't turn light before they introgressed into humans?
And that's the older. Yeah, you're right, James. But would you say? Would you say the first ones was dark skinned though? Because all the research coming to
maybe so, but I'm saying by the time they turned the Neanderthals, Neil, they had been up there for 400,000 years. So we got to postulate if they was up there for that long, and we was only introgressed in them to 60,000, and then they got this allele to turn light skin. Look, let me show you the chart. Watch this.
While you looking at that chart,
right here. Okay, see, look at this chart. 60,000 years. This is when human Africans, modern humans, come out of Africa, right? Okay. At the 60,000 year mark, all the way to the left, right?
Yep.
So now we mixing with them all the way over to here, 40,000. Now it says a fixation of archaic haplotype. They talking about this shit right here.
OAS 1, 2, 3 stuff.
Yeah, they saying now they see this is fixated in all non-Africans, right? This stuff, the haplotype.
Yep.
But this is what's in modern human. So they saying that this is right here. Now, okay, now the SLC24A5 gene pops up at circa 25,000. Now these people that was introgressed to now they turned into light skin They got a gene for all non-Africans to be with this gene.
Okay.
Right? Now we're going to go all the way down to 1500 BCE. This says when Eurasian back migrations into Africa. This is the date that they say these people came into Africa.
What dynasty would that
genetic.
be? What dynasty would that be, James?
See, there you go, Neil.
No, you know why I did that.
I know what you're saying,
all right,
but I can't.
What year is it, James?
We got to
I
figure
can't see
that
the-
out. We could all figure that
What
out.
year is it? I can't see the page.
1500 BC.
Okay, good. What's going on? Why you can't see? You can't see that?
Oh, no. I'm on my phone. It's too little, James. I'm old as fuck, man. I can't see. Don't worry about it.
I got you, man. Trust me, I got
Just keep
glasses
talking.
on.
Just
Reading
keep
this
going.
right
Don't
now.
worry about that.
So it's
Don't worry
saying
about
Eurasian, it's saying Eurasian back migration. And see, the sources is right here at the bottom to the left.
Yeah,
so if you want to go and look all of this stuff up, we got it. Y'all can do this on
You got it. Yeah.
Okay, and then the last one is this circa zero CE. It says present day African genome, indigenous haplotypes plus Eurasian tracers and Neanderthal segments. So that's what we're looking at now. See, so they can't lie because before right here, these people was Africans, more majority. See, before 1500.
I agree. You're right, bro.
All of this right here, this is outside of Africa. They don't get off into that. Just say Eurasian, they don't pop up until here. And then if you go listen to what Smash them been saying about the text, this is what them folks say. Now we start seeing some Eurasians popping up to the north.
1500 BC.
All of these right here, for everybody again to reiterate, this ain't nothing but the sort, all of the papers that associated with all of these people. I just documented each one in chronological order for us, so we'll see. And this is the test to show you what they did.
Hey,
so we ain't got to see
Silverback.
Cold.
Just a Silverback. What dynasty was 1500 BC in Egypt? I asked, and it said Egypt was in the 18th dynasty, 1500 BC.
Okay.
So that's the dynasty.
I wonder if we start talking to like Smash.
That's
What do the text start saying around 1800 B? That's what we need to line up now.
That's real.
What they start talking about around.
That's Akhenaten, ain't it?
Yes, Akhenaten, Tutankhamun. Yep, Thutmose first. Well, 15.
But we just need to match the text of what they saying at that dynasty. We need to match up what they start when they start talking about this.
That's right at the crossroad.
So that's what I'm saying. With if we use the proper methodology on the genetics, we can't be lost. Because what they said in Tahara Kari about that 20%, I was already in question about that from the get-go. I just didn't know what they was doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But now that I figured out what they doing, it's over with. And I want y'all to know, if y'all ever go start looking at a genetic paper, look for that human origin array, and then look for that 1240K. If you see that, you already know it's the fixed game. Everybody need to know that.
You saying those papers bogus?
What I'm saying is they bias towards African DNA. Simple.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah, they bias towards African DNA because they did not use the panels necessary to identify African south of the Sahara. So that's what we know. We got them. It ain't no coming back from them. They can go over there and jibber jabber and say whatever they want to say, but we on the right side of history over here.
James, I asked, I said, what was Egypt dealing in 1500 BC with Asia? It said, great question. Around 1500 BC, early 18th dynasty, New Kingdom period, Egypt's dealing with Asia were becoming a major focus. Military campaign, pharaohs like Thutmose I and later Thutmose III launched expeditions into the Levant, modern day Israel, Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria. So it got cracking right around.
Yeah, but now what about the Hyksos? What's up with them when they slide?
That was a little earlier. What that was like 11.
I know. So yeah, we got to take that into account, and then we got to think about what they said. So really, it'll be good to have Brother Reggie and them line this up because that's circa. So we ain't saying that that's definitive, but it could go back to 2000.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I ain't saying that's definitive, but we know it ain't no 20,000 like in Gozy told.
Oh. That's another one of them words, though. I heard Smash Rockwell.
Go ahead.
I heard Smash Rockwell do a good job in smashing that word one time.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah,
I just have to pop on to say thank you.
Hey, Pan, let me just say this. I don't got no problem with Babylon Don. That's my brother. We just had a misconfusion, man, because I love this. Go ahead, though.
Yeah, but
in the grocery store, and I instantly just peeped what happened. Neil got on his "I've been in the penitentiary before" shit. And I know when it happened in Oakland sometimes. Cats start running by the rules of the man. I'm a man type shit, and then I've been in the pen, and you ain't gonna overtalk me. But it wasn't necessary. It was just a bit of confusion at the moment. But tell the truth, Neil.
Yeah, you're right. No, that was what it was. But I just kept feeling like what I was saying was being diminished, and I was only trying to bring positive energy in my mind. So I got it flipped.
Bro, it ain't nothing but love.
I noticed it by the way you said it, because it seemed like I've never been to jail, but it sounds like it was about to go down on the yard when I was listening. But all right, I'm back to listening.
Hey, Babylon, my bad though.
I love and appreciate all y'all. I'm back to listening.
No,
hold on, Smash. I need something from you, Smash.
We about to
I
end
need
the show.
something from
Okay.
Smash. Let me ask Smash this question. Smash, I heard you on the show the other day talking about, man, blank that. It's time to get this panel cracking and smashing these so-called officials about Egypt being black. Was that something you said?
Oh, definitely. And we got to take it to this.
We got the research for you.
Well, so what we need to do is put together a well-calculated attack against this state-sponsored attack against Afrocentrism. Because what are they doing? They're doing it on social media, and all they got is little weak-ass web pages they ain't nobody following. So if we could just go beat them up in the social media space and show that all their representatives don't even really got that knowledge.
Oh, that's right. So what you think about what I shared, Smash?
I liked it. The presentation?
Yeah.
I liked it. I think I was commenting in the chat. Maybe you couldn't see my chat.
Yeah, I was in the middle of the situation. So
I mean, I understood what you was telling them about that a long time ago, but it seemed like you took it and put it into a graph so that people can see how it works.
Yeah, the visuals is better.
Visuals. Sometimes some of us learn visually. I think I'm a visual learner as well.
Me too. That's why I said, but they didn't messed up and gave us ChatGPT where they can make choice.
Babylon Don, long time. Thanks for joining the panel. Appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate you, Babylon Don, and you too, Neil, man. We all brothers over here, man, and let's try to keep it professional.
Hey, let me holler, Smash, right, go, Smash, go. Hey, Smash,
I'm out, man. I mean, go ahead.
I'm right here. I'm right here, James.
You already took it over?
I'm about to take it over.
Okay, go ahead.
What you say,
hey,
Babylon?
Smash, I swear on everything, bro. I got something to show you, man. It's a reconstruction I did. I want you to take a look at it. What you want me to take it to the white man?
Visual reconstruction?
It's a visual reconstruction. It's a reconstruction of hieroglyphs, and it's a hieroglyph, and it's a text you know about.
Hey, so you ain't in the Magi group?
Nah, bro, I ain't never got invited in there. I ain't know nothing about that.
Anybody can join it. It's a learning group. I mean, as long as you be on what we on, yeah. We got it. Email me at casual@hieroglyphics.com and I'll send you an invite. And then we can build on it backstage before we put it on the big burner.
That's that same one you gave me last time, casual@hieroglyphics.com? Okay,
yes,
I got
sir.
it. I still got it.
Hieroglyphics, that's me. All right, y'all made it an excellent show. I hope we could get this going on more often. Thanks everybody for watching. And y'all got any final words?
Imhotep to the family.
Yep. Hotep, Shem Hotep, peace, peace, peace. All right. Yeah, I heard y'all talking about how they took Hotep and made it pejorative. Man, that's all a part of how you do everything. They took woke and make it negative. If you saying some term and it's getting too much traction, they take it and make it negative. But we out of here. That was that $50 million we was gonna get for joining ICE. I know y'all was wrong. I'm mad at me for saying that, but I just wanted you to think about it. All right, I appreciate y'all.